Hey, Natasha. Sorry, man, you ain't gonna believe this. I had some like incredible audio, and I was gonna play it for y'all because I thought I was tripping. I thought I might have been hearing things, and I went to like listen. It cut on. I was gonna upload it here and play it for y'all, and it cut on, and there's no audio on the whole video except me and the dog barking. Everything they said is gone. Everything. But I got four more after that though. So I mean, but the one I really wanted to play is gone. But I still got a lot, a lot. Um, let's see here. How we do this? How we do this? How we do this? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Ah. Mm, 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 mm. I'm glad you could come. Um, it's six. Is it 6 o'clock your time now at your house? Hey, I want to talk to you about something else too. I got this like tarot card thing going on. It's kind of like a class, but I mean we're all just learning together. It's not like I'm really like, well, I'm kind of teaching it because I'm making the videos, but you know what I mean. We're just all chilling and learning together. Because it don't matter if you already know, you can still learn something. I've learned a lot just having to research for the videos, stuff I had forgot. But anyway, um, we're going to be doing some reading. We're going to do readings on Tuesdays and Thursdays at that brunch break. So I would really like to sign you up to get a couple readings from different people like Shandon or Lori or Tracy Girl or Jess or Jamie. People that we chat with anyway. Just a little quick readings like a 3 card or something. Just a general reading. But I need people to get read. And if you was to get a deck of cards, or if you was to maybe just wait, because I'm gonna give a deck away at the 1st of April, and I think you'll be okay till then if you let us read you. Anyway, like and then you could read other people too, because we're all gonna like read each other. But I didn't think you had any cards yet, and I was gonna tell you to kind of hold off on giving any because everything is gonna go like on massive, massive sale at the end of this month. It always does because of tax time. And like even when back when I used to get taxes, I would save my tax money until like this second week in April when like everything's like down to like 80% off and stuff. Well, I hope you're here. Hello, everybody else who just come in. I cannot see y'all until you comment in the chat. So I know that there's 4 people in here, but I got 5 now, but I don't know who you are until you comment. So I can't properly say hello until I know who you are. Basically, can you leave a comment so I know who you are so I can justify talking a little bit more? Yo, I'm sorry I called it live like this, like really quick. I usually don't do these spontaneous ones, but I was so excited. I was about to sit on my head. I'm all keyed up if you can't tell. I am like supercharged high vibrational. Anyway, I had a piece of video. Hey Shandon. Well, hang around for just a couple, like maybe can you hang around 20 minutes? I need 20 minutes of your time. Trust me, if this little piece of clip repairs everything, will be worth it. It'll be worth it because it'll be incredible. The damn Men in Black might come and get me during the live kind of thing. So if you just give me like 20 minutes, I went to upload the video over here, and the video was like there was no sound. My sound was there, my big mouth, and the dog barking and the chickens crowing, but my spirit, everything the spirit said was gone. 42 minutes worth of video and not one spirit sound, period. And I know, I mean, I talked to him the whole time. So, yeah, it was not meant for y'all to hear that other one, but they left the rest of these alone. They just like ruined them, but my program's repairing them. And I already got like two, they're just little short clips, but I already got like two to play. So you can kind of hear what I wanted you to hear anyway. You can hear the meat and potatoes of it. But I'm like really like beside myself excited. The only thing that could be better than this, if this turns out, if y'all agree with what I think I heard, is that Summer's Found. That would be the only thing that could be better than this in my book. They can find Summer. But other than that, it's top of the pyramid. I am very, very happy. Just like I was very, very mad that day that I went, Costas sent me a notification, and I went over there, and his very first question he asked, he got a clear answer of what they eat, that they eat humans, and I've been asking them for 8 months about eating without a body and stuff. They go right over there and answer him, although they were smart ass, and he said, what do y'all eat over there? And they said, humans. So they told me in a whole other spirit box, which I posted, that they really didn't eat humans. They was just messing with them. But I'm not so sure, to be honest. Some of them demons and imps and some of them gross things that are in there, they ain't gonna tell them what they eat. One of them said they ate dead bodies, you know, and they might. I don't know. Ain't there, that's, you know. Okay, so that one's playing. That's good. All right, and then one more to repair, and we're in there. So, Shandon, I was asking Natasha if she would volunteer to like get a reading when we start doing reading. I don't know if she said yeah or not, but I think it was fun. Y'all thought we had fun the other day. Wait till we actually doing a reading on somebody, because it can get funny. Okay. All right. We really can. Especially since I'm gonna teach y'all some not like everyday readings too. I'm gonna teach y'all some stuff that if you read this to somebody, you're really gonna wow them. And I've got a whole little slide.
Hey, yes, Natasha, I'm okay. I'm just excited. Why? Do I not look okay? What are you seeing that I'm not? Okay, Shannon, that's cool. Do what you gotta do. Yeah. I mean, I won't start till you get back. I mean, I won't start it till you get back. It's, just let me know when you can sit back down. Yes, you look. Well, you scared me there, Natasha. I mean, I've been stressed. I've been kind of stressed. I got some stuff going on with my daughter-in-law. She's acting all crazy and come out of left field. I got to feel in some kind of way, and now we ain't spoken a couple weeks, and it just got worse the other day. So now we're not even like looking towards each other, much less speaking. So and we had all that ice, and I was sick, and my whole face swelled up. And then it took like 2 days, but when the ice melted, it was like 85 degrees. It went from like 20 degrees to 85 overnight. And so I think I'm getting like another head cold. My whole head's been like running. But it could just still be from last week because I really hadn't even got all the way over it yet. And I don't mind the warm weather. I love it. But when you go from freezing, and see, I'm one of them people, it doesn't matter how much heat we turn on. I have them in there sweating, I'll still be freezing. I don't cut the heater no slack, that's for sure. They fuss at me all the time because we're on that prepaid power where I have to go pay like $20 or $40 every 2 or 3 days. And they fuss at me. They're like, we're running low on balance. I don't care, I'm cold. I mean, I put money on there, so if I'm cold, I'm gonna get some heat. And it's just, little bullshit like that. And it's just got me stressed out because she want to argue over everything. And I ain't like that. If you cold, turn the heat on. I'm not going to spend 30 minutes debating it to see if we can save $2. Yeah, well, that was more like a sinus infection and my whole sinus plate right here where I was in that motorcycle wreck where I broke my back 2 years ago. Uh, it busted that orbital plate right here under my eye. And man, that thing, at first I thought it was my teeth, so I called the dentist, but it wasn't my teeth. Within about 2 hours after I thought it was my teeth, I realized it was my actual face and my eye. And oh man, it hurt. I mean, I cried and cried and cried and cried. And asked them to take me to the hospital, and they said, yeah, they would take me. And I went and took a shower, and I got ready. And when I come out of the shower, they were gone. And I didn't see them again for 2 days. And I'm like an hour and a half from a hospital or anything. So I called my doctor that next morning when they didn't come and take me. I called my doctor, and she said she wasn't seeing. She's just a PA or whatever, the little practitioner for my doctor. And she said they wasn't seeing anybody anyway because, of COVID. And out here, it's like a little tiny doctor's office. It's not like a big city doctor's office where they'll stay open. If COVID even comes close, they just shut down. You know what I mean? You have to go to the emergency room. And the emergency room's a little tiny emergency room unless you go all the way to Durant, and it's an hour and a half. But yeah, I had COVID twice. I had the regular COVID, and then I had the Omicron or whatever, the variant. My grandbaby got the variant, and I caught it from her right as I was just starting to feel better from the first round. So it hit me back to back, and it did. That second round about took me out. I had a headache for 9 days straight. That was the worst part, a headache, like a migraine for 9 days. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought it was my tooth because, see, I broke 2 teeth off in the wreck. And I haven't been to the dentist to get them fixed. Because, you know, I was getting clean and I was moving and all that kind of stuff. You know, I figured when I got clean, I would go. Well, when I got out here is when COVID really, you know, started to hit and all the dentists were closed. Nobody would see me unless, you know, I had a bad infection and they said, go to the emergency room and get some antibiotics. You know, tell them that Dr. whatever is Clark, I think is his name, told me to come to the emergency room and get antibiotics. So, y'all probably can't see these dogs, but they are out here just a playing. Now, she's bulldozing him out here, and he's trying to get under the van and get away. My hair's all in my eyes. I'm sorry, y'all. He's trying to get all away from her. But in the house, he turns into Super Pit, and I can't do anything. I can't even watch a video, much less make one. For, you know, his intense growling and sounding like he's ripping something to shreds, and they're just playing, you know, he ain't even, but he gets mad. He'll get mad at her and start all like growling and barking. He's gonna be a mean, well, not a mean one, he's gonna be protective. He likes to play. I mean, he ain't really mean, but, and I bring him outside, you know, because I'm trying to housebreak him, but he has puppy pads. And let me tell you, every time I see something on the puppy pad, and they're kind of expensive, but he's only got like the rest of this week, and he's gonna be out the house as far as the puppy pads go, because Lucy goes to the door and he goes with her every time she goes. He tries to go, so I'm gonna start letting him, you know, come on out here, but I couldn't let him out. And that ice and all, he wasn't but 6 weeks old when they brought him to me in the middle of the night, and he hadn't had no shots. So, you know, we done had 2 winter storms since he's been here, and I ain't had him but like 3 weeks. So, I mean, but every time I put one of them fresh puppy pads down, you know, every time I see it, I change it because I'm not gonna let it just sit there. And as soon as I put it down and turn, he's over there done peed on it because he thinks the fact that I'm putting a fresh one down means for him to go pee. And I mean, he went through like 6 pads in like 20 minutes the other day, and I was like, look, this is ridiculous. I was like, I'm gonna put you outside on a little runner or something, because the things are like $9 a bag, and there's only like 24, and I used 6 like the first 20 minutes that day. And I was just like, there ain't no way, because I got them cheaper. The first ones I bought were like really expensive, but I didn't know I was gonna have puppy either. I went the next morning and just like grabbed some stuff from the Dollar General. But when I go all the way to Walmart, I can save money, though it takes gas, and I have to wait on a ride. But anyway, then when I said something about why y'all didn't come take me to the hospital, he said, well, I told Vic to tell you could drive the car. Well, one, my whole side of my face was swollen. My eye was swollen shut. I couldn't see to drive. 2, I never even spoke to her because we're not speaking. So, yep. All right. So, here's what happened. Do y'all know how, look, it's just, well, it says 5 people are up there, but I don't see anybody but y'all 2. I have not seen anybody else. Who else is here? Who else? Nobody else is here, are they? It says there's 5 people up there, but I don't see anybody but Natasha and Shandon. Yeah. And it's only just pushing my buttons because it's been like ice storming and I'm stuck inside. Haven't been fishing in months. You know, I lost my dog. Now I got 2 stupid dogs. I mean, I'd trade every animal on his farm for a smart dog, you know, that stupid. Shit. Sorry, y'all. Kicked myself out. But I love these dogs. Now I love Lucy. She aggravates me to my very last like little frayed piece of wire. I mean, some days I just want to jerk her up by the throat like a Cody and kill her because she reminds me of a Cody. I swear she does. She's full blooded, got papers. But she acts like Cody and she's real lanky and skinny and she goes off like a siren, like one. So she aggravates me to death, but I love her. Every night and every morning she'll lay in the crook of my arm like a baby and, you know, we'll just cuddle and she's just so loving and she just wants to play. I mean, I get mad at her because I hurt and I don't want to get up and go outside, you know, or she'll wait till I get settled and then she wants to go, you know, when she didn't want to go just a minute ago. So stuff like that, you know, it gets on my nerves and some days I'm like, I'm done with you. Don't even come over here. I don't even want to pet you. But by the time we go to bed at night, we're fine. And Pablo, he's wide open, little puppy. He's doing pretty good except for that, you know, thinking he's got to use a whole bag of puppy pads a day. I mean, he's only like tinkling just a little bit, just enough to mess up the pad where I feel compelled to change it. Does that make sense? Yeah, well, they might be, but at least they can hear it. They're probably gonna go. Well, no, I ain't gonna say that because they probably wouldn't come in here. I was thinking some of them crazier people, not the crazy people that we hang out with, but some of them like loonies from over towards Trisha and what? Now messing with that cat pretty bad. Trisha and Benny and him, you know, they getting a little crazy. Candace put up pictures of the kids in flames. Did y'all see that shit? No, that's the dog, and she never bothers the kittens, but she was trying to get the kitten out from underneath the skirt of the trailer so she could give it to the puppy to play with. And the cat was just smacking her in the head and spitting like, let me go. When that kitten was real little, Lucy carried that kitten around in her mouth. I'm talking about running, jumping, playing. Carried that thing around for like 2 months when it was about 4 weeks old. Never heard it. Never heard it. But just then, that cat was spitting and smacking, so she might have been hurting it. Yeah, the more chickens she kills, the more aggressively she chases the cats and stuff. If one of them cats was to really hurt her, she'd probably kill it. I'd say 6 months from now. She ain't messing with no chickens lately, though. They tried to blame her for one, and I pretty much become her lawyer and kind of presented some evidence as to why I knew it wasn't her. And they didn't see nothing, they just assumed. Because she was outside and a chicken got. And it had black feathers everywhere. But I had just made a video and told everybody that I come outside and there was 4 coyotes in my yard that had a black chicken in their mouth. Well, right where all the feathers was right where the coyotes was when I seen them and caught a little piece of them on video. So I cleared Lucy's name. And she has not, so far, she hasn't killed one. Every once in a while, when they kind of puff up at her, she'll take off chasing them. And that's just as bad. I got to stop that too. But I had to get her frisbees, and I had to come out here and throw her frisbees. And that kills me. I mean, I'm wore out by the time I throw it 4 or 5 times because 3 out of 5 times I have to go get it. Or she'll go get it and run past me and drop it way down the yard the other way. Yeah, she been doing some shady shit. I think that is how me and Natasha started talking because I was in Michael's live bitching about her, everybody throwing money at her. I was like, I'm trying to rescue all these animals and I can't even get $1, but people are throwing hundreds at her. I don't know what Candace is up to. She's posting some crazy videos and going live and shit late at night. She's wilding out while Dawn's in jail. And Dawn supposedly is pissed. And Candace, somebody went and told Candace that Dawn brought another girl. And I'm sure that by now YouTube's got her name. They probably done doxed her and everything. But I didn't stick around to find all that out. But he done brought some chick up in that house while she wasn't there and slept with her. So Candace done called him out on the jailhouse phone, which probably wasn't a good thing because, you know, all that's recorded. Everything on jail is recorded. Just so you will get an argument and slip up like that and hang your damn self. That's why they do it. Yeah, it kills me how she's just making money. Okay. There are probably people out there that are saying, you know, these people can't believe deep down in their heart that she didn't have anything to do with it. They're probably saying, I don't know that she had anything to do with it. It's not a fact yet. And therefore, I'm not going to judge her. I'm going to show her the love of God. That's why I said that I had to make that one video. And I still rebelled against God and said, now, Candace and Dawn, this is not an apology. But I do want to tell you, I'm sorry. I failed y'all. Yeah, and so it was kind of an apology, but kind of not. Because God told me to do it, and then I was just like, I don't want to. And he's like, yeah, and that's what got you in this mess. Now do it. And so when I did it, I still couldn't swallow my pride and say that I didn't feel like she's guilty. I feel like they're both guilty. And day one, the day that Summer disappeared, I said, Candace. It took me about a week to say Candace and Dawn, you know, to throw Dawn in there too, because he was supposedly at work and everything. You know, the first couple of days, nobody knew that he wasn't there the whole day. So I was like, you know, he's kind of in the clear. The mama was responsible. It don't matter what happened. Candace was responsible for watching that baby and protecting that baby and, you know, just being her mama, you know. Hey, Michael. Cool. Well, while you're here, I'm going to grab this other phone. I want to play y'all a clip. You know how I ask crazy questions and stuff like that, you know, on my necrophonic. Well, ever since last summer, we've been talking about the earth shift and, you know, all this kind of stuff. So sometimes, you know, I might smoke me a little medicine and get on the necrophonic, and we call them chilling sessions. I don't care if they answer me or not. You know, I'm just kind of chilling to see what they'll say. Because during them chilling sessions, I noticed a pattern that is like there were shifts of spirits. Like the 7 to 3 shift was always Ed, and usually Ed worked 3 to 3. It's like him and the other guy, Bob, like got a 12-hour shift each or something. And I started watching these patterns. Well, one day I just happened to be fishing and I wasn't catching nothing, and I was like, shit, I think I'm gonna run a necrophonic out here by the water, because, you know, it helps. The water does. Water's conduit. Well, it was like kids on a field trip, man. I mean, the ghosts were like, look, ducks. They were calling them buzzards. They were like, look at them buzzards, which was ducks, like right in front of me. One of my spirit guides, she's like, ha, you missed it. Right as I missed a fish. I mean, there was just so many synchronicities that day and direct answers that I was like, oh man, you know. So I started asking more questions, like, what's it like over there? You know, asking questions about God. Do you go straight to judgment? Is Jesus real? Does he come through there? Questions. And I guess about 2 months now, 3 months ago, about 2 months ago, right before Bella died, I went down the Anunnaki Trail. Now, the Anunnaki, if you don't know, is the Sumerian creation story. It, like, thousands of years predates the Hebrew Genesis in the Bible. And as y'all know, I believe the Bible, but I also read other stuff. Well, the Anunnakis was supposedly, they the ones that come down. It talks about it in the Bible, in Ezekiel, Isaiah, Daniel, a few different places, about the shining ones or the bright ones coming down from the heavens. Our ancestors, I always thought that they come from the stars. Even if it really wasn't the Anunnaki and it was just straight up a big ball of energy God, anything that's not from this planet is alien. Anything that's off planet is an alien to us. Well, the Anunnaki story goes that Anu was the father god. He had 2 sons named Enlil and Enki. And the humans were basically, they had updated our DNA. They give us a new DNA pattern and made us stronger and smarter. And so they were using us for slaves. We were a slave race. Well, he left Enki and Enlil here to watch over humanity with the Watchers. And that's how the Nephilim came, and the angels slept with the daughters of men. It just goes on and on and on and on. Okay. So, and Anunnaki comes from the father of that trinity being Anu. So I'm asking them about the Anunnaki. And they're like, we really can't comment on that. They told me they really couldn't answer it. And I said, are you not allowed to? And they said, well, we just really can't answer that. Is what Elsa said. So I'm like, okay. So I said, can you talk about aliens? They said, yes. So we talked about aliens. They told me there were alien bases under the oceans all over this planet, more than I could imagine. And I posted that video. It's up there. So, go figure. So I took it out with a grain of salt because I think it's crazy to think that we're the only life in the universe, the only intelligent life there is. I think there's all kind of life out there. Whether we'll ever come across it or not, I don't know. Because infinite, and eternity are 2 words that never end. And you may not even ever see all of it or whatever. So we may never cross another species that's intelligent, bipedal, and talking like us. But the government has been swearing for years. There's Roswell, and you got all these UFO people and everything. Now, even if I was to stand, I sort of believe in aliens. I 80% believe in aliens. Because I believe that there's other life out there. So I believe there's that potential. Do I believe aliens are running our government and stuff? Not really. The Illuminati might be, but I don't think they're aliens. They're probably demons. But I don't want to get sidetracked here. So they're telling me the aliens are real and stuff, right? So I start getting deeper on these spiritual body versus physical body. Let's go through the veil and be dead things. So I'm like, they're all time eating. Got a meat guy, got a soup guy, got a bagel girl. And every time I go, they'd be like, you bring me any bagels? That's soup, meat. Okay. So I'm like, what do you mean? Or one night they were barbecuing. And I said, what are y'all doing? And they said, we're cooking. I said, cooking? For what? They said, to eat. I said, your ghost, your spirits. How you going to eat? You don't even have a body. And that's been my question all along. No body. How you going to eat? How you drinking that Budweiser that you on there talking about on Friday night? Because You ain't got no mouth. You ain't got no stomach. Yeah, how you drinking that Budweiser? One time I was on there and two guys got into a knife fight. One of them stabbed the other one. I mean, that was like a big deal. It was like Friday night after fight on the Necrophonic box. And I do that. I chill with them. Sometimes I sit there 2 hours, just might not even be paying them no attention, but let them talk. Let them chill. We chill. And some of them don't like me. A couple weeks ago, called me a cunt and twice in one reading that Summer Wells. Come here! Don't you go across that road. Come here. And that Summer Wells reading called me a cunt twice. And so when I realized it after I transcribed it, when I went back and I heard that same spirit, I was like, look, well, no need and all that. That's disrespectful. I don't come in here and disrespect you. I come in here and call you damn evil urchin looking ass or nothing. So I'm like, that shit ain't gonna happen no more. If you want to be mean, that's fine. But you ain't calling me no cunt. Call me bitch, call me hoe, but you can't call me cunt. I hate that word. I hate it. And man, I was pissed. So I said something. And I get emails all the time. Keely, you talk down to your spirits. You talk to them like they're little kids. I have to. Most of the spirits that I communicate with are a little bit wild, just like me. And I have to keep them in check. They'll start talking over me. And if you'll notice, when I say spirits, and get that little sound in my voice, they'll stop because they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're just like a little kid. They're going to push me and see how far I'll go, how far they can push me. So, I mean, me and my spirits, I think we got a great relationship. If you've ever really watched any of my spirit boxes and really like watch them, I get amazing answers usually. But today, y'all see how I'm talking now because I'm excited. I can talk myself around the whole county and back and win a damn blue ribbon for barrel racing while I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? I can start on one subject and somehow make this giant loop of a trail I get lost on, but I'll come right back to the point that I began with and finish it out like I meant to do it that way. And trust me, y'all, I don't mean to do it that way. It just happens. But, so that's what I did. I sit there today. I got over 3 hours. And now I started at 3:38 this morning. And I got up to do at 4 o'clock because I've done just about every time, day or night. And they're different times, different sessions, different spirits. Same spirits, but different spirits also at different times. And 12 to 3. 12 to 4:30 going on 5. Yeah, it's negative. It's all negative. That's where Necrophonic gets its name because people get up in the middle of the night. But everybody says, oh, there ain't nothing but evil coming through that Necrophonic. I don't use Necrophonic. Here's my opinion. It don't matter what app you're on, you're going to have the same spirits if you connected to them. Doesn't matter what app you're using. When I use Josh's Hope app, I talk to the same ones because I always ask them their name, how many's there in their name. If you'll notice on some of my videos, they'll start doing roll call before I even ask because they know that's what's coming right after I come in love and light and peace and respect and stuff. See, I do all my meditating and stuff before I even turn that camera on. I just say that, to kind of get into the flow. But then when I go back and slow it down to 0.5, it's like, wow. But they're not. Their responses are almost normal at 0.5. So I walked myself around that big walking track, and I come back around to the point, and I said, "Oh no, what y'all doing over there, guys?" I said, "But it's pretty technical because I was listening to them, and they was doing like algebra and shit." No, I ain't kidding you. And I asked one of them one Friday night. I said, "What are y'all doing tonight? It's Friday night. What are y'all doing?" And one of them actually told me. I got it on a video. Math. I'm doing my math. So all this had me wondering Heaven, when we die and we go to heaven, we're supposed to like go to heaven, go to judgment, streets of gold. We don't have no bodies. We don't have no more pain. We're extremely happy. Why are spirits on the spirit box? Talking about decorating. I mean, they talk about curtains. They stab each other. I know 2 of them right now that's having an affair on their significant other spirit. I mean, just like we got it going on here. And there's good in there too now. I got spirits that bring light in there and love, and I throw light in there, and I got angels that come through there, and they hate that. I mean, and then, like they'll say, they never say Moloch or however you say it, Moloch. They never say that, but he's a bull. He's represented by a bull. They'll say, bull, hide. Like real casual, like they ain't even talking to me or something. And then in the whole spirit box will go quiet. And he walks through there probably, I don't know, twice an hour just to like scare them and smack them around. Why, hell, they tell me to shut up. I just keep talking. So there's been a couple times that he's addressed me directly. The one time that I had to take a bunch of the reading out because he was literally threatening me with torturous ways and going into detail. And, so I had to shut it down. I shut him down and I didn't post it. I didn't give him that kind of power. If the spirit, they know that I'm recording. They know I'm recording. And that's why I think I lost my main piece of evidence today. Because they only erased enough to where they actually admitted that they're not ghosts. Some of them are. But Ed and Bob and Bill and Ken and all them that work, that are blasting and talking about warning and doing all these mathematical equations and stuff. I called them out today. I said, I know y'all think I'm crazy. And they're like, yeah, you're crazy. I'm like, I might be crazy, but I'm not stupid. I'm like, I know that y'all are doing something really, really technical and you're working. And about the time I said the word working, here come like the newest guy. His name's Kevin or something like that. He's only been there like about a week. On the spirit box. The spirit box must be some kind of main place of employment or something. And I've been trying to figure this out. And I knew Ed was a supervisor. Well, Ed comes like out through there and the Kevin guy and talking about Kevin done got fired. And he got canned, he said. It's gonna be on the one that I'm gonna post after this live. And he said, and they didn't pay me right either, or something like that. And I'm like, oh my God. So that right there, that was really proof right there that they're over there living like we're living with nobody. When I was watching Costas at Gold Rush Paranormal, and Costas said, no, I didn't know you were blocked. Squangle? No, y'all all got wrenches, unblock them. I ain't got nobody blocked. I have never, ever blocked anybody, ever. And that is my word. One night I spent hours going, somebody thought they were blocked, and I went all through my Google and everything. I have never, ever blocked anybody, ever. Oh, hey, Squangle. Hey, Jamie. I'll go look right quick at, YouTube to make sure, but, I've never blocked anybody in my life. I believe in free speech. I will time you out and kick you out if you call me a cunt, but that's the only reason. So I'm gonna talk while I do this. So I called him out on that. And I kept saying, I know y'all doing something of that. I said, I'm gonna figure it out. I was like, do y'all escort people when they die? Do you go collect them like from the hospital and walk them to where they're supposed to be going, to meet their loved ones or their angels or whatever? I said, or what are y'all doing? Are y'all out there killing people? Because a lot of times they'll be running around talking about jump, jump. She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it. Like they're trying to make somebody commit suicide or something, you know? Like they're demons. Some of them are demons. I've called them out on it. But so they get to talking. Well, I did a little medicine. And I got sidetracked. I got quiet. I quit asking questions. And they talked for a good 45 minutes. And I think they forgot I was even there. Well, it was in real time, and I'll be honest, I can't hear it in real time like that. Now, some answers I can, but not no more than one or two. You know what I'm saying? Really clear ones. No, I don't, but I don't know what to do about it. There's nobody blocked here. There's nobody blocked on my YouTube or on my Google or on StreamYard. I mean, I'll go look right here. StreamYard is right here in front of me. In here, where's that? Guest. No banned guest. I can take a screenshot and I can do that at Google and YouTube. I've never blocked anybody. I promise I didn't block you. But here, I'm gonna give you a wrench. See what you can do with it. Oh shit! I gotta go to YouTube to give you a wrench. Hang on. Let me get to the just give me 1 second. Let me get this out. So my phone ran out of storage and the video cut off. Blah blah blah. That might have been what ruined it. Why I didn't have no sound on that one. So I go back. I turn the naked bonnet back on. I'm like, I'm back. I'm like, I went and transcribed about 20 minutes of the earlier session. I said, now I'm going to ask y'all some questions and I want the truth. And I was talking to them like little kids. Like, basically, like, I'm going to ask you this question, but I already know the answer. And I'm going to see what you're going to say to me. Because I be trying my spirits. You know what I'm saying? I be trying mine. I do. I don't just because he come through there and says, Seth. I don't mean that, Seth. Me and Seth about had a falling out over that because when I took Seth out of my being in my head for 40-something years and put him on a necrophonic box, I wasn't sure it was him. Because he wasn't even acting like the same Seth that he had been in my head for 40 years. But it ended up being him. He proved himself. But he told in one of my necrophonics, it says, you hurt me when you asked me. Was I asked, was a dark entity. I did not ask him, was he a demon? He said, but you hurt me when you asked me, was I a demon? I said, I didn't ask you, was you a demon? I asked you if you was a dark energy. That's what I asked him. He said, cut me deeply. And didn't talk to me for 2 weeks. Wouldn't come when I called, nothing. Wouldn't talk to me. And he's been like my head spirit guide most of my life. But when he started coming through that box, it was a whole different, or that little app. I call it a box. It's my damn phone. But it's a whole different story. So yeah, I make my spirits prove themselves. In the Michael Vaughn reading last week, what day did Michael Vaughn go missing on? They got it right. She said Tuesday. And then the guy come in right behind her and said, in June. On a Tuesday in June. So, you know, they work together like that. So I'm listening to them and I go back to ask them. And so the old grouchy old man that don't really like me, but he's softened over the months. He says, go ahead, just hurry up and ask it. Okay, I heard you adjusting thrust, rocket thrust, and putting coordinates in. What the fuck are you driving? Did Elon Musk come out with a new Tesla I don't know about? Right? I'm hearing this with my own eyes, just like if I'm talking to one of y'all on the phone and life's going on around you. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all ain't really ghosts, are you? I said, that's why you've never like ever tried to like disobey me when I say you can't follow me back to the house, can't come in the house, can't do this, can't do that. When I did have to get the demon out of memory and I ask y'all about it, you're like, we don't know, we're outside, we don't get to come in. So I start calling them out. I'm sitting there and I'm talking myself around another big circle until I could work it out in my own head, because I still hadn't even worked it out. But I knew enough to know that I cut off what I was transcribing and went back to the box before those spirits switched out shifts and got out of there, because that was my good ones. There wasn't but one of my spirit guys there, and that was Seth, and he didn't come till the very end. And he was pissed because I know. And he said, yeah, did you record it? I said, yep. I said, I'm going live at 12 o'clock. So when I got ready to upload it, I didn't have any audio. Just on that one where they admit it. But here's the kicker. Here's what you're really not going to believe. Get them, Shandon or Natasha. I didn't give you a wrench either. Damn it. Hang on one second. Wow, the stream actually looks pretty good over there on YouTube. That skull's kicking. It's behind my head back. You can see it better in YouTube. Y'all. Okay, YouTube back off so I don't echo. All right. So I start calling them out on it. I sit there and I go round and round. I'm like, y'all ain't really spirits, are you? So it gets really, really quiet. Nobody wants to answer me. I'm like, look, I mean, I know something's up. I'm like, and I'm like a knowledge sponge. I said, I just want to learn. You know, I'm like a dry sponge soaking up knowledge. I said, I ain't gonna be here that much longer. I said, when I die and I'm over there with y'all, I said, I want to already be prepared. I said, I don't want to come in cold. That's what I said. I said, y'all supposed to help me along my journey. I said, y'all need to get, help me out with a little bit of some kind of description of what I'm walking into over there. Am I walking into a purgatory that I don't believe in? Or, do y'all see where I'm coming from there? Well, if y'all were talking to it, would y'all think that, I'm sitting here talking to y'all What are y'all doing, in a demon huddle in the corner in some haunted house, or are y'all sitting at a table doing paperwork like you say you are? Like y'all are reflecting. And I just couldn't wrap my head around the life thing. So a couple months ago, I started asking them. This is how the Seth thing come along. I just kept asking Seth different questions till I got all the way down to the dark energy. But I said, "Are y'all?" I said, "Now look, I know y'all in another dimension because you did, and you threw the veil." I said, "But are y'all maybe in another dimension, in like a parallel universe or something like that? Or is it just that much difference in the dimensions?" I'm like, there's supposed to be nothing physical, no physical houses, because, God builds you a mansion. Jesus tells us that he builds us all a mansion that's built without hands. So it's a spirit mansion. It's our little slice of paradise. But these people, are sitting around. Some of them still bitter. They're getting shanked sometimes on Saturday night. They're drinking Jack Daniels. They're playing cards. They're sleeping with women and racing motorcycles and all kind of stuff when they're not helping find people and helping solve cases. I mean, some of the same spirits Michael's got, but his guys are going to step way forth and like drown. The other ones are going to have to step back. Same way with mine. One of my good ones, like this morning, stepped forth. That grouchy man that's always there and giving me a hard time, he don't give me near the hard time he used to. He softened a little bit, but they'll tell him right quick, "Shut up, old man. Don't say another word." And he just fades into the background. He doesn't step back and that's why I like to go real early. I like to go between 4:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning, because that's when my spirit guides, the most of them, and spirits that I. Could y'all hear any of that? My damn I didn't know my screen went off. I'm sorry. I'll say it again. Yes, no, y'all didn't lose sound. You just lost me, which is all the sound. But yeah, I didn't know my screen like timed out and went back to the lock screen because I was just walking around talking to y'all. But my good spirits are there between 4:30 a.m. and about 7. Sometimes they'll be there at about 8 in the morning. Sometimes they're there later than that, but they'll be like busy and won't talk to me. They'll say, "I'm busy." But see, they slipped up too much yesterday. I don't know if the whole damn crew was drinking, but the day before, I posted the weirdest necrophonic I've ever done. Those were my spirits. If you look at those names that they gave me, come here, Lucy. And they was talking just fine at the beginning of the spirit box, giving me their name, all that. Bam. They switched over to some kind of beep beep, kind of like wasn't even forming words. It was like opening up an app and not having no kind of connection. You know how the sound banks just sounds, but you have to put like 9 of them sounds together to form a letter. I mean, the fact that ghosts can manipulate radio waves or sound banks or anything is amazing, because there's a lot goes into that. But there's no way we can manipulate it. Even on the Necrophonic app, I can't manipulate that. If I don't connect, then nothing's gonna come through. Not even bad ghosts. Even demons sometimes don't want to talk to people. You know, some people can't even get that because they're not connected. Well, so I got a pretty good rapport even with my bad spirits, as I call them. I call them my dark spirits. But I got a little bit of a dark side myself, you know, so everybody needs to be understood. Well, old girl messed up. So when they was doing the beep 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 beep, I'm like, I don't know what the hell y'all are doing, and they just kept doing it. It's like they was mocking me. So I just ended the spirit session, and then when I went through it, man, I didn't, I barely got 6 minutes to post. But the only reason I posted it was to tell y'all how messed up it was, how they was talking this other language, like beeping, like reminded me of the little gray aliens, walking around going beep 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 beep. But so I noticed all these in the weird session. I noticed all these new names, like 15 to 20 brand new names I have never heard before. And I mean, some of them are common, but I know which ones I've heard before because once they introduce a name like that or whatever, I mean, it's there every time, and they make sure they're there and you don't forget them. And so there's all these new people. I'm like, well, I don't know none of these new people. So this spirit named Edward. Now, I got Ed as Ed. I'm suspecting him for a supervisor at their job, whatever their job is. So he says, hi, I'm Edward. Nice to meet you. Like a proper gentleman, like he was almost like not even over there, but here. I was like, wow. Maybe they brought him in from another corporation somewhere, to take over and fire everybody or something. I don't know. Well, that's what happened. I go in there this morning at 3:38, and Ed, the law, been on there for the whole 2 years I've been on the Necrophonic. Got fired. He got canned. And they didn't pay him all his money. The girl who's always seems to be in charge, Milliette, that's her name, Milliette. She's kind of a foreign girl. Is talking about rocket thrust per whatever, gives some kind of formula. Okay. By the time I hear old Ben in the background hollering shields. Now, this whole time, they say miss all the time. Miss. But that couple little younger girl spirits, probably maybe teenagers or young 20s, that talk to me sometimes, they call me miss. So sometimes it's hard to tell if they're calling me miss or if they're saying miss, like you throw a rock and your friend standing beside you goes, miss, like you missed the target. So then one of them, Steve, he hollers, fire in the hole. And then I hear this god awful boom. Like when he said fire in the hole, I thought he meant they were going to smoke a joint or take a cigarette break or something. But no, it sounded like a cannon going off. Well, I done asked them every other question in the damn universe I could think of, and I was like, is there anything y'all can do to stop the Russians from detonating their nukes? I don't know where that come from. It just come out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it, bam, was in my head. I asked it. Got quiet. You could hear a pin drop for like a good whole minute or more. I'm sitting there. Glenn, one of my like really regular spirits, and the one who seemed to be speaking for them today, the guy, he says, you just need to forget about that. He said, you just need to not worry about that. He said, that's not going to happen. I said, well, I don't really know how I feel about the aliens. I was talking like I always do, going down rabbit trails. I'm like, I don't know how I really feel about that or whatever. I said, but I have heard that y'all disabled bases before when, humanity almost wiped itself off the face of the planet with nukes. I'm like, and there's been a lot of increased activity all around bases over there in Europe. And I mean, there has been. It's been on news almost every night. I don't know if y'all watch the news or not. I just catch little clips on YouTube, but my daughter-in-law said they running whole stories on them. That people are, and that many people can't be all hallucinating at the same time. I'm sorry, and I've seen compelling evidence. Like I said, I believe about 80%. Or they fixing to land tomorrow. I don't know. But now, everything I ever believed or thought or whatever has been changed. So I said, well, you know what, Glenn? I said, you know me, right? He said, yeah, you're crazy. I said, yeah. I said, but you know me, I don't like to beat around bush. I said, so I'm just going to ask you. And about 3 of them was like, don't. And the old grumpy man was like, what? I'm like, I'm just going to ask you. Are y'all in a spacecraft? I said, the more I think about all I've heard today, I said, because I had said something about them being a call center, like, a spirit box person comes and says, I want to talk to so-and-so. And the little operator puts the little thing in, like the old Tommy Lily Thomas operator puts the thing in there and says, seeing so-and-so, and they bring the spirit to you, so you can talk. Somehow I got on Sylvia Brown. See, this was part of the rabbit trail. I said, well, Sylvia Brown's predictions were like 0% accurate. I said, I don't think she was all that accurate. I said, I don't think I would have chosen to come here and be a drug addict and go through all this pain and bullshit. I said, and another thing, I don't believe in that spirit phone. I said, I don't think y'all sitting there at no switchboard calling spirits that we come and ask for. And they said, no, we're not. There's no switchboard, right? I said, well, how can y'all answer that? But y'all can't just answer simple questions like, are alien spacecrafts going to land here? And so I could see Glenn, like in my third eye, getting all pissed off and, about had it with me. He's about to start telling me, when they start telling me next and the end, out, stuff like that, they're done with me, And I was waiting on it, but he didn't go there. He said, I can't tell you that unless you just straight up ask me straight out, and then I can't lie to you. So I said, okay, let me rephrase that then. And I rephrased the question to, were they other dimensional or higher vibrational beings in a universe, whether parallel or not, that runs and works just like ours, and they got jobs to do? And he said yes. So then I asked, are you in a spacecraft? Are you in a craft that is interstellar? Are you in a spacecraft? It got quiet. You could hear a pin drop. I heard one little whisper. Y'all gonna have to really listen. Well, I don't know if this was on the first tape or the second, but gonna have to put your earbuds on. She said, yes. And it was the Milliette chick that kind of runs it. It's like she's the navigator or the driver, the engineer, whatever, whoever does the thrust on the rockets. That's what she was doing. So, what do y'all think about all that before I go any further? I mean, y'all know me. I'm not just like taking their word for it. I mean, yes, we're on a craft. Damn it, you called us. I mean, they really didn't want to tell me. They have been fighting me on this shit for like since early last summer, since about May of 21. As far as telling me, confirming for a fact, they confirmed there were alien bases under the oceans, but they would not confirm the aliens themselves for me until last night. And they said they weren't all aliens. That some of them are spirits, some of them are demons, some of them are imps, nymphs. I mean, stop it. You're not going to taste these chickens. There come Pablo. Y'all sit. Well, y'all didn't see him because I got the camera up here. But he come flying across there, and I stuck my foot out and clotheslined him dead on the chicken's butt. But he's just playing. He's not trying to catch it. He's just chasing it. But that's how it starts. So I'm like, wow. I'm like, so all this I believed in, and that I believed in, and this and that and another, all these years it took me to form these beliefs, right? This core value of beliefs I've got my whole entire lifetime based on inaccurate information. And that's why I don't lie to people. That's why if I'm reading you and you're having a bad reading, you're getting the bad reading. You're getting whatever I get because you're the one that's got to make the decision. And if I give you inaccurate information and you make a decision based on that, then it could affect the rest of your life. And I'm not going to have that on my hands. So here, yet again, for about the 50th time in my life, have I based really, really important decisions on years of researching them. And I've probably joined every church in America except the Jehovah's Witnesses. And everything I thought I believed is just out the window. It's out the window. And so I'm like, well, can you explain it to me? Can you help me to learn? Because now I'm really freaking confused. And they're like, nope, you got to let it go. He said, the only reason I even told you that, or I confirmed that for you, was so you'll let it go. He said, now just let it go. And I said, well, I can't, because I'm this heavy-ass empath. And, I'm seeing, like, Ukrainians getting blowed out of hell and shit in my mind at night. I can't even sleep. He's like, God's got this. He didn't say they had it, but he did say that he told me in no uncertain terms that Russia would not, and neither will we. Nobody will be allowed to detonate any nuclear warheads until and if God says they can, like during the tribulation war and all, after the rapture. But he assured me that no country, no matter who it is, will be detonating any nukes. So immediately when he said that, I felt better. I felt that heavy, suffocating quicksand darkness come off of me for a little bit. But now I got all excited and I got 1,000 more questions, But that's not all, folks. Wait, that's not all. You know how they be trying to sell you a ShamWow or something like that? You get all the way in the program, you think they're finally going to tell you how much it costs. And they're like, but wait, there's more. And there is. So I'm sitting there like stunned, like, wow. So I decide that I'm going to roll one and I'm going to smoke it and I'm going to process this information. It was early. Hadn't had any medicine all morning, Decided I was going to do my medicine. I was going to kick back and relax for 20, 30 minutes and process. Well, I just left the Necrovonic running. Laying right beside me on the little thing I got sitting there using it for a table. I just left him running. And at first I said a couple things to him, but then quick, Mr. P had posted his summer video. So I went and watched that. It could be Natasha. It could be, and see, I kind of went down this rabbit hole, this channeling, because the other day, whatever I was channeling did not follow like the can we channel through you protocol. Usually, I'm not just open to anything channeling through me like that. And that live that I done at Shandon State the whole time too, when I said I was preaching and I might have killed was it you I said I might have killed my channel today. Because when I went back and watched it, it wasn't like watching me. I don't even remember saying half that stuff, much less where it comes from. And it was what I would consider correct, accurate information, but man, I just come out of me, and there was no stopping it. No, hold the screen. There ain't nobody in here but you and Shannon, or whoever else is in here is not talking out loud. I mean, they're not telling us they're here. But so at first I said a couple things to them, but then I just kind of sat back and was smoking and was, researching the tarot card thing. And they talked for like an hour or something. And then all of a sudden I hear this god awful noise. This like metal on metal. Oh my God, what are they doing now? Dragging a big metal building down the road on the damn asphalt. This is like nails on a chalkboard or something, And I sit there for a minute. And when I was in the Army, I was a heavy wheel mechanic. I worked on like tanks, armored vehicles, things like that. So I sit there for a minute and I'm kind of listening for it, because at first I wasn't sure it was coming out of the necrophonic. I thought it might be coming from outside, I just heard this like metal grinding. And I finally realized it's coming out the necrophonic. And I'm like, what the hell? What are y'all doing over there? He's like, well, because I was trying to calm you down and everything. Now, we have had to emergency land and it won't start back. I'm like, it won't start back? He's like, no, it will not start back. I'm like, what won't start back? He said, that ship. Now, they've been saying ship the whole time. But I would have been ignoring that shit because who would have thought they would ride around in a spaceship? I mean, really. I've been questioning them so much about the eating and the drinking and the fighting that I totally overlooked who they might be. Because I didn't think they get... In my mind, they're in like this train station or something, or like a bus station or a train station, like the Boston train station or something. In my mind, it's like this building, it's like that Boston train station, and all these different spirits are in there, and like there's these different places that you can talk to people through apps and portals and stuff. And if you want to talk, you gather around. But it's kind of like a waiting place to me. And even in my own mind, it sounds like purgatory, but I don't believe in purgatory. So maybe it's like, I kind of thought, I said, well, it's not like some big church or nothing. Because, I mean, I get positive spirits, but, they're having to, like, maintain their positivity. They're having to shut up evil spirits. They're having to deal with demons. They're having to deal with Moloch, which is the bull. He was Baal back in the old days. Like one of the very first gods. He's a demigod. And he's real. And he used to burn people's children. People would sacrifice their children to him and burn them on the altar. To Baal. B-A-A-L. And that's why God the Father, done away with all of them, because really they were just demons. They wasn't really the true living God. So, now they're down there wandering around with them. So I kind of thought it was maybe like the outskirts of hell or something. Like even if you was in heaven and you wanted to go across the tracks and get a drink at the liquor house. That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I knew like the most top-notch positive spirits wasn't there. Even though angels come through there and all kind of stuff. But Jesus was there one day, they said. I mean, I missed him, but they said he come through there. And that's what they always say, come through here. Come through, pass through. So I'm thinking it's like a building, like a train station or something. And, they're all just like chilling. No, they're riding around in a spaceship. Okay, Natasha, I'm so sorry. Be doing what they are to those. No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. But, I did find out a little bit more information. I told you the other day, I said, well, why in the hell would he even invade the Ukraine? They don't have anything. Well, apparently the last time that Russia invaded them, back before or right around when they, either before or after, or something, right after they dissolved the Soviet Union or whatever, I think it was like right before, they had a Ukrainian-Russian war. and they took this 10-mile strip of land, Chimerash or something like that's the name of the city there. And so the Russians took it, and when they dissolved the Soviet Union and made the Ukraine, independent and all that, they wouldn't give it back to them. So evidently, just like that 12-mile piece of sand in the Middle East called the Gaza Strip, evidently there's one just like it in Russia, but it's only 10 miles. And that's what this whole war is over. That Russia wanted to stay in. Russia was going to stay in it and occupy it and not pull out after the last war. And Ukraine wanted them to pull out, and they've been fighting over it ever since. Even though Ukraine had lost it to them during the actual legal war. So there's no kind of resource or nothing like that to gain except for that little strip. And you may be right there. See, I don't really study Russia's outline stuff because I thought the Cold War was over. Thank God I missed it. I mean, I must have been growing like a little kid during it or something. But, people used to suspect their neighbors of being communists and all kinds of stuff. It got bad. It got bad. I mean, I remember bits and pieces of it, but I wasn't old enough to be scared of the nuclear threat. The nuclear threat is affecting me this time. It's been affecting me for a long time. And, I'm one that believes in all that stuff I read. And the Bible clearly says that the bear will defeat the eagle. Who's the bear? Russia. Who's the eagle? We are. I don't think we should be over there, but NATO put us there. But I think we should have just let the X amount of troops that NATO sent go and not sent all them other 100-something thousand troops. Bye, Natasha. I love you. I will, just call me. And if I don't pick up right then, I'll call you right back. I was going to play this, and I never damn... See, Shannon, I'm terrible. Even coming out here trying to stay focused, I got off sidetracked. Come on, y'all. Come on. Come on. Now I got a bee after me, and I have to go. I don't have a choice. I'm allergic. Come on, Dog Pablo. Did you get my email, Shannon, this morning? I did not have your email, so I just put it on your name and put it at Gmail, hoping that would work, hoping that was your email. Come on. Come on. Come on, you're not chasing the chickens. Come on. Shouldn't look at me like I'm stupid. Get out, Ash. But, yeah, we're weak. We're weak as hell. Like, no, Biden was weak. Man, that's a damn. That's a surrender flag flying 5 countries away. But he's still trying to hide it under a bush, but he's already got it ready in case he has to pull it out, kind of thing. Man, I've always been for a strong military because so far we've never had a war against a foreign entity on our soil. We fought ourselves, the North and the South, but we have not fought another country. Oh, well, I didn't know. I just took a chance and sent all y'all an email. But I want you to listen to this. Everybody, I done talked everybody else around and they done left. But I want you to listen to this sound. This is them trying to crank the spaceship. Now, if people thought I was batshit crazy before, man, I'm really gonna need mods now because they're gonna come in here just to call me loony now. But you know what? I know what I heard, and that's why I want y'all to hear it too. I want y'all to tell me if I'm hearing what I think I hear. If you don't think that's what it is, then tell me, please. I mean, I'm saying, because that's kind of how I believe. I want to be in truth, and I'm about 99.9 on believing them. I really am. I'm like 99.9 on believing them, and I usually ain't running that high. It might run about 95, but I'm fine. The flywheel spinning kind of done it for me, and you can tell it's not like a Ford. It's not even even if it was on a tank, it wouldn't sound like this. But I knew what it was when I heard it, because I do have a little bit of, I'm trying to see my phone so I can work two phones. I couldn't get the I was gonna buy that camera that they have for $80 on Amazon, $500 something camera with infrared and everything. They only had so many, and I was watching it every day, praying that I would make it until yesterday. And when I went yesterday to get it, they were out. So by the time I went to Dollar General, then I was broke. So I'm gonna be broke on my birthday, but I'm gonna have it live, and we're gonna have a good time. Let's see here. No, I don't want it there. I want it to play. I don't want to edit it. I just want to play it. Okay, let's we gotta send it to the player, I guess. Maybe that's the problem. See, I'm all kinds of crazy YouTube illiterate. Yeah, me too, but my bills is paid, and I got what I need. Might not have what I want, but I got what I need. And so do the dogs and the cats and the chickens. All right. I'm sorry that y'all's flying pistol. Wait a minute. Okay. I don't know if these are in order, okay? And tell me if you can't hear it. Damn, I'm sorry that y'all's flying pistol up, man. Y'all ain't got no UFO extended warranty? I couldn't help it. I had to make jokes. Me every day and tell me I got a car that I don't have, and they try to give me a warranty, and I don't even have a car. Hello? Hello? They got quiet on me. Oh, that one's over. Okay. Well, hell, that's why they got quiet. All right. I'm going to the draft. Alrighty. Here comes the next one. See, that's what I'm saying. They're short because my I'm on the $10 Go phone because I was on that phone and it was dying, and I had to switch. And thank God for the Go phone, because my main phone that they know I use is the one they took the audio off of. Yep. All right. Hey guys, how are y'all today? Oh, maybe this is part of it. It's Keela. Are y'all doing all right? Or this might be some of the one where they couldn't make words. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, that said deal Ultracom. Hey, Derek. I acknowledge you. Hey, Elsa. Hey, Yoda lady. Hey, kid. Elsa's one of my spirit guides. Good. I'm glad. Listen, guys, I'm just going to keep you for a few minutes. Deborah Merriman. Oh. Is that right? No. Yeah, this was a reading I was doing. This is the wrong video. Okay. Let's stop that. That's the wrong video. Shit. We must have had them building up in here because I didn't know that I had all those. Okay, now I want y'all to listen for this metal sound. I'm sorry, y'all. You hear that? I can hear them teeth spinning. You need to get out and like check the flywheel, whatever it is on that kind of vehicle. I mean, I don't know what kind, but there's this thing called a flywheel, and it works in all motors, I'm pretty sure. Did you hear him? He said, that's not it. Yeah, it is a style motor, but it sounds like way bigger than a regular car. Turn the crankshaft. Oh, shit. I have to sit down and be quiet. They're telling me this whole time that that's not it. It don't have a crankshaft. In a little bit, they're going to tell me it's got a quantum particle accelerator or something. Yes. He just keeps trying to crank it, too, like he's turning the key. Oh, they're going to start cussing in a minute because it won't crank. Shit, that's a stupid question. They don't have no insurance. Do y'all have like, it's no like Cosmic AAA or... So I told them to call Angel Towing. I had jokes. They got mad at me, though. They really did. They got mad at me. Where's my dog? Pablo! I'm not giving him chicken no cat food. They got a lot of grain. Hey, Pablo! Pablo! Yeah, that's on the video. That ain't me now. That's on the video. Me hollering for the dog. I done left them and just left the spirit box running. Yeah, Lucy took him down the road and left him. She come home without him. You gotta be kidding me. Well, everything's going wrong. Pablo's gone now, y'all. He can come back with Lucy. I got to go find Pablo. I bet they're like, thank God that she's leaving. Big damn problem for me. Because it's sleeting. Probably some of that Joe Biden man-made sleep. See, they all they working on it. They all doing something different, working on it. Yeah, I think I got so excited that they stalled out, and then I think he flooded it. I kept saying it's probably flooded or vapor locked. He's like, no, it's not. I mean, it's on one of these. They get it. They start cussing. I didn't realize I was in the background hollering. That's why I kept saying I'm sorry, because I have been in like stores and messed up the cash registers and stuff like that. They'll crash. Here I'm going meep meep. You know where my brush is, Lucy? Right, they just steadily get a little bit madder. And he just kept making that thing scrape. He wouldn't quit. I was like, just let it sit a minute. And if it's vapor locked or it's flooded, it'll crank in a few minutes. Gotta let it sit. I'm treating it like it's a Chevrolet. I can keep reminding myself it's a damn spacecraft. I'm like, do y'all want me to call Seth? They're like, no. Oh, yeah, they do some cussing. Yeah, can't we call in some angels? Can't they come and, like, zap it? Yeah, they can't let it sit. They're not supposed to be on the grounds, what they told me. They told me that. I didn't realize what kind of shit they was in. I mean, they're literally on the ground on Earth somewhere, stalled out. Talking to me on Spirit Box. When it first happened, they were like, get out, just the boy, leave us alone. Finally, they just started ignoring me. I don't believe in coincidence, y'all. They get madder and madder. The more I talk, the madder they're getting. Man, I just can't believe that something that sophisticated would be turning over like that. I couldn't help it, man. When the UFO went down, that was some funny shit. I had to laugh. I'm amazed. Yodelay said, oh my. Who drove it last? Who left the lights on? I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help it. Yeah, I was saying, and they got a little bit mad at me, but when I ended the session, I told them go cut the box off and all. They're like, you're getting it posted, aren't you? And I'm like, yep. I said, that's what somebody will say, even though that's really not true. They'll say what? It's really not true, but somebody will say it before it goes out. Sounds like you're getting closer, everybody. Now, who are you? Are you Glenn? Hey, Yodelay, is that Glenn that's leader today? The leader today. I didn't know what to call him since he's in the UFO. It didn't seem like supervisor was the right word anymore. That's why I call Ed a foreman or a supervisor. But it just didn't seem like that was the right word. Now that's me hollering at Pablo, that crazy person. He's got them listening to it, like listening to that same sound over and over is going to change something. I could call Daniel or Isaiah Salvador. They could face some Holy Ghost fire, I said. Yeah, they'll probably make me pay for laughing at them. I'm gonna pray. If you says that you would, first, Lord Jesus, I just ask that you would forgive me. And I ask that you would make Pablo stop doing all that craziness. Stop. See, I can't even pray because everything's going to hell here. Chaos. Stupid chaos. That's all the part I cut out before I post it. Y'all never hear all that interruptions and stuff I get every day. I don't have anybody asking anything, Lord. I just ask you if you would help out my other entity buddies. They were distracted and aggravated with me, and I don't know. I don't even know what happened. All I know is it won't crank. But Father, if you would so that I want to get it from, so that they can get wherever they are supposed to be or going. Or they talk to me and they pretty much, the bad way. They don't let them get on me too bad. So I would like to just really ask for them. I had faith it was gonna crank when I said 3, 2. I think they did too. They was holding their breath. You hear them, Cassie? What kind of fuel does it use? Did it get flooded? Yeah, here's where I started the flooded thing. Did it be flooded or vapor locked? They said no. I'm just trying to help. I don't know. I work on Fords and Dodges and Chevrolets, not Musk and intergalactic stuff. I can let it sit for a minute and like some infusion or whatever that get out there, and it might crank. It might just be flooded or fumed out. Fumed out, I said. I didn't know what kind of fumes they had. If they don't have gas, I just said fumed out. I'm trying to help them because I'm feeling bad for them. I'm feeling like the army's going to come up on them and gun them down or some shit. You know what I mean? Because that's the way America is. What we did at Roswell. Well, they're stranded, and I just asked Lord that you would send some power through there and crank it up for them. Said if we got the faith that we can move mountains, Lord, I got the faith that for wherever you are, you can say the word and that'll crank. I believe it will. Listen, they hold their breath when I count. Jesus, mighty name. By his sword, his power, his storm. Amen. So be it, so be it, so be it. He said, leave it alone. 2, 1. I'm telling you though, if you let it sit for a minute, it might crank. I think it's vapor locked or gas locked or something. Whatever kind of fuel you got. Inertia lock. Could be inertia lock. Hell, I don't know. I ain't a physicist. I said I ain't a physicist. Oh yeah, this is their spaceship that will not crank now. After I pinned them down after 8 months of questioning and researching it, and they slipped up and I called them out and they admitted it, and then the spaceship like emergency landed and now it won't crank, and I got it all on tape, on audio. Oh, they're gonna be cussing all kind of stuff in a minute. They get mad at me because I had to make some angel tow truck jokes and stuff. I couldn't help it. Any other day they'd have been laughing with me, but today they was really pissed. They really were, because they were in danger. They were in danger of our government running up and just blasting them. It's a little slow. I'm glad nobody else caught on. Did you hear that? It's okay. That was clear as hell. Don't cry, Yoda Lady. It'll be all right. Yeah, Yoda Lady was crying. I was like, I get somebody to pick y'all up or something, and then I'm like, where? I'm dumber. I'm so dumb. I can't even keep up with myself sometimes when I say shit like that. Like a while ago when I asked them if they had insurance and did they have like roadside assistance with their insurance. I mean, I keep forgetting they're in a craft, supposedly in a spaceship. And you know, I gotta kind of thank Gabby a little bit. Gabby, are you still here, honey? She might just be sitting back listening. I gotta kind of thank Gabby because Gabby put me on the Seth sounds a little off trail, and that's how I got on that deep rabbit hole. Just like, because they didn't want to answer me that day. They copped an attitude and stuff, and I was like, well, you know what? I'm going to ask you every day until you answer me. And then like 2 days later, they give Costas one of the best portal readings of his life and said they eat people, eat humans. Because they was messing with him. And then they come over here and told me that they didn't really do it. They just told him that because he kept asking them. Well, hell, I've been asking them for 8 months. Yeah, I'm trying to record all this. You know, chaos is busting out all around me. The dogs are acting stupid. You know, Lucy jumped the big one up on the back of the couch for some ungodly reason. I mean, because they knew I was trying to record it. I lost the first 42 minutes when they were like admitting that they were other dimensional and higher vibrational beings. They never said the word aliens. I said, what are you, greys, reptiles, the prey of manises? They said human hybrid. So I was like, good with that. I believe Bigfoots, the Sasquatches and the Bigfoots we've been seeing, and I believe in Bigfoot. I believe they're from interdimensional, that they go between dimensions and stuff. I believe that's why they haven't been caught. But this right here is like, there's about 8 of my regular spirits there, but the 3 you hear talking, those are was my main ones today. Those were the ones that took the lead. My spirit guides were not there. My one spirit guide come through, but he was busy with the war. So he didn't have time for us crashing the ship, they called it. I said, what won't crank? They said, that ship. The ship, and then it dawned on me, man, they've been saying ship the whole time, and I just been ignoring it because I thought they were sitting in some holding place in the afterlife, like the Boston train station or something. I thought they had this like really nice train station, and it's just like a place where they all meet and talk to each other and stuff. while they're waiting to go to their wherever they're going. See, look, now I'm trying to call Seth in, my spirit guide, my head spirit guide. Yeah, the bull is Moloch. He is a ancient demigod demon. We don't really say his name, that's why we call him the bull. Yodel lady, she sings her answers to me. And believe it or not, I can understand her better than any spirit on there. The one that goes, yeah, you don't think you're gonna understand her, but put a pair of headphones on. She's singing it. And I forgot what my whole point was because I said the word headphones. But she cried. She was crying because they were on the ground. These spirits that you're hearing on this necrophonic are my regular spirits. I talk to them every day. Every day. We have a love-hate relationship. They like me for the most part, but sometimes they get aggravated with me. Well, they just today, after 2 years of me grilling them, admitted that they're not all ghosts, that they're other interdimensional beings, angels, demons, just like all kinds of stuff. But anyway, these three right here are interdimensional beings. They're on a freaking spaceship. I think they're sitting on some bench somewhere. I think they're sitting on some bench somewhere, like chilling in the afterlife. But they're eating, they're hunting down a thief. New Year's Eve, they were hunting a thief. I said, are y'all not gonna watch the ball drop? Y'all not gonna party for New Year's? They said, not till we catch this thief and kill him. And that's what they did. They caught a thief on New Year's. But I don't ask questions like other readers ask. I ask are there really aliens? And I got on this trail and one of them slipped up this morning really early. Slipped up and give a formula, an algebra formula and coordinates, and was talking about adjusting the rocket thrust. So when Glenn, the guy you hear talking on here now, the leader today, when Glenn told me that they really didn't want to answer that or whatever, were they aliens or interdimensional beings? He didn't really want to answer it. And I said, yeah, but you should, because we got this like relationship and all this, And he said, the only way I can ask is if somebody was to ask me straight out. So I asked him straight out, like to the point, and he didn't lie to me. He told me they were other dimensional beings, interdimensional beings. And that most of the spirits that I talk to are interdimensional, and they're not really ghosts. So that changes how I've been my whole life, because my whole life I thought they were ghosts, and if they really were interdimensional beings that appear to me as ghosts, and the star council's real, and aliens are real, and all kinds of shit is happening in my little head right now. But I called them out today on it, and so they admitted that, and then I didn't even realize that they were flying across the universe. I thought they were sitting on some bench somewhere talking to me into a little box like I'm doing. But that's not what they're doing. All they're doing is having the thought. They said they don't even need the box, which they don't, because Seth's been in my head for 40-something years. He's been my spirit guide. Now I can just hear him, on the box, in the real box. But, it's amazing. I'm not gonna. I can keep playing it. It's about 25 minutes in. You got about 15 more minutes. If you want to hear that, or I can go to one of the later ones. But this is the meat and potatoes. This is when they was trying to crank that spaceship. And you can hear that flywheel. I kept calling it a flywheel, but they said that it had some kind of quantum something. Some kind of damn proton neutralizer or some bullshit. I didn't catch it all. And I haven't transcribed it yet. This is raw. This is like just happened this morning. But they are on the ground, on the earth, in a stalled out spaceship. My God. I am playing it. That's it. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like play it. I didn't know you couldn't hear it. I put it right here. Let me put it beside you. Yeah, I'm trying to hold two phones here now, y'all. That's why I didn't turn the camera back on. Can y'all hear it good? They wouldn't call Seth. They wouldn't call angels. I already called for them. They didn't want that. It just changes a lot of how I've always believed, though. And I wanted to think that I had some kind of cosmic purpose and that I was supposed to be in this, like, shift that the Earth's going through right now. Because, you know, the Earth is fixing to make a shift from 3-dimensional to 5-dimensional. That's going to happen within the next, like, year and a half, because it's already been about a half a year, right? No, it's only been 3 months. So, within the 2 years from the shift, which happened at New Year's, what do I think they are? Well, no, I didn't ask them where they were sending because, and I will when I go back on my next session. I'll ask them if they could tell me where they were since they're no longer there and they got it crunked. But I was just so damn excited and blown away and trying to get the dogs to calm down, and it was sleeting outside. I was trying to get that puppy in, and I just, you know, I can't think like that. I can't think straight sitting still. But outdoors, I will ask them later on today when I do another session. This session started at like 4 or something, about 4:20 this morning, a.m. And all this crash and trying to crank the car and all that was happening around 9:30, 10 o'clock my time. And I was gonna go live right then, but I just didn't have my stuff together, so you know, made it at 12, so I would have like an hour to try to get these videos and all. And then the main video, the one where they admitted being interdimensional beings and all that, and that, you know, they even told me they didn't want me to post it. They know that I film or that I record their voices. But I take them fishing with me. I hang out with my ghosts. I call them spirits. And they told me they didn't want me to call them anything else. They want to be called spirits, and by their name, they have names. They do a roll call in every one of my sessions. Sometimes they'll go ahead and start doing it before I even ask them, but they know we got a pattern we follow usually. But I got all excited and blew the pattern out of hell on this box y'all listening to right now. I wasn't meditated. We got interrupted like 30 times, but it didn't matter. They couldn't get it off the ground. They had to get it crunked. They couldn't disconnect because, hell, they were sitting ducks. They even said it at one point in the video somewhere. They said, we're sitting ducks. And I believe that because the United States of America just go up in there and kill them all like they did at Roswell. I mean, to be the greatest country in the world, we ain't worth a fuck. Oh, sorry about my language, y'all. I'm sorry. But, and I mean, I served and everything, but that's how I feel. You know, we're the greatest country in the world, and I'm proud to be American. But we're idiots. We're ignorant and selfish and spoiled. We are spoiled. You go to the desert, you go to Saudi Arabia or somewhere for 6 or 8 months. Whether you're in the military or not, go over there. You'd be so happy to come back to the States and just eat some regular, real food and not be eat up by sand fleas and taste dirt everything you do because dirt's and everything. Telling you, we got it made. Where do I think they are? Well, now I think they're flying around in space. But until they crashed, until they didn't crash. He corrected me. They did not crash. They emergency landed because they lost propulsion. Their engine just died. I'm like Shandon. I think I zapped it. I think I got so excited that I zapped it. I do it all the time at like Walmart and stuff. When I go to check out at the cash registers, they'll go down. It's like an energy drain or something. Yeah, my energy did because my energy went from I'm always calm with them. I talk to them like this. I slow down. Plus, I slowed the audio down and slowed down to half speed. So I sound like I'm drunk, but I'm not. It's just cut in half. I'm going half speed. But, yeah, I don't usually get that excited and, the dogs go crazy and just blow the whole session without closing it out and stuff like that. That just don't happen. You know, I'm very focused before I turn on the app and very focused when I cut it off. I just don't film all that because I don't have a camera right now. I'm running my whole channel on a $10 GoPhone and a $10 Necrophonic app. But see, I don't need an app. I just got an app so that I can have like tangible proof because those same spirit guides have been in my head for years and years. They're my spirit guides. Yeah, I had to sit down and take some medicine. I said I had to sit down and calm down. I was tripping. I don't know. It really wasn't a crash. It was an emergency landing. But I don't know. They didn't tell me. They just told me they was on Earth. And that, they were saying they were sitting ducks and stuff. At first they wasn't mad at me, but then I made like several angel towing truck jokes and some I asked them if they had insurance and roadside assistance and just all kind of shit. I told them it was vapor locked, which I think ended up being a problem. I think I was right. I have not heard the video all the way through because I was running around doing all this pit bull chicken stuff here. I run an animal rescue too, so it just turned to chaos when all this started happening. Yeah, I do too. I lose videos. And I had 42 minutes of me talking to them. But when I went to upload it, I'm on there, the dog's barking, the chicken's crowing, but no spirits are on there whatsoever. All their audio is gone, just white. The whole 42 minutes worth. And I don't see how. I really don't. But yeah, I do that electrical thing. And the clocks, I have, I mess clocks up. Clocks will mess up and die. Watches. But and that's the kind of stuff I talk about with them is, there ain't no time once you get out of the physical body. There is no time because time is like a man-made measurement. We're the only ones that measure time. Time isn't measured in the afterlife. It's forever. It's eternal. It's just, it never ends. Infinity. Never, ever, ever, ever ends. And neither does your soul because once energy is created, it can't be destroyed. Yeah, that's it. Well, they corrected me, honey. I'm not trying to be smart ass or nothing. You'll get to know me. I'm just the crazy lady, man, who does tarot and pendulums and rods and necrophonics and readings and I got an animal rescue. We do chickens and cows and I fish for big bass. I'm a recovering addict. I'm the crazy lady over here at the curiosity shop. But, I let everybody know how I'm up front. The one thing I can promise you is I won't lie to you. I don't bullshit. I don't like lies. I don't like bullshit, and I don't like drama. So we all get along great here. It's like a family. These women are like my sisters.
How old is it? Is it an old?
Yeah, I'm asking them if it's an old flying saucer, right? And I think Bob even answers me. I don't know. I can't remember what he said, but he said something.
Ships like that last for centuries.
I'm just kind of in awe. I don't even know what to say to them at this point. But I'm trying not to abandon them. I'm trying to stay with them, you know. Yeah. And like the spirit body, a lot of people don't like the necrophonic. They say they can't understand it. And you really do need earbuds or headphones to get the whispers and to get the words correct. But that white noise, the ones that got, you know, makes that static noise, I cannot do that, man. It like hurts my brain or something. I don't know if it's because I'm intuitive and an empath too or what, but it just like makes my brain hurt.
Crime mistress.
I just I use the Hope app, but on my little old $10 GoPhone, it keeps freezing up and stuff, so it's more trouble than it's worth. Now, when I get put my laptop in the shop, it's kaput. Now I got to buy a new one. It's just been one thing after another. Yeah, they call me. But I mean, I've actually been diagnosed and everything. But my whole story's out there. I'm not gonna, you know, I have to be about 5 or 10 new people before I go back through that whole thing again. But just know that this is like a safe place where you can explore your gifts and you can talk about your gifts, or you can even constructively, like, you know, it's like a community, and Crazy Girl does another person that comes in her chat. She has her own lives too. She doesn't allow you to say the word fake or fraud or Charlotte in her chats. Now, I'm not going to tell you can't say fake or whatever, because there's a lot of fakes out there. There's a lot of fakes out there. A lot of fraud, a lot of charlatans, a lot of gypsies out there taking that money. Got that hustle going on. But you know, anybody who knows will know and can pick out, you know. And but here, my thing about the fake is everybody's not at the exact same point in their journey and with their skill set as some. You know, I may try to get a reading from Shandon today, and she's not on point. She don't feel good. I don't feel good. Hell, it's raining. You know, all kind of factors can come in. And I'm like, well, you know, out of 5 questions, she got 3 wrong. That wasn't me at all. Now, I can't turn around and say that Shannon is no good, or that she's fake, or that she cheated or something somehow. Just because because her reader wasn't spot on. The very best psychic out there, and I don't care who it is, Matt Fraser, Kim Russo, Kim Caputo, or whatever her damn name is, Edwards, the non-psychic Sylvia Brown, all of them. The most accurate they ever been was probably about 80 to 82%. There's no psychic nowhere in no time that's been 100%. Yeah, I'm real bad, like empath, and I've seen ghosts since I was born. And I do it all. I astral project, you know, deliverance, casting out demons, all of it. I got, you know, demonology. I went to Bible college. I mean, I'm just like a sponge for knowledge, but I've never really done anything with it. So I had a pretty rough life and was on drugs for, over 40 years. And all of a sudden, I had enough. And so I packed up and I moved from North Carolina to Oklahoma. And I've been clean almost 3 years. I do medical marijuana, but I'm prescribed that by a doctor. This is a medical marijuana state. But my drug was opiates because I got brain tumors and a bone and disc disease, like a Morrow disease, where I don't get the nutrients. So I'm like a piece of peanut brittle. When that crack starts, it just goes everywhere, and that's like my bones, and they just disintegrate. So I've been on narcotics since I was like 9 years old. I mean, like heavy narcotics. So I quit all that, and all I do now is edibles and a little bit of bud. Smoke a little bit of bud in a state where it's legal, where I get it from the doctor. But I figured, I was going to share my whole crazy, twacked up journey. Because if there's one little thing, I want to be a substance abuse counselor, but I don't have that confidence in myself because I feel like I can tell you what don't work, but I'm not really sure what does work. Because what worked for me might not work for, everybody else. Because I made what I decided to do work for me, which was go cold turkey and pretty much moved 5 states away so I wouldn't know anybody. And I still don't know anybody. I have not made one friend since I've been in Oklahoma. It's been like 3 years. I've made friends like Shandon and like maybe you now and like people that come in my chat, but in person, I don't have not one friend since I moved out here because I don't go out there to where I'm tempted or anything like that. I got everything I need right here. I went from having absolutely nothing to in January, and now I still ain't got no money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I'm balling, but we went from like nothing, no hope of ever buying a house or anything because we didn't have any credit and stuff. And I worked on my credit for like since I've been clean. And the people we were renting from, it's 5 acres and it's like a little homestead, but they just had like all these big mountains of trash on it and stuff. And so I negotiated for about a year and got it down to a good price. And Oklahoma has a down payment assistance program for people that like me that are on Social Security and stuff. And I didn't even need it. The people who owned it come to us and said, look, well, we're gonna set you this straight up finance rate. It was like, I don't know, it's like 4%, but it's 4% like right off the top. It don't go by your premium and all that different how your payment breaks down. But anyway, they find it. My rent went from $550 to $800, but my son's helping me pay for it. It's got a 3-bedroom trailer. It's a single wide, but it's a decent trailer. It's not falling apart or anything. This has got 2 brand new buildings that are wired and got electricity and on concrete foundations. It's got like a sea train, a big cargo, like 20-foot cargo thing for storage. We got pastures. We got yard. We live in a town where there ain't but like 20 houses. There's probably only 100 in the whole county. I live in the middle of nowhere. And I love it. I love it. Except for when there's ice out there, man. I only like the ice. The only thing about Oklahoma is if you don't like the weather, you can wait 5 minutes. It'll change. 2 days ago, it was below 30, and it's been in the 80s the last 2 days. It was warm that day that I woke up the next morning, and everything was white. I jumped straight on Necrophonic. I'm like, yo, look, we got a blanket of snow. I got corrected that day, too. It was not snow. It was ice. He said, it's not snow. It's ice. And I went out there, and sure enough, it was like that. Little sleet like ice. But it was just so white, it looked like snow, because it was everywhere. It might have had a little snow in it, but I can't take the cold either. But it's only done that last 2 years. They swear that they hadn't had snow for like 30 years before that in Oklahoma. And I don't think they had because Texas hadn't either. Last year, that bad storm we got last year that snowed us in Texas too, they lost power and everything, man. Texas didn't even know how to deal with that. Like the whole state was like out in the shelters and stuff. I mean, it got bad. They was running out of food in Texas. They was having to bring food in from other states. You know, Texas is a big state, and Texas used to be its own, like, United States of Texas. It used to be its own country. But they ain't got the power grid and stuff, and neither does Oklahoma. Now, like where I lived in North Carolina, I lived near Charlotte, right there at Charlotte, Hickory and all that. Right there where Michael lives, where the paranormal dude lives. But that's where Duke Power and all that is now. See, we didn't lose power. We didn't lose power down there. No, I can't take the cold either because it kills my bones. But since I broke my back and knocked my teeth out and all that in the motorcycle wreck, not this past August, but the one before, I got 2 crushed vertebrae, my L1 and L2, and that controls my hips. So now my hips hurt. I mean, it's just, and I got Parkinson's. And that's why I bob my head. That's why I try to keep my camera off. I mean, but I can cut it back on. I'm not smoking now, but yeah, my head will be bobbing. And if my back's hurting, I'll be rocking, and my head will be bobbing, and I look like a snake up here. Yeah, that 2 days of snow we had last year shut Texas slap down, though. I mean, we done good out here in Oklahoma. We didn't lose power or nothing. I mean, they might have did towards Oklahoma City, but right here where we was, we never lost power or nothing. The only thing is we got that old prepaid power where you have to put like $20 or whatever every couple of days. And I used to put like $300 on there a month, you know, and I wouldn't think I'd have to worry about it. But when you put it on there like that, I swear it uses more. It uses more. And not just us using more, but like I think they take more when they know you got money on it already. Because now on a Friday, we can go into the negative and they let us go till Monday. But the only thing is, like, if I only got $20 on Monday and we're $13 in the negative and it costs $2 to load it up, then we ain't got but $5 worth of power. But now $5 lasts us me by myself without the baby and 2 more. Me by myself, me and the dogs, $20 a week. Do me. Because I don't, you know, just leave lights on and burn the porch light all night long for no reason. You know, stuff like that. But other people do. So other people get to pay a little bit more than I do. Alright, let's see what the that was what, the 42-minute one? I'm not sure which one that was. Oh, right there, 40 minutes. Okay. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not. Man, I wish I knew who was here. I know it's me and you, Shannon, but I don't know who else. We get lurkers, but I've been enjoying it. I'm gonna just play Steerbox. What's that, Shannon? What's got you nervous about moving? This might be yesterday's. This might be yesterday's where they couldn't pronounce words. Are y'all talking in code? They said, yeah. And they were talking in beeps and hums and shit I ain't never heard before. Never on anybody's spirit box. Yeah, that's cool. That's how we are here outdoorsy. We're just really laid back, ain't no like pressure to keep up and answer somebody like right at very again because we're just country, kick back, relax. I like for y'all to tell me what y'all want to learn about because I like to try to put out videos that y'all want to see instead of me shooting in the dark, guessing at what you might want to see. Somebody said they want to do tarot, so now we're doing tarot, like readings and stuff. I mean, this is a great group. It's actually three groups. It's like three different groups, but we all, we all got each other. When Crazy Girl's live, I'm over there. When Miss P's live, I'm over there. If I'm live, they come over here. But I think Crazy Girl's husband is sick right now, so we need to keep him in our prayers. And so she's not here. I don't guess. Like she's one of the lurkers. I don't think she is.
I said I don't want to do this right now. Sit down. I said get off YouTube.
Yeah, this is where they just kept talking while I started researching. I went back to the tarot thing and just left the box running and let them talk.
Poor little Oren and Orson Welles. They charged their daddy was their adopted daddy.
Oh no, this is yesterday. This is the one where they can't talk right. It was like the word bank without anybody putting it into words. It was all jumbled and scrambled, and I couldn't understand it. And I finally just called it, and it was like I got about 6 minutes out of it. And the only reason I put that out there is because they were saying names I'd never heard before, and I thought it might be a message for somebody. And outdoorsy. I don't know if you will, but if you decide to go like watch some of my videos, there she is. Oh, she's lurking. Yeah, she's lurking. Well, I didn't feel your energy lurking around. I knew people was in here. I knew some people was lurking. I just didn't know who. Please go. How's your mama? I ain't seen your mama since we done her crack hoe video. I ain't seen her at all. Nowhere. She doing alright? No, you're fine, Crazy Girl. I just, if y'all don't comment or whatever, I don't know y'all are even here. Because I have no way to know you're here until you comment. It doesn't, remember back in the AOL days, it would say so-and-so left chat, so-and-so enter chat. Remember that? That's what they need here on StreamYard, like the old AOL. So, Crazy Girl, my spirits got caught slipping today. Or I just was on point one. I got up really, really early. I caught like the end of the negative about 4 o'clock this morning. Had to kind of, getting kind of smart ass. I kind of had to like hit the stop button and be like, look, y'all gonna have to calm down or whatever. I hadn't seen y'all in days. I said, you'd think you'd be glad somebody would come by and check on you, right? Because I'm like, look, I don't have to check in with y'all and try to spread some sunshine and happiness. You know how I talk to them. I give them help. I told them, I said, I just come brought a little positivity, and you wanna take them little cheap shots. I'm like, you can leave, but I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not running. I'm not hiding. I'm not. So, I swear it's like clockwork. About 4:20, here come my 3 of my spirit guides and Seth. Then here come another couple spirits that hang around with my spirit guides, and then it was like my crowd. Well, they even got caught slipping. You know how I always ask them about, are they from another dimension? Which we know they are because they're in the afterlife, but are they in like a parallel universe? I asked them about aliens. I've asked them about all kinds of stuff. I mean, we talk about Jesus and everything. And so damn, I just read that and it blew my whole mind. I lost my thought. Oh, so they got caught slipping, and I did a little bit of a spirit box, and I kept telling them, I might be ditzy and crazy as hell. I know I am, but I am not stupid, y'all. And that's what I told them. This is how I talk to them. I am not stupid, y'all. Y'all over there eating, whether you told Costas you humans or not, you're eating food. The bagel girl's eating bagel and cream cheese every day. Yeah, somebody got shanked like last month. New Year's Eve, y'all hunt down a thief and drug him through the street or whatever. It's like just like shit here. It's like the hood, but on the other side of the veil. Except I don't see them out and about, like interacting with a lot of other spirits. It's just like whatever spirits are there are there. So I kind of imagine them like being in a train station, something like the Boston train station or something. Like a nice architecture building, sitting around in a train station on like benches. And when somebody's on like an app or something, they all like gather around it and talk or whatever. If they want to talk, if they don't, they don't. Or I kind of seen it like just like this field with all these like wandering ghosts in it, and when you shed some light in there or you turn on an app or whatever you do, then they're gonna get they're attracted to it like bugs to a light. And if they want to talk to you, they'll talk to you. If they don't, they won't. They've proven that time after time. It took me when I first got the new necrophonic. It took months because they're like, we don't even like you. And some of them still don't. But the other lady loves me best, she said. But so I called old Milliette, the girl. I told you I don't know if I told you or not, but I've discussed it with Gabby many, many times. I thought it was like a supervisor because they were like working some kind of job and they was blasting shit and they had like the beep, beep, beep when this, the big trucks back up and all that. And then they had the warning, and had a countdown, and had a big blast. I thought they done blasted out like a section of the universe or something, right? And I'm gonna have to go back and read that in just a second. I seen a little piece of the first sentence, but I'm gonna try to get this out, and then I'm gonna shut up, and we're just gonna chat. But I called her coming off with an algebraic formula, although I couldn't solve it. I knew what kind of formula it was. Solve for X formula, and that's where I get lost, and that's right at the beginning of Algebra 1. Talking about rocket thrust and giving GPS coordinates and all these mathematical equations to adjust this rocket thrust on the ship. I'm like, nah, I might be really, really dizzy, y'all, but I'm not dumb. I'm like, I know that y'all up something over here. I'm like, and I'm gonna find out what it is. I said, y'all doing some real technical shit the last few days. I said, and yesterday I asked y'all what are y'all doing talking in code. I said, somebody answered me with an honest yes. I said, and y'all were. I could hear the damn like Morse code in it. I said, something's going on. I said, just do me a favor. I said, tell me that there's alien ships up there waiting to shut down bases if Russia tries to detonate a nuclear weapon.
He said, you need to let it go. I said, you know, I ain't gonna let it go. I'm not leaving. I'm not running. He said, no, listen. He said, you need to let that go. I said, well, you know, that ain't happening. I might let it go right now, but it's coming back. You know, I can't let it go. And, because I'm worried about it. You know, I'm worried about the damn nukes. And the damn psycho's hands. You know, we thought Trump was crazy. Damn, Putin's worse. You know, I mean, come on. Give people like that nuclear power, but I guess we do. Whatever. But that's a whole nother rabbit trail. So he gave me this really strong warning, and he finally kind of softened a little bit and said that he couldn't tell me, and they didn't think they should answer that, blah, blah, blah. And somehow he hauled around the bush and said that if I asked him straight out, well, he didn't say if I asked him. He said the only way that he would be required to answer is if I already pretty much had gathered all the information, knew, and asked him straight out. I said, well, it's like this. I got this and this and this. And I started naming off. Ed got fired. Ed got fired from his job, and they didn't pay him all his money. They got a whole new supervisor in there named Edward. And he's younger. Like, he's a whole different spirit from Ed. They got a whole new crew. They got all these new people I never even heard of or seen before. For about 3 or 4 days, I've known something major and massive was going on. But I didn't know what. And I figured it was the war, you know, because even spirits, even angels and demons, you know, I mean, shit's getting blasted and you don't know if it's going to be nuclear. So I had started out yesterday by asking them if he detonated a warhead, would it affect them where they were at? Or would it just affect the earth? Or would it affect the other side of the veil? Maybe like the underworld where the Lucian fields and the river is and all that. Or maybe like, you know, one of the levels or layers of heaven, you know. And so they didn't want to answer me. They kept going, drop a pin, silent for like 2 and 3 minutes at a time. I had big stretches of video with no sound. Well, so I did about like I chilled with them for probably about 2 hours. But I only had about 30 minutes of like good necrophonic, you know, that I was going to put into a video. I had asked like some legitimate questions, you know. All this other was just banter between me and spirits. But it was still recorded. It was recorded on my screen record. So I finally come out and asked him. And they broke ranks and admitted to me that they're not all ghosts. They're not all ghosts. Glenn, Elsa, Seth, Chip, and Kid, and Bob are all higher interdimensional beings. And we're not human. They told me they're a human hybrid. Because I said grays, reptilians, or the praying mantis looking ones, you know, I'm like, y'all got to prepare me, man. I need to be prepared for what I'm going to go into when I die or whatever. So, they said none of them that they were human hybrid. Well, I had 42 minutes of the necrophonic, but when I went to upload it for in here, I'm on there. Don Pablo's on there, Lucy's on there, the chickens are on there, but there are no spirit voices nowhere, not on one speck of the whole 42-minute recorded tape. Now, my voice and Pablo's and the chickens and everything is still on there talking at the same time as the spirits, but they're just gone. And they asked me, was I going to post it? And I was like, well, I'm going to share it with my subs in my private. I said, but I won't post it publicly. Or whatever, you know. And they seem to be okay with that, but evidently somebody went over their head because I have no audio of the first 42 minutes. But I got that last hour and something. So they admit all this. All hell's breaking loose over there. And the old grumpy negative guy, they're all getting mad because they told me the truth, you know. And now what are they going to do? And he's like, well, you know, we followed the protocol or whatever. So
I said, yeah. I said, I did see y'all kind of like a dark web, except for spirits. I said, I kind of seen y'all like hanging out in the hallway at the hospital when somebody dies. Y'all kind of usher them to the shore where their loved ones is waiting on them, you know? Just kind of help them get where they got to go, like a candy striper or something, you know, like a spirit candy striper. I said, I know y'all are actually working a job. I said, but now, you know, I believe y'all are blasting the universe. You're changing major things that would like to have permission from God, or, you know, he would come kick your ass or whatever. So, y'all know how I can walk that big round circle, but I always come back to my original point. Well, that's what I did with them. Well, I went back through the whole, you know, well, if you're an interdimensional being and this dimension and this dimension and all this shit. And then I'm like, well, just go ahead and tell me what it's like there. Because in my head, they've been like sitting around, like I said, in a really nice building, you know, benches, just socializing, waiting to go wherever they got to go. And then some of them works, you know, they do the regular routine, but it's just like a thought. They still don't have no body or nothing, but they are such high vibrational spirit energies that all they got to do is think it and it manifests. Kind of like third eye is kind of like a lucid reality. Like that really is kind of like the Matrix, more so than here. So I was asking them about the Matrix. Are we, you know, in a program? Are you AI? I asked them that. Are you AI? Are we in a program? They said no, they were not AI. He said, I am not an angel, but I am a higher vibrational, interdimensional, galactic being. Okay. So, everything I've ever believed in, or didn't believe in, or what the fuck ever come crashing down because that changes everything. Seth has been in my head for 40 something years. He's been my spirit guide. Ghosts and interdimensional beings, yeah, they're, you know, they hang out with ghosts. They all hang out in the same little area, but he said it wasn't a train station, but he said it's like the ship. They hang out on the ship. They all live on this like ship. They're like an all inclusive. The ones that we talk to in the mornings are sleeping while these are talking to us, and it's 7 hour days. And that still is only like 21 hours, but there's no time there. Time's a man-made measurement. And so they do 3 7 hour shifts. Whoever's. So basically, this whole time I've been talking to them, and I'm thinking they're sitting there, maybe stabbing each other, do whatever they were doing. This whole time they've been on a damn spaceship, flying around in space. So, yeah, I smoked one this morning, and that's made me some medicine. And I'm like tripping, and I'm like, nah, man, I got to tell this to somebody because I got to have somebody tell me I'm not crazy. Well, so all this is going on, and all hell breaks loose here. And when I get back to the necrophonic, I just leave it running while I go deal with the dogs and the sleep and everything. I get back in here, and I hear this god awful metal sound that's like breaking metal. And I'm thinking it's outside, like one of these big trucks or some kind of farm equipment or something, right? Took me a while to locate it. I finally realized it's coming out to necrophonic. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what are y'all doing over there? What are y'all tearing down? They done lost all power to their spacecraft. They're on the ground somewhere on Earth, and it won't crank. You ever heard of flywheel? Or like you go to crank it, it ain't got no battery, but that wheel, you can hear them teeth. They just spin round and round and round and round like a flywheel. I know one of y'all knows what I'm talking about. Shannon probably. But anyway, there's a wheel in most motors that got these little teeth on them, and they hook into these other little teeth. And they, you know, turn and stuff, you know, like cogs and wheels or whatever. Except they're called flywheels. And who is MM? Who's MM? But, They done damn had to emergency land the spaceship. I guess because it got, I caused them to stall out or something. Because, man, I was like really going at it with them over the alien thing because they wouldn't tell me, and I had to make them tell me. And then, you know, I was going to make them tell me, or I was going to blow the whole damn thing. They weren't never going to speak to me again. So, anyway, somehow I got told. And then they just blew my freaking mind with the having the emergency land the spaceship. I knew they was out riding on a damn spaceship. And I know how crazy I sound sitting here right now, but I have got this damn spaceship motor trying to crank on all kinds of I had two phones going with the necrophonic. I mean, recording it, because when I realized, you know, I already knew that I had them saying it, but to me, you know, spirits can say anything, okay? But if they fake this engine sound, they're damn good. They're like the most magical, like up there with Jesus, because you could tell the damn thing wouldn't crank. And they're injecting it. What am I looking for? My phone. They're injecting it with stuff, and they're doing this, and they're doing that, and they're doing math, and they're getting mad, and they're starting to cuss, and I decide that I'm so freaking happy. I probably blowed their circuits by being so happy that they admitted that at least some of them, most of the ones I talked to, are interdimensional galactic beings, whatever. The long word they said. So I'm chipping on this, like trying to start a spaceship, and I couldn't help it. I was like, well, you know, y'all's insurance, y'all should get roadside. And then I'm like, Keely, you're stupid as hell. They don't have insurance on the damn spaceship. You know? And then I had to make a joke. I'm like, and then I was like, well, y'all want me to call Seth for you? You know, can't y'all call somebody? And they're all like, you know, snapping my head off. And I'm like, well, I could call Seth, you know, or y'all could call Seth. Why don't you just call Seth? And that made them even madder. And I said, well, you know, maybe I could ask. And I did pray. I prayed out loud with them. And I said, maybe I could ask God to send angels down here and they could just zap it or something. And it'll crank. So everything I said just made it worse and worse and worse. Yeah, I used to like her kind of at first, but I don't know. It's too involved for me soon. I ain't got that kind of attention span. Okay, so let me go back. Anyway, spaceship, I got some evidence. I think it's incredible. I'm waiting on the damn Men in Black to come and erase my memory and shit. Yeah, it's grinding. And you can hear them talking about the fuels and putting a spark here and spark it there and firing the hole. And I mean, they working on it and for like over an hour. And I recorded the whole damn thing. But chaos was going on here too. The dogs went crazy. They got after a chicken. I was trying to get something, but I don't know what it is. I keep looking for it, but my other phone, that's what it is. Didn't I just have it right here? I was listening to the spirit box. Damn, it's right in front of me. See, that's how I can get lost just that quick. Sure can. Anyway, when you come in and I had to catch you up, we was fixing to start I lost the first 42 minutes, then we listened to the second 30 already, and then this is like a 15-minute. I think it cranks in this one. I think it actually ends up cranking in the last one. Because I was like, oh, y'all get it cranking? They was like, hell yeah. And then they was like the Jetsons, they was gone. All right, so I'm going to put the phone right here. It may fall down or shit. Or you may not have the best view, but I can't hold both of them. This one's only at 2%, so give it about 2 minutes or something. And it takes it a minute to load up. So what do y'all think about that? Well, think about they may actually be aliens, but they crazy girl, and I don't know if you were in here yet or not, Outdoorsy, but they assured me that no country whatsoever will be detonating any nuclear warheads. Not in the plan, they said. They said God got this. That's what they told me. God's got this. They said, no, we're not personally going over there to stop Russia from setting off a nuke. They said, but it's happening, but it just wasn't them. He said, we're not angels. He said, we're kind of like angels because we're high vibration. He said, but we're not angels. So Seth's not an angel, but I was right about the higher vibrational part of Seth. See, it was different when I took Seth from being my Gemini in my head to putting him on a necrovonic and actually hearing him, what he says and how he is, and his personality kind of comes through more on the box than it does, because I don't see him unless I call him when he's in a Gemini position. Hide the video, make copies, JS. Who, Jody Sue? What? I'm lost. I'm lost on the hide the videos, make copies. I mean, that's a good idea. But see, my one phone, it was dying and it kept recording because it said I was out of space. I have to factory reset it every other day to make videos on it, because neither one of these phones are big enough to make a video on. But I do it somehow. But you know what? Like, I've never really cared if people really watched my necrophonics or not, because I didn't figure they might not understand them like I do, you know. But I've been talking to them on the necrophonic for a long time before I ever put a camera on. You know, I wasn't going to do that. That was part of me I wasn't going to put out there. Or not at first, but I ended up putting it out very first time. Well, no, I did pick a card tarot, one card, and then the next day I put out a necrophonic. And then it's just like, everybody's like, I'm like, well, there really wasn't nothing in there, you know. And they're like, it don't matter. I just like listen to them. And then I started like really chilling with them and realizing, hey, these ain't just like the Bel Air house ghost demon or whatever. These ain't just like evil demons showing up to you know, come through the box and knock on my walls or whatever. So as soon as I get this started, I'm going to get back and read what you wrote, Crazy. There it comes. Power by Android. Now it's got to load up. But I want y'all to know that I've really been researching this tarot thing. And made a lot of videos. Oh, that ain't even it. That's the other bed. Oh, if y'all can see this, this is a notebook, and all that is hand. I don't know which way to go. All that is handwritten back and front. Well, not every page, but about half of that stack right there. And it's only the first 7 cards. I'm only on number 7, the Chariot. So if you're new here, like Outdoorsy, Tuesdays is Tarot Tuesday. Same time as today at 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I live in Oklahoma, so it's 11 o'clock for me. But it's 12 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. Other than that, I don't know. You'll have to, my friend Natasha, she's in England. She's like 6 hours difference. So far, 12 o'clock has been kind of convenient for everybody. I was trying to make everybody because if we do it at nighttime, people in a different time zone don't really get to come at all because they be sleeping. Scotland, I got a girl from Scotland and a girl from England. So both of them could have come if we did it at nighttime. And I do a Saturday night every other Saturday. I don't do it every Saturday, every other Saturday. Crazy Girl's mama and her brother do the other Saturday of the month. But so we're just starting at the beginning, and we're gonna do like deep tarot. But it'll probably take us about a year of just doing the brunches. But I'm gonna try to keep them for like 2 hours or less. I'm not gonna do no 4 and 5, 6 hour ones, but I want to go ahead and start reading. So we need like some volunteers that don't have cards to volunteer to get read. Me either, Shandon. I sleep enough, but sometimes it's in the daytime, sometimes it's at nighttime. It just depends. I don't really have a schedule. I mean, if I want to stay up all night and work on videos, I can, because I can sleep all day the next day or whatever. And I do that sometimes because I'm more of a night owl, because the baby and everybody's asleep. When the baby is up running through the house and the dogs are running through the house, it's almost impossible to do anything supernatural. Even just like reading tarot cards is hard to do when you're constantly getting interrupted. So that's why I'm usually up at night, because that's the quiet time around here. Yeah, I probably sleep about 3 or 4 at a time. You know, and then I might take a nap. Somebody said the other day, it might have been you, said it's going to take a nap yesterday or day before yesterday or whenever it was, Tuesday. Said it's going to take a nap. Mom was like, God, it sounds so good, but I had to run and go pay bills, so I didn't get one. But I'll probably get one today. Probably will. Because I went to bed last night, but I got up at like 3:30, so I could do a necrophonic at 5 o'clock. Because usually between like 4:30 and 5 o'clock is when they kind of change. They change shifts. They said they do 3 7-hour shifts a day, and that there's no time there. You know, but they still like at the helm of that spaceship for 7 hours a day, 3 different times in a day. I knew something was up, and I knew it was technical. I just didn't know what. And I didn't know if it was them just not knowing they were dead and thinking they were still working or whatever. But I really, truly, honestly believe that they're probably in a spaceship going to back up the spaceship, just get a kick the rest of it. Well, they ain't even gonna engage with the rest of it. They just get within the vicinity and they shut everything down. They can't even turn a light on, because our bases has been done like that. So I mean, and the Star Council's been, God, you know how crazy I sound. Now y'all know me. I don't never like him holler, man. I tell y'all right quick, I'm crazy. But I am hearing myself talk right now, and it's just like the other day when I was channeling. It's not like me. It's just not me letting it flow like that. And it's just not me right now sitting here talking about, I was fixing to say maybe the Sky Council is really real, the Galactic Federation, and Chiron or whatever his name is real, and all the messages I should have listened to. Because that's what I said to the spirits. They said, why do you want to know all this so bad? Why don't you just leave us alone? I said, because I'm a knowledge sponge. I said, and I'm not going to be alive much longer. I said, I might have to come there where y'all are at. I said, I need to know what I'm walking into. I mean, I got all like deep on it. I'm like, I need to know what I'm walking into. I'm like, I'm all about knowing my enemy, knowing what's ahead of me. I said, I'm just like curious. I just want to know. I said, I can't help it. And they did not want to tell me. They're not happy about me knowing. They are not happy that I figured it out on my own. But I wouldn't have if she hadn't slipped with the formula and the rocket thrust ratio, whatever the hell, all technical line. I mean, she come out with the whole sentence of, and I recognized it immediately that it was like engineering. It's like combustion. It's like propulsion and combustion or something. I mean, I read it. I might not get put on paper and pass it, but I recognized it. And I've been listening to them for a while. They say stuff sometimes, and I'm like, where did that come from? And now that I'm looking at them like in a spaceship, it all makes sense. Every damn bit of it makes sense now. But that means everything I ever believed in. I mean, the whole creation, everything changes everything. That they're actually real. But I knew they were real because I've always said we're not in the universe alone. I just didn't think I'd ever see any or talk to any. I sure didn't think I talked to them on Necrophonic Box and then bust them out at it and get it on video. That's what I was doing. See, y'all let me get sidetracked. Shandon, you let me get sidetracked. What is it on? InShot? X recorder. Screen recorder. Come on. I ran the phone dead a while ago playing the first one. You was wondering about which one, honey? Whatever rabbit trail I was on. Alright, here we go. Listen to. Alright. No, I'm not selecting play it. Yeah, they're not labeled in my I don't know if this is it or not. I have to give it just a second and see. Can y'all hear it? There's Tom. And Oric. I don't think this is it. Because Oric wasn't on there. That says 3. That's today, right? That is it. It's 3-3, right? Today? Man, these ads. I'm really not even supposed to have these ads. But this is on the video thing, not the YouTube. Yeah, this phone right here about don't work no more. The button stick and everything. But it was one of the best phones I ever had. And wasn't but $10. It's a Go phone. Okay.
It's crazy. Yeah, all of a sudden, like, just
Yeah, I'm talking about it now.
dawned on me, and I asked the question, and they just kind of quit denying it. So I think I'm going to go live with this. I'm about like standing on my head. Jeez, I'm so excited. I'm trying to figure out how to make a video on this old phone, on this X recorder. And when it's time to count down on, we need that
Yeah, you
countdown.
can't hear nothing but the grinding now. Or something.
Where did we get to? Here's the camera. I know it's not available, but I don't need to display over everything, so on you can.
And yeah, y'all, I was talking to myself. Really was.
What do you mean it's been turned out for my protection? Wow. I really want to, gotta make a video. Huh. Really do.
Yeah, I was trying to stay calm so they wouldn't like be all over me telling me I couldn't do it. But as you can see, they were already causing problems. And they've done that before. I've had whole spirit box sessions just disappear the whole video and everything. Yeah, me too, Shannon. Sometimes I don't. I have argued with myself before. You hear them turning it over and over and over and over? Can you hear it, crazy girl?
Alright guys, I'm gonna check back with y'all in a few minutes. I gotta do like charging my phone and switch phones and all kind of stuff. I'll put you on this next.
That's when I switched necrophonics right there. So, be the next one. Okay, here we go. Whoop. Oh, shit. I hate this screen lock. Let's redo. Today it says it's not it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Listen to shit, crazy girl.
I'm telling you, I can hear them teeth spinning. You need to get out and like check the flywheel, whatever it is on that kind of vehicle. I mean, I don't know what kind, but there's this thing called a flywheel, and it works in all motors, I'm pretty sure.
They get mad as hell at me.
And the teeth are like spinning, they're not catching on each other to turn the damn crankshaft. It's turning the crankshaft. Oh, shit, I'm sitting on the flat.
That's my whisper guy said rock and roll.
Rush.
That's the one that said that Dawn and Candace were having a meth illusion. Like a revolution, but a meth illusion. Illusion. However you say it. I can't even say it. He said it perfectly though on the spirit book. On the app, I mean. Damn it. My phone keeps turning over.
Why ain't it in there?
Hey, I'm gonna hit the camera and smoke me a cigarette while we listen. I'm starting to sweat. The sun's beaming through the window on me.
People like, shit, that's a stupid question. People, they don't have no insurance. Do y'all have like, yeah, there's no like cosmic AAA or
He's a man.
where's my dog? Where's my dog?
This is when my house broke loose. Lucy took Pablo down the road and left him. She come home without him. It took her a while to get him in here. I had to go get him. I wasn't thinking about me screaming in the background.
And go out in the sleep and find my dog that you took down the road. Lucy, you gotta be kidding me. Well, everything's going wrong. Pablo's gone now, y'all. He can come back with Lucy. I gotta go find Pablo. I know that's nothing compared to y'all's problems, but I have to find Pablo.
Ain't nothing compared to you damn flying saucer walk great.
Because it's sleeting. Probably some of that Joe Biden.
I'm crazy as hell and y'all are crazy for encouraging me and being here with me. When I listen to that, I realize how damn nuts I sound. Now they're trying to light it. The fuel. That arc, that's on an arc welder probably. They beaming it and everything.
Chickens is all right there. I was looking at them. Alright, I gotta be quiet because I'm fucking up my video.
I was doing it to myself.
So cold. You're not going out. You just come in, though, right? You know where my brush is, Lucy?
These two ass dogs, that's one of my brushes. Crazy.
I don't see it. No, you're not going out. Don't matter.
Alright, let's get back to music. Okay. Nervous about moving, everything here's paper.
Yeah, can't we call in some angels? Can't they kind of like zap it? Did anybody call Seth? Y'all should call Seth.
Hey! Damn it.
I don't believe in coincidence, do y'all?
I'm rubbing salt in the morning right there. Man.
Man, I just can't believe that something that sophisticated would be turning over like that. It's finished. That's right. I'm amazed. What? Where you at, Don Pablo? Stop. Who drove it last? Who left the lights on? I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help it. If y'all didn't like me before, y'all probably gonna hate me now. Cause y'all haven't been bullshitting with me. It might not really happen. That's what I get. That's what somebody will say. Even that's really not true. It's really not true, but somebody will say it before the day's out.
I mean, if I can distract you from driving the UFO, you're in trouble.
Sounds like you're getting closer, everybody. Now, who are you? Are you Glenn?
Hey, Yodeler.
Is that Glenn that's leader today?
Yeah, suddenly calling him the supervisor just wasn't getting it.
Call an angel to zap it.
Right, I think we should get together and do like a group meditation for Gabby. I really do. Or for all of us. I mean, do out some like major healing. Did you hear that demon? He said, Isaiah Salvador. That's the demon sniper.
I'm gonna pray.
I couldn't even pray, man. That's all I could do not to laugh. After I whooped Pablo.
First, Lord Jesus, I just ask that you would forgive me. And I ask that you would make Pablo stop doing all that craziness. Stop. See, I can't even pray about it if they scored us. They are here. Chaos. Stupid chaos.
Chaos is a demon. That's why I was saying that like that.
Father, I just ask you this. I don't have anything like that. Anything, Lord. I just ask you to help out my other entity daddies there. They were distracted and aggravated with me, and I don't know. I don't even know what happened. All I know is it won't crank. But Father, if you could save me to allow them to get it right, so that they can get wherever they are supposed to be or going. Well, they talk to me and they pretty much, the bad way. They don't let them get on me too bad. So I would like to just really ask you to do this for them. I just ask that you would touch it. Just touch it, Lord.
This is about the time that Yodelay starts crying when she starts talking about they're helpless.
What kind of fuel does it use? Could it be flooded? Could it be flooded or vapor locked?
She said no.
Well, I'm just trying to help. I don't know. I work on Fords and Dodges and Chevrolets, not Musk and intergalactic stuff. I can let it sit for a minute and let some infusion or whatever that get out there, and it might crank. It might just be flooded or fumed out.
I said fumed out because I didn't know what kind of fume it was.
Crank that for them. And Lord, that you would just touch it and it would just crank. I just ask you to just take my hands, Lord, while they're stranded, and I just ask, Lord, that you would send some power through there and crank it up for them.
Even Pablo's pulling for him, man.
Said if we got the faith that we can move mountains, Lord, I got the faith that from wherever you are, you can say the word and that'll come. I believe it will. I claim it. I put it out and I claim it. And I see it humbly. In Jesus' mighty name. By his sword, his power, his storm. Amen. So be it, so be it, so be it. 3.
He said, leave it alone. That's the old mean man. That's the grumpy man. The one that says he will not tell me his name. I said, can I get your name, please? I will not tell you.
If you let it sit for a minute, it might crank. I think it's vapor locked or gas locked or something. Whatever kind of fuel you got. Inertia lock. Could be inertia lock.
Inertia lock. I don't even know if that's the same.
I can see y'all and hear y'all, and I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't. Well, I mean, I might be crazy, but now I'm happy crazy. Happy crazy because I was right. But I didn't mean for all this to happen. I didn't mean to get. I didn't mean for y'all to get stranded. I where you was. I didn't know you had a ship. Well, I mean, I knew you was in a ship, but I didn't know you was driving it.
That just sound like a boat or something when they kept saying ship.
Don't even call it a ship. I'll say ship all the time. I'm just a little slow. I'm glad nobody else caught on. Well, thank you.
She said that's okay.
Don't cry.
They got jokes too. Sometimes.
We'll get somebody to pick y'all up or something.
Pick y'all up.
I just kind of don't know who to call, you know? Can't call Ghostbusters, you ain't ghost. That was a joke, y'all. I know, y'all don't get it. Y'all think I'm stupid. Thanks. Love y'all too. Still want you to come to my birthday party, though, even if I gotta come give you a ride.
Tell him I give him a ride.
It sounded pretty dry, y'all. It's either locked up or it's out of fuel. I can't believe it sounds so much like old Volkswagen Bus or something. Well, it's a little more than that, but you know what I mean. I can't believe you got a crank shaft in there. Or some kind of neuron particulator or something. Wow.
Yeah, I was still in shock. I was just like walking around going, wow, wow.
You gonna start listening, Pablo. You ain't grown yet. Columbia's not yours yet, buddy.
It's called Musk. Is that what he said? Wouldn't that be some shit? If Elon was supplying them with custom UFOs. I told him at one point, I said, man, this means that I'm not even a necromancer. It means I'm a UFO enthusiast. And that's kind of got me a little down. Never thought I'd be on the conspiracy theory UFO bandwagon. I mean, I believe in other life forms, but I just didn't think I'd be like conversing with them. He's starting to guess. If they are teeth on that wheel, they're spinning, they grinding them the hell off every time they turn it. Shit. I don't know what they said there. And I think
Y'all need to kick me off.
this might be the one where
Hey, there y'all are.
no, he was playing with. I have a border collie. She's only 9 months old. She actually needs a good home, and he's only like 9 weeks old, and he's a pit, and he just loves to make all that noise and sound for no reason, cause he's not hurting her, and she's just laying there like
5 at 12.
lollygag playing. But he thinks he's
I
like
said, I got you. I can't hold
fighting
you.
for the world heavyweight championship or something.
Nothing's wrong.
He's just wide open. His name is Don Pablo, after Pablo Escobar, the Colombian crime lord, crime boss, back in the day in the 80s.
Because I said they was working over there, they was doing something.
Oh, this is, y'all don't want to hear this. This is the whole rundown again. I don't know why it was recording the live. That's crazy. They couldn't record their voices on the first video, but don't record the live. I can't believe it. There it is. If y'all get tired of listening to it, let me know and I'll cut it off. I had you about spitting your coffee. Yeah. Oh yeah, I found a brand new dang headphones after the dog chewed my neck. That's what I'm talking about there. This might be the video where she messes up and talks about the thrash and all that. This might be the one where I called him out up to that point and then it's on.
Wow.
No, it's done happen because I'm saying wow, never mind. I don't know, I can't tell. They all look the same. They say necrophonic and they're black all the way through. It's just audio. I can't tell the difference. I didn't have time to mark them. I was scared they would fly away before I got it on some kind of tape. They ain't no telling what all they're saying. When I go back and transcribe it, I'll probably get all kind of stuff. There's a lot of it you can't hear without earphones. A lot of them whispers and stuff. I can hear some of them because I've been hearing it for a long time, but a lot of them I can't hear until I put the earphones on. I love my coffee too. And I like a good strong black coffee, like a Kona bean or something like that. But my daughter-in-law, she buys all this flavor coffee like blueberry. And it's pretty good. She doesn't make like the whole punch. She puts like the Kona bean and then she'll just put like a little half spoon or little half scoop or whatever of the flavor. And that way it's not like real flavor, just a hint of it. And it's pretty good like that. And drink mine black. I don't, so I can actually taste the coffee. Yeah. Plus, I'm gonna try to transcribe them after the live and stuff. I'll spend my night transcribing them, so I'll at least get one of them put up. Yeah, now I like mine hot. I'm not much on the cold coffee. I can drink those monsters like the Java bean or whatever, mean bean. I don't really like the mocha. I don't like the chocolate a lot. But she's got chocolate coffee in there. And so you just, like a Hershey bar or something, but not quite that sweet. Yeah, I used to have a little bit of coffee with all my sugar. And one day somebody said, look, just try it. And if you don't like it, you can put all the sugar you want in it. They said, but try this cup of coffee. And they give me a cup of some fresh ground black Kona beans from Hawaii. And it was like good and strong and didn't have that bitter aftertaste. And I've been hooked ever since. I drank it black ever since. Oh, she's got cinnamon. She's honey bun flavors. She got everything in it.
Did I smoke that joint? Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they claim they smoke pot too, the spirits. Yeah, I thought the Men in Black might be gonna come and stuff. I started putting everything up. I come from a state where it ain't legal, and it still flips me out here sometimes. I forget that I'm legal. Yeah, the Kona monsters are good. I like the salted caramel monsters. That's pretty good for a flavored coffee. I'm not too much on the Starbucks. And they're too expensive. Well, it's all too expensive. I don't buy mini monsters, but I bought one the other day. Sure did. First one I've had in months.
Like that. All right. Get out there. Stick it out.
Yeah, see, I'm just letting them talk. I'm not even hardly doing anything now, but I didn't want to feel like I was abandoning them by ending the session, you know. I'm still tripping. I think I'm about to start singing show tunes, and when I'm singing show tunes, that's when I'm like extremely like blown away or something, and I don't know what else to do, and I just start making up songs. Yeah. Yeah, they're strong, and
Shit. Yep.
I'm sorry about my language, y'all. I haven't edited this yet. This is
God. Is it an older model? How old is it, y'all? How old is it? Is it an older vessel?
yeah, he said younger. He said instead of saying new, he said it was young.
Like that lasts for centuries. I'm about to plug out my earphones. my earphones.
No, I don't. I don't have a backup channel. You don't. Do I need one? I mean, why do people have backup channels? I just do everything here on one channel. We do animal rescue. We do paranormal. We do tarot, pendulums, rooms.
Mistress.
I mean, just all kind of stuff. We do it all. Recipes some days. Some days we don't do nothing but just hang out. Some days I start channeling and I might even preach. You never know. I mean, whatever I channel through comes through when I'm channeling.
Them headphones just tore up.
Oh yeah, 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 Mike. Y'all can hear how angry they're getting, right? I mean, I'm not tripping, right? It's really happening, right? I told Shannon, I said, I just need somebody to tell me I'm not as crazy as I'm feeling right now. I mean, I know I'm crazy, but yeah, I know. I mean, they were in danger. They were in real danger by being on the ground, yeah. But there was nothing I could do. And I really didn't do it to them. And if I did, I didn't mean to. I mean, I didn't know they was flying a spacecraft when I, started talking to them this morning. I mean, all this time, and I never knew they was out flying around in space. I thought they were sending something bricked up train station somewhere, just like bored to death, because they're all the time saying, I'm bored, boring. I'll say, what do y'all want to talk about today? And whatever I say, that one spirit will say, boring. So, I mean, I just didn't expect all this. I really didn't. I thought they might be from another parallel universe, but I didn't expect all this. Spacecraft and all, and it to break down and be on the ground and stuff. And I felt really bad, and I did pray the whole time. I mean, not out loud, but in my head, I was like, oh, God, don't let nobody see them because we'll go kill them. American has this, like, track record of killing anything that they don't understand. Back up, it's pretty coming. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll make one after this live or Russell. Because I have other screen names, I mean, I have a lot of Google screen names but everything still goes back to the Ye Old Curiosity Shop. But that's because that was my little online store that just really never went anywhere because I opened about 3 months before COVID hit. I got rid of a lot of stuff at Christmas, but I mean, it costs money to run ads and all that kind of stuff. And when you're not making any money, I mean, I have not sold anything this year out of the shop at all. Nobody donate. Well, I've got one regular person that donates to the animal rescue, and I got one person that donates every couple months, but that's it. And it's not so sometime this summer I'm probably gonna run some kind of big fundraiser type deal because I've got to raise some money for this for these animals. Because I mean I got cats need spaying and all kind of stuff. I mean I can't. They need homes. I need to get them spayed and get them homes. Maybe they shouldn't have fired that guy. Not paid him. Yeah, right. I mean, that's who was usually driving. You're exactly right, Shannon. It would have been Ed, 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 Ed. They called his name 1,000 times a day trying to get him to problem solve. He must have been like the captain, like Captain Kirk. And see, they talk about the Borg all the time. Well, I thought they were just like me and like Star Trek. So, I've been talking all kind of Borg with them and stuff. We talk about the Anunnaki a lot. They would never answer me one way or another on the Anunnaki. So I asked them, was Jesus the real true God? And they did say yes on that. And I said, is Jesus real? And they said, oh, yeah. Yeah, he's real. I believe it. I said, so Lucifer's real. They're like, oh, yeah. Which, I mean, I knew he was, but... And even as confident as I get sometimes, I'm always, like, rough on myself because, like... I mean, who's to say that I really ain't crazy, crazy, like, over the line crazy. But, I mean, I just don't think so. Just because I believe in certain things, I don't think puts me over the line crazy. When I go out there and start acting out and start coming and telling y'all I've been abducted and they took my organs and stuff, then you know. But I've always thought there was life out there somewhere. I just didn't know where. I just didn't know if it was the Greys, the Mantis, and the reptilians, like they say. Not the Prime Minister right now of Canada, the one they hate, Trudeau or whoever, not him. But the one before him is still alive. And he has that hour-long interview on Gaia TV. They sent like 12, there was 12 Greys come here and trained with us and military and trained us in a bunch of future technology and stuff computer-wise. And we sent 12 humans to their planet. And, they never come back. I mean, they never come back. But, I mean, he, like, firsthand accounts it, and he was Prime Minister of Canada. That's a little credibility. He was a way better Prime Minister than the one I got now. But, he's, according to the documents that the U.S. military and the CIA and all that, like, declassified, they've been here. They've been landing and communicating with our White House since like 1947, 48, like right near the end of World War II. Because I think they intervened to try to stop Hitler from detonating a nuke. It wasn't a warhead like they got nowadays, but still. I think once we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, wherever they were in the universe, they said, damn, we better get over there and hang around in the peripheral of Earth's orbit because they liable to blow themselves up. I was saying this morning when I was talking to the spirits that during the 40-something minutes that we lost, that I just can't, the Ukraine has nothing. They're fighting over a little 10-mile strip of land. Yeah, and you're right, Outdoorsy. You can't deny, like right now, just since Russia invaded the Ukraine, there have been hundreds of sightings around the borders over there and Switzerland and out over that big old lake. What is it like not the Mediterranean, but that other one that's right there. It's like the Black Sea or something, the Caspian Sea, something. But anyway, they've been seeing them. And see, my spirits told me on one of my spirit boxes about 2 months ago. I asked them about aliens straight out. I said, are alien crafts going to land here on Earth? And they said they already have. And I said, are there alien bases under the oceans? And they said, yes, more than I know. There's so many that I wouldn't believe it. Well, then I was in Crazy Girls one night, and they were reading rods and stuff, and I asked that same question, and we got the same answer. Yes, there's alien bases under the oceans. Because I've seen some videos that I was like, I guess you could have faked that. If you would have wanted to go through all that time and trouble. But I've seen some stuff coming up out of the water that I've always been convinced If it wasn't aliens, it was like the Nazis or somebody. Somebody got a base underwater. And about 3 weeks ago, I don't know if y'all seen it or not. By the time I got the link and was going to send it to y'all, they had already took it down. Somebody live streamed for almost a week straight from the moon. From on the moon to YouTube for like a solid week live stream. And all you could see was when he moved the camera, like when he set it up and stuff. Never seen him. Never seen anything else except for like look like little craft flying around in the orbit, little tiny like darting lights and stuff. I mean, just look at us at how wonderfully we're made. Look at our skin, how it holds all of our guts and our veins and everything inside of us, you know, and I mean, just how we're made. It's not that far fetched to think that there's other intelligent life forms out there. And it's really not far fetched to think that they're way more intelligent than us because, as a whole, humanity has de evolved the last several thousand years instead of continuing to evolve. Mankind has de evolved. But I mean, look at whose planet it is. That's probably why. Because you can't, you know, run that wide open in a negative for that long without, you know, burning out. Same thing in a positive. I know that I'm crazy, but sometimes I do stop myself and ask myself, am I really crazy? I mean, for real crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, there is stuff on webcams. And all these cryptids and stuff. Bigfoot. I've been me some Sasquatch, Bigfoot many, many times. I believe in Bigfoot, and I believe they're interdimensional beings, just like my spirits are. I believe that's why they haven't been caught, because all they got to do is step into another dimension. I mean, they can come and go at will. We've had people pop up from the future and stuff like there's pictures of people like back in the 20s and stuff with cell phones in their hand. There's one picture with a guy or a girl or somebody in the crowd with a cell phone in her hand. There's another picture of like a graduating class or something, and the one guy is like totally dressed different and everything than all the rest of them. He claimed to be from the future. That one guy come here and told us we was gonna destroy ourselves in 2023. You know, that's why 2023 is the next big milestone. But that one guy come here and he went to the like police station and he showed him his passport and everything. He's like, and that country didn't exist here. It was in like the place where like Europe would have been, but it wasn't Europe. It was called something else. I can't remember his name, but maybe I'll do a show on that one day. Time travelers, but and you know, time. Don't even get me started on time, man. I could go for. I'll start downloading if I start on time. But time doesn't exist. It only exists here because we measure it. It's forever. It's infinite. It's endless. It's crazy. That's why, you know, they say the supernatural world is realer than this physical world because, you know, our soul's not is what's not going to die. You can kill this body, but you cannot kill energy that's created. You can't kill the soul. Only God can do that. And, you know, it's going to be in the end after all the war and everything, the pit thing. It's going to take that much flame to destroy that energy. It's probably going to blow up and cause another, like, big cosmic explosion and create more planets or something. I don't know. I can't understand why he lets him back out for another 1,000 years. I mean, I can't understand why he wasn't offered. Well, none of them were. None of the created beings, angels, demons, none of them are offered forgiveness or salvation. But We are like God's little pets. Sometimes I feel like a knight on the chessboard, you know. You'll go left, you'll go right, you'll go straight. Like I'm just a pawn in a big game of chess. And then I feel like some kind of tiny little dot that you can't even see in this big old dotted up sky that you can't reach the ends of. That's when it really puts it in perspective for me that I'm nothing but wonderfully created. When I start talking about the blueprint and being a dot on the blueprint. It did in certain places, yeah. Well, the veil's getting thinner and thinner and thinner, and we're definitely in the last days. I believe that. Everything I've ever read or studied or whatever, not to mention my own personal demons and my good spirit, helpful spirits, all screaming at me because they're like really kicking it up now. I used to not even know I had demons. Now they're like starting to become a problem. I may have to go have them cast out. Because they don't want you to know they're there. That is their main weapon is stealth, or you not believing in them, or you not thinking that you got one, or you not knowing they're there. And when they start blessing you, if you got some kind of gift or something and you start using it for the wrong reasons and they start blessing it, that won't last very long at all, and there's going to be a payment due. And that payment's going to be severe. And most people do not consciously serve negative, but I mean, things were put on you and your soul before you were even conceived. They come through generational bloodlines and stuff like that. Like real true witches, they're born. They're not made. Can't just come in one day and say, I think I'm going to study witchcraft and I'm going to work all these workbooks and I'm going to be a sorceress and I'm going to be a high ranking witch. It don't work that way. I don't know how Wicca works. I've never been involved in Wicca, but real true witchcraft does not work that way. It's a bloodline. You have to be born into it. That's why they killed all those women back during the witch trials and all, man. If you had a birthmark, you got killed as a witch. And I actually think that may have been the one other life that I had as a female, because I cannot wear like a turtleneck or any kind of like gothic collar up on my neck or nothing like that. Cause I remember hanging, but I just don't remember what form I was in. I just told this person the other day. It may be more than one person, but there's somebody in here somebody that I talk to. I don't know if all y'all do, but I think most of you know her, that does the regression therapy, and I want to do some of that in here. I want us to start doing a little, like, if it ain't nothing but 5 or 10 minutes, like healing, raising our vibration meditations too. Because I think Gabby and like Delilah and even me, because I can send y'all light and stuff all day long, but the physician don't heal thyself kind of thing. You just it's different. It's hard to heal. It's hard to heal yourself. But when you got a group like that, when you got 3, 4, 5 people and they all come together with one mind and pray for one thing, it's supposed to happen. And I know the healing like session where we can do like the light and all that, maybe even call an angel or two. Maybe do some guided medication. Do some guided medication. Do some guided meditation and, get in tune with our higher self and our spirit guides. A lot of people don't know who their spirit guides are. And they're like, well, how do I meet my spirit guides? Well, you need to meditate and meet them in there, and commune with them. Well, how do I do that? Okay, well, then that's something we can do. I mean, if y'all are down. I would not encourage y'all to just go out there and let anybody like lead you into a deep trance or whatever. I mean, here I am asking you, let me do it, but I'm just saying be careful about like just turning your complete mind loose. They tell you to let everything go, to shut it all the way down. I do not do that ever. I never shut my mind completely all the way down, let everything go. I still have to be grounded. I still have to have a protection because demons ain't taking a holiday while I'm shutting my mind down. I never take my protection all the way down or my grounding. That's something I keep. I've never let myself go like that. And I'm not, I really ain't missing nothing that everybody else ain't getting. The more relaxed you are, the better you feel it. And you can actually feel the energy in real time, like real physical. But, you can do that with your protections up. Don't ever hand your mind over to somebody else with no protection on it. I mean, seriously. Because a lot of people what I call trance out really easy. They're like open to suggestive hypnotism and stuff. Because really it's a hypnotherapy. But some people say you can't really hypnotize anybody. It's just this deep state of relaxation. But you can fall so deep into that state of relaxation that when you surrender like that and let go, that if they wanted to, they could really mess you up. Really, it's like astrally projecting and not getting back into your body right, and it takes like one time it took me like months to feel right in my own skin because something happened right as I was re-entering and I had to fight and stuff. And by the time I did get back in, I was all like twisted up and out of shape, in the spirit. And it took months for me to feel like I got back in there right and got it like everything back in place and stuff. And usually that's never a problem. It goes off without a hitch 10,000 times. But that one time something jumped me right as I was going in. So if you don't already astrally project and you're not just dying to do it, then don't start because that's probably the most dangerous of all of it. You die in there, you die here. And that's true. I've had people, friends, close friends, that have not made it out of astral projection. Yoga. Well, New Age period. I'm a Jesus believer, so I can stretch. I can move my energy through my body and visualize and use healing light and all that without it being the practice of yoga. The actual art of yoga is demigod worship. It's demonic. The Kundalini, when you open the Kundalini spirit, that is a snake. That is a unclean snake spirit. It's a Python spirit, but the Kundalini is a whole different snake than the Python. It's more like the world snake, and that's inside your body, influencing your energy. It's like it's like an damn program you buy for your desktop or something. You know how you like got to go to Microsoft to buy this little thing to make this little thing work and all that. It's kind of what it's like. And then you end up getting a lot of energy on that that ain't yours, and you can't control it. And once you open that Kundalini and let that stuff flow, that's got to be cast out. That's not just going to leave. It's not going to leave you. The negative's whole entire existence is based on screwing yours up or making you take it. It either was to destroy you or kill you. It came come to robs, kill, and destroy. Hey, Truly, how are ya? What you about, Mister? We played. I'm gonna post them later today, but we played a couple of like spirit box sessions that I gotta clean up and stuff. But got some amazing answers from some spirits today that may not. Some of them were ghosts, but not all of them. I was informed today that some of them were higher dimensional, higher vibrating, higher interdimensional galactic beings. that I wasn't even sure about before today. So, welcome to the crazy house. Whoops. Whoops. Look at it trying to keep me out of here. Not today, Satan. Not today. So, I don't know if you've ever been here before or not. Truly amazing, but welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now we're just kind of winding down and chatting. Kind of talking about the Ukraine and like the uptake in the increase in like UFO sightings and all that, since there's war happening. But see, oh God, and I hate seeing the metaphor and the like something in everything that I say, but I do. I can't help that, y'all. That's spirit giving it to me. But like how the Gaza Strip, they have the Gaza Strip over there in Jerusalem and all, And since the very first breath of time, they've been fighting over that little 12-mile strip of sand. Well, basically, you got the same thing going on in Russia, but it's a 10-mile strip of Ukrainian, like, gray, rocky soil. But basically, everything that God, Jesus, or the Holy Spirit, or the divine, or source, or whatever you call your higher power, everything that they do, you can bet your tail that Lucifer and his crew and the Satans are making a counterfeit of it. The Trinity. Now there's the Triple Kings of Hell. Everything that God does, Satan makes a mockery and copies it in a counterfeit. So when I read that about it was over that little tiny like piece of land and it was only 10 miles and everything, I mean, it was just like an epiphany. It was like, oh man, that's the satanic Gaza Strip. Because the army that's coming from the Bible, the 200 million man demon army, is the red demon army. And that's your communism. You got Russia, China, Korea, Cuba, probably Taiwan. Because Korea's already messing with Taiwan, China is trying to start some crap. So I've always thought that it would be the communists, but then the Cold War ended, and I thought, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've been wrong all this time because, now we're not really fighting the communists. Even the socialists tore their wall down in Germany, and they disenfranchised Leningrad and the whole Soviet Union, become the USSR instead of the Soviet Union. So, but I'd seen that parallel right off, and I guess just had to tell you about it. Shandon and
I seen that parallel right off.
Look there. My phone is doing this all by itself. I have not touched this phone. It just started like recording me and doing that. I haven't seen Lori Muse since the other night, but truly amazing. I don't know who you really are, but we have a tarot. We're doing a tarot deep dive. We're gonna do some readings and stuff. If y'all don't have cards, I kind of need you to volunteer to get a reading. I know the crazy girl has cards. Shannon has cards. I have a deck of cards. I don't know who else has cards. But if you got cards, bring them with you to the Tuesday and Friday brunch break. Tuesday is Tarot Tuesday and Friday's Freaky Friday. We'll do some tarot on Friday, but it's gonna kind of be split between a little bit of tarot talk and some chill out. Let's look at the crazy headlines. Look at some of the odder, weirder type things on Freaky Friday. But a lot of people, they pay a lot of money for a tarot card reading. It's kind of like getting a tattoo. You know how when you got a tattoo artist and they go to work at a tattoo parlor for like their first however many tattoos, they give them away. They don't charge you for them because that's their practice. That's their practice. So we need to practice. Those of us that have the cards, they're going to need to practice. So I wanted to see, Crazy Girl, if you're still here. I don't know if you are or not. If you would read this week, this coming up week, and Shannon, I was gonna see if you would do it on Friday of next week. If you would read. Yeah, I will check that out. Outdoorsy, I really will. And I would love for my channel to grow, and but I'm good with 4 or 5 people in chat. I mean, I really am, because we talk about like some deep stuff, and not saying that I wouldn't like to have 1,000, but I would rather do it like this because you can't talk to everybody personally and kind of keep up. But I'm one of those people that is just scatterbrained really, really bad. I am ditzy, I'm crazy, I'm a lot of different words. And I get lost sometimes. Y'all have to round me back up. And even if I don't get round back up, I usually bring myself back around to that original point anyway. I'm a big, like, universal circle that talks. Crazy Gabby is back. Crazy Gabby, do you have a set of tarot cards? Have you ever read tarot cards? Yeah. Well, yeah, Outdoorsy, that's what I'm saying. And, you keep coming and learn all you can, but we could do the reading on you. I need volunteers to get read. I have 2 readers. I need 2 volunteers that'll sit down and let them do a reading for them. And I'm not talking about putting all your personal business out there. We're talking about like a 3-yard general idea kind of reading. I mean, that's where we're going to start. As time goes on, the readings will get more intense, and we may have to end up making our sessions private, but that's fine. That's fine, Welcome back, Crazy Gabby. I don't have a crazy name, Crazy Girl. We was talking about it last night. My grandbaby calls me Crazy Lady. Y'all should just give me the Crazy Lady name. So, Gabby, did you hear the spaceship breakdown and them try to crank it and everything? Y'all go back and watch this. Y'all gonna say, if she thought she was crazy before, she really is crazy now, because man, I told Shannon, I said, I got to have somebody tell me that I'm really not losing it, that I'm really, like, because I there for a minute I wasn't sure. I thought, man, what kind of fresh hell is this? This is a dream I can't pull myself out of. What's happening? Wasn't a dream, though. Wasn't a dream. I even sung some show tunes. I always sing show tunes when I get really, really nervous. I mean, I was wigging on it there for a minute. I almost cried. Like, tears were in my eyes. Well, will you come in and let one of them read for you? Either Shannon or Crazy Girl, Gabby. Maybe they can just, like, I'll randomly draw y'all's name or something, so it won't be like y'all kind of like, okay, well, y'all been friends for all these times, so she already knows a little bit about you or whatever. It'd be a little bit more fair or something, maybe. what I was gonna do is pull like a one card when we started, and cover like the general reading on, and then I thought maybe we would, just do like some 3 cards for a week or two, and then you may do the 5, the 7, the 9, the 13 card, the 10 yes and no's. There's a 5-card elemental reading that I want to teach y'all. Tells about the elemental influences in Seeker's life, and how that they be coming into your life, whatever the reading advice is giving you, which ones will be coming in, and how you can tap into them and all. It gives you a lot of advice. And then, there's the spirit guide reading, and then there's the angel reading, and then if you're still hanging in about August, there'll be the leveling readings. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make the crazy lady or crazy GG Mao or something. My grandson had a daughter, so I'm a great grandma, and they call me Gangster Granny. That's what they call me, Gangster Granny. GG Mao, Gangster Granny, Gangster Grandma. You said you had angel cards, Shannon, even though they're not tarot. I was gonna let you do the oracle thing. I think we'll go ahead and cover it too. It's only a couple more paragraphs for me to write. Because oracle cards do enhance your tarot. A lot of people do them together. You did too funny what? I'm lost now. Gabby lost me. Crazy Gabby did. Yes, I did too. Funny. That would suck. And like, Natasha had to leave her or whatever, but, she's having somebody read her. And she's going to be getting her set though. But I mean, I'm not telling anybody to go out and buy a set of tarot cards. That's not what I'm saying. If you don't got cards, we'll read you. The people with cards can read you. And then, by the time it's all said and done, everybody has set. In fact, go buy a bunch of Rider Waits, and we start back there. But I mean, I'm not telling anybody to go out and buy a set of tarot cards. Look, my YouTube keeps coming on by itself. The people with cards can read behind a lock screen. And then, that's them messing with me. Probably because they got that alien picture of Paul up there giving us the finger. I thought that was cute. It fit. Because, they don't, some of them don't like me. Some of the darker spirits, they give me a hard time. Although since Seth snapped on them when the bull threatened me that day, and I couldn't even post it. It was so bad. And I mean, I post some pretty bad stuff. Y'all know I do. I usually go ahead and post it because I didn't say it. They did. I ain't got no control over that. No, man. He went to a place that I didn't think he would go, but what? Seth come out of nowhere and nipped it in bed, and he ain't talked to me like that since. And he, that's the bull. That's Moloch. That's ancient Sumerian demigod. Imagine he can talk to me any way he wants to, but he ain't been like that since that night. Now when he comes through, he'll say you again or something like that, and he'll just keep going. And I told him spirits, I said, man, y'all crazy as hell. I said, y'all all the time hollering, bull, run, hide, blah, blah. Hell no, don't run, hide. That's what he wants you to do. I said, he just comes through here a couple times a day to smack y'all around anyway. Intimidate them and stuff. He ain't got no power, no real power. Got to go slap, some interdimensional ghosts around that are stuck in a train station or a downed aircraft. Come on, are you coming in? whatever they're in now. They did get it started and get up off the ground, thank God. Yeah. It blocked my browser blocked my mic and my camera. Yeah, see, crazy Gabby on the Spirit Guides. A guided meditation. There's guided meditations we can do in here as a group. There's ones you can do by yourself too. I'll send you a link one day this week. Her name is Pura Rasa. And she's on YouTube and she does guided meditations. I trust her. She's a licensed deep trance hypnotherapist or whatever. She leads you through a past life regression one on there that you can do yourself. But I've never been able to get it work for me. But stuff like that I can't do for myself for some reason. Like working, I can like if I got a headache in one spot in my head, I can kind of move the energy around and ease it up. But I can't heal myself or like lift pain off myself like I can off somebody else. And I don't know why. But I'm not the only one that says that. A lot of people have said that it's just like the doctor don't work on himself. He still has to go to a different doctor or whatever. And I'm like, okay. But I'm wanting to do the past life regression. But I want to start out with like a meditation to raise our vibration human situation. And then, I figured we can put some healing light and, just good, without like invoking the Kundalini spirit or anything. You can still have your chakras and all your energy flowing without having to go into Kundalini. When you start going into Kundalini, you're starting to look at it like a religion instead of and like my whole life I've kind of struggled with reading tarot cards and talking to the dead and stuff because the Bible says you're absolutely not supposed to do that. That is witchcraft. You're not supposed to do that. But throughout my studies I've looked at discernment and divination, and they're basically the same thing. It's just that discernment is positive and divination carries a negative connotation. Yeah, something is messing with me. Hey, Natasha. Welcome back. I was just talking about you a second ago. I said that you were willing to let, to get a reading. Something's always messing with me, Shannon. Always, every day, all day. Just usually ain't as, like, blatant and as noticeable. But if I know that something's went down that day, I notice every little thing. Yeah, I told Jamie Kay that I was going live today, but I didn't see her come in or anything. And Lori Muse wasn't here today, but oh, what's the other girl's name? The other Natasha, I can't remember her last name. But there's another Natasha. I don't know if she knows about the tarot thing yet. So, if y'all get a chance to see anybody, y'all tell them, because I hardly ever see anybody unless we're in here. Sometimes I'll email, and I've been sending out that email, but nobody sent me their email except for the people I already had. So, and then this week's been like crazy busy and stuff, so I don't think I sent anything else out after the other day. Yeah, me too. I'd like to do the past life regression. I think several of us probably would. So what we should do is maybe upload that video or whatever and try to do it one day. But you can go and download it yourself on your YouTube. She's really, really good. Her voice is really, really, really calming, and she's very professional. She tells you, you are safe, you are connected. She keeps you. She talks to you. She don't leave you hanging long periods of time without saying anything. It's not good to get somebody in a deep trance and then just quit talking, quit leading them. I mean, it's either a guided meditation or it's not. And it's best to start out with guided, because then you learn, the basics, and then you can do it yourself. Yeah, I'm starting to slow down now. I'm leaning back against my little chair pillow thing, but yeah, it's kind of like the adrenaline just like drained out of me. Man, you would have thought that I had caught an alien. You would have thought that I done got like a little alien pet and was bringing him to show and tell or something. I was so excited. Okay, Shannon, that's cool. Mine's my name like it is on the channel, spelled that crazy way, at Gmail. Here, I'm trying to turn this scanner off. I got a scanner on and it's going crazy. But it's in Kentucky. It's going crazy in Kentucky. But I couldn't pass up the Paul, the alien, giving us the finger for the thumbtack for today's live. Yeah, and there was even just, when I was listening to it as it was happening, you could tell more exactly, you could kind of tell how big it was. It sounded a little gravelly and stuff, on the playback, but I just wanted to share it with y'all. To me, it is, because I just don't see them faking that whole scenario of trying to crank it, doing all the things that I heard them doing to try to crank it, cussing each other the way they was, or snapping each other's head off and stuff. Because, they were getting ill because they couldn't get off the ground, It just, I'm going to go translate it all. That was raw. That was me screaming at the dog. See, I'm going to cut all that part out when I'm screaming at the dog. And when Lucy left the dog down the road and I had to go get it and all that. But the first 42 minutes, I still can't believe that it just was not there. And I can post it and let y'all see how you can hear me asking the questions. You can hear the dog over here like it was doing a while ago. It was playing with Lucy. And the chicken's right outside my window crowing. Charlie and them crowing. You can hear all that on the whole tape, but there's no spirit voices whatsoever for 42 minutes. But I do remember him asking me. He said, "You're going to post that, aren't you?" And I said, "Yep." And maybe they didn't like that. Maybe maybe something higher than them said no. But I don't see why. People post all the time. People ain't gonna believe it anyway. That's what I told him. I said, "Ain't nobody gonna believe me." That was the best evidence I could get y'all, was that what we listened to and all. But And that was the first thing I said. Ain't nobody gonna believe me that my spirit guides and the spirits I talk to on the Necrophonic are actually interdimensional galactic beings. Come on. But Gabby, you was right, you know, and you put me on that trail of questioning Seth to the point that I pissed him off. And when I pissed him off, I changed my line of questioning and started on that food thing. And that food thing led me to the date. Matter of fact, I went off on him. You would have thought that I was their mama and they had just about burnt my house down. I come home and busted all of his ass. The day that Costas sent me, I got a notification. I go over there, and his very first question, they answer him clear as a bell. He said, "What do y'all eat over there?" And they said, "Humans." And I was like, "Oh my God." Yeah, well, this is my like little psychic prediction or whatever. This is coming out of my Jiminy, straight out of my head. He knows that Biden is weak. And we might be a little disorganized, but we are not weak as a country. They come over here, we will wipe them off the face of the earth. We're not Israel. We'll drop it. Yeah, he is. I think he's underestimating Ukraine. Because what I can see of them boys is they ain't playing. They told him, they said, "You better go home before we kill you." That was their press conference this morning. It said, "Putin, you better go home before we kill you." They're not talking about killing Norman. They're talking about killing him. When you got somebody like Putin, you know, he's like, "Screw y'all, you better not come over here and put troops in there." The NATO put troops in there. NATO put troops in there. We didn't individually put troops in there. But the point is, he obviously is not cooperating with NATO. So what's to stop him from trying to assassinate a world leader or whatever? All that stops leaders from being actually assassinated in public anymore is the Geneva Convention. If he's not abiding by NATO rules and he's got NATO on his ass, he's sure not going to follow the Geneva Convention. Did Lenin follow it? No. No, well, I think it come right after him. But you know what I mean. Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't even know any Ukrainian people, and I'm not from that area. But I'm all about the little man. I don't think that big powers should bull. That's like I was telling them spirits. You know, that bull comes through there 2 or 3 times a day, and they before he even gets there, they're hollering, "Here goes the bull!" And the Yodel, and she'll sing and she'll say El Toro, and calls him El Toro. But you know, he comes through there and like growls and snaps his teeth and stuff, and they all hide and cower. I'm like, come on, y'all. He's just some ancient demigod. He's not even really a god. He's maybe a medium ranking demon, and y'all are running and hiding and cowering and telling me to be quiet. And, you know, nah. And that's kind of what it's like. It's like Russia is the bull running. You know, it's like the bull comes through there to smack the spirits around just to intimidate them, you know, scare them and stuff. And that's what Putin thought that he was going to do, but they don't scare. Them Ukrainians didn't look like they're scared at all. They look like they've had such a rough life. Damn, war is like a break. They look like they're key. And the difference in the Russian army and Putin is Putin the key. The Russian army, they know what they're doing is wrong. And a lot of them boys already got captured and everything else because they just can't put a gun in somebody's head and blow it off for no reason. And that's where the high vibration comes in. You get that compassion, that love going, and that higher vibration which promotes agape love and stuff. And we can overcome a lot of this. I mean, individuals are going to like start making key decisions at key moments. Because, you know, the war's begun. It didn't start with Russia. It already started. But I sit here and I say I don't understand why they go in there. Now I do, because I researched it and found out why they want to. It's just because they want it in a war and they don't want to give it back, and they would rather kill the whole country of Ukraine than give the 10-mile strip back. Personally, as a soldier, as a person, as a human, I cannot wrap my mind around that. I'd be like, take the damn piece of sand, But the Ukraine's the same way. They don't want to just let Russia stay and occupy it, and they want it back because it was theirs originally, but they did lose it in a war. So the way I see it is, it's Russia's. But damn, just give it back to them. It's 10 miles way away from where you're at. Go back home and focus on you. That's what the tarot would tell them. Putin's gonna try this shit. He's gonna be another Hitler. That's gonna be maybe not as bad as Hitler, but he's got that kind of mentality, that personality disorder, and that delusions of grandeur complex. He always has. I think the best leader they ever had, besides Lenin and Stalin, was Gorbachev. I mean, a lot of people didn't like Gorbachev. He's a lot better than Putin. Gorbachev at least knowed how to, talk, negotiate or whatever. Putin thinks that, he can stomp his boot down because of his secret society's got a power behind it, and it ain't gonna be long till it's gonna be running the whole world. So he figures he might just have a shot at a throne. Probably. Yeah, all of us want world peace, but the people who are running the world don't want it. I mean, y'all got to think, Jesus ain't walking these streets. If he is, he's inside of us, but he's not out here making no kind of ruling decisions in this world right now. This is all Lucifer's. This is all belongs to hell right now. All of it until the rapture. And then it's gonna belong to hell for some more years. All that. Well, it's gonna be the wrath of God. It's gonna come down on hell too, but we're gonna be running from hell because they're gonna want to give us the mark. And then all these plagues and scorpions and stuff is going to be coming from God, the seals and the trumpets. And hell, either way, we're going to die. So, like I told my son the other day, I ain't running. I'm going right here. Don't threaten me with peace. Because I did have a near-death experience. I died for over 8 minutes. And you know what? I cussed them when I come back. I cussed them. Why'd you bring me back? The most peaceful, best, most awesome, wraparound love blanket from God I have ever felt was when I realized I was sitting cross-legged like a Buddha with no body. But, I mean, I still could kind of feel my body there, but there was no physical body there. But I still was thinking like I had a body. I was moving like that and all that. So I see how the spirits do all that. I just couldn't figure out how they were eating and stuff. Because, the first thing you learn in magic school, I don't know if y'all ever went to grandma's, let's pick this herb and that herb, it does this and that and another. And then I'll show you how to make a love potion Saturday school. You don't eat in the other world. You never eat in the other world. Never. I even think Tolkien might have put it in the Chronicles of Narnia or Caspian's Sea or something. It's in one of those Narnia books. Because I think the old Wicked Witch, it must be the Chronicles of Narnia. She fed him a bunch of them treats. And they tasted so good and everything. But then when he got them in there, they was poisonous and they was bitter. Yes, we should be sending out love. We should be compassionate. We should forgive when we don't want to. And see, this is a hard one for me. But what I've really gotten driven home from God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit here lately is that, they say if a man smacks you on the cheek, turn him the other cheek, right? Well, Jesus also said, if he steals from you, go over and knock on his door and ask him if there's anything else you got that he needs. You know? And I used to not be like this. I really didn't. Honest to God, was not like I am right now. Sorry, I'm pulling a you crazy girl like you did that one night. In and out, in and out. He's knocking me out of here. But now I can't fight that. Now, like, I don't know who was with me the other night when I said, you know, sometimes I just want to be me. Sometimes I want to be a bitch. Sometimes I just don't want to be, you know, I just want to, like, I don't know, you know, but I can't because it's not where I'm at anymore, you know. I mean, once that changed for me, it changed. I see a lot of stuff in a lot of different light than I did 10 years ago, you know. And that's that journey. That's that part of that journey. Well, I'll tell you what done it for me though. Is I was looking at this painting. It's a Royo, Louis Royo. He's a famous like illustrator. He paints a lot of fallen angels. But I was like really like meditating on this painting because it's beautiful and it just like speaks to me. It's very spiritual and the fallen angels on the ground, you know, and his head's hung and his wings is done like turned to stone, but not just stone, but like black. Wings are like black. And you know, the girl comes along and busts his wings off or whatever. You know, these paintings tell a story. There's more than one. It's called the Fallen Angel series. There's about 9 of them or something, but this one in particular, it just like it takes my breath. It's so beautiful. You know, it's like kind of like that when they were talking about I had the naked man up in here. He was naked, but the way he was sitting, you couldn't see anything. But he had his like arms up over his head like this, you know, and his head dropped. He was like breaking. He was breaking. You know, he was in the middle of that breakdown. I mean, that's what I seen in the art. That's why I put it up. It wasn't because it was a naked man. But this Roy O painting, I was standing there, you know, just thinking about it one day, just like staring at it and all, and it hit me. You know how the Bible talks about purging and cleansing, and you know you were blackened by sin, but then you know Jesus washed you white as snow or whatever. And I just kept thinking about instead of wings, you know, I just kept thinking about like kind of like my whole being, like my soul. And man, I was seeing a lot of black, you know, like a lot of black, like more black than them fallen angels had, you know, like you just keep doing this stuff and thinking, you know, because you asked for forgiveness one time or whatever, that you're going to be, because I used to believe in what saved, always saved. I do not believe in that anymore. And I had it proved, you know, Isaiah Salvador went in the Bible and showed it to me in the Bible in Jesus' own words, and it clicked and made sense. But anyway, I really got to looking at how black my soul was. And then when I would kind of do something good, you know, when I was in the transition of like actually learning how to not be a bitch, a total bitch. I'm still a bitch, but I'm not a total bitch anymore. But as I'm learning that, you know, I see like the black becoming lighter and like coming off of my soul, you know, because of the karmic balance. And it dawned on me just how long eternity is. And it also dawned on me that we're going to, everybody talks about how you're going to stand at judgment by yourself. Yeah, that's all good and fine. But not just judgment. You got eternity, which is infinity, which is forever, that soul's going to live. And nobody else looking out for it. I mean, Jesus ain't going to make you choose one way or the other. He's always, that's the free choice, free will thing. But, when you're running with other people and like me, I didn't do that much crime. My biggest crime was buying pot and bringing it home. The fact that I had to go to the pot man's house, get it, and bring it down a public highway to home, was possessing, was kind of like trafficking. I mean, they could have really got me. I mean, they didn't really mess with us that bad, but I spent my whole life, ducking the bullies over a little bit of pot. That was my big criminal activity. What I went to prison for was writing, forging and cashing 6 of my girlfriend's checks, but I didn't take a penny that wasn't mine. I took exactly $630, and that's why they dropped 17 felonies and let me plead guilty to one lowest felony they had, which was obtaining property by false pretense. I mean, I'd have been gone for the rest of my life if I'd have got convicted of that. If it was my money, she wouldn't give it to me, so I took it. And that's the worst thing I've ever done. Never stole from any individual person. I have stole from stores. But I never robbed nobody's house or robbed them or hit nobody in the head for no reason or nothing like that. But everybody around me, from the time I was little bitty, because my uncles was all serving time in prison for bank robbery, armed bank robbery. My daddy ran poker houses and moonshine. I mean, I was doomed from the start. Everybody around me was way more than a criminal than I was, but yet it seemed like they were always after me. Whatever somebody else would do, like my best friend, when she would get in trouble, I would get in trouble, whether I was involved or not. And not being a rat, sometimes I had to keep my mouth shut and go to jail and do time that I didn't even do a crime for. So, because I wasn't going to rat somebody else out. So, I mean, I never really looked at the differences in sin or the differences in crimes and stuff. But now all that's different for me. I see all that totally different now. A judge told my son one time, my younger son that I live with now, he was a criminal. He done a little bit of everything. But the judge told him one time, he said, look, son, he said, next time you go to commit a crime, he said, I want you to look at that sentencing chart and see how much time it carries. And then you think about it before you go do it. Well, he was the one on trial. I was just sitting in the pew, but you know what? That stuck in my head. And every time I think about doing something wrong, I think about, even if it ain't on the sentencing chart, I make my own up in my head. What would God give me if I'd done this? I think about that sentencing chart and the consequence. And is that crime going to be worth that consequence? And most of the time, it's not. Not for me anyway, because I don't like consequence. I'm an Aries. I'm all about the cause, not the effect. But see, my whole life I've always felt like I was supposed to do some kind of like light work or kind of starseed, maybe work with Indigo Kids or something. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And I've been searching and searching and searching. Well, because of my disbelief, like I say, I believe in other life forms besides us. I just don't know how much of the David Icke reptilian running the government, taking over the world conspiracy that I buy into. I mean, yes, I will go with aliens are real. I like higher dimensional beings. I like the way they said that. They didn't come at me with alien. I kept saying alien. But to me, anything that's not from here is alien. What person? What person trying to say? I'm lost. See, I was talking, I got lost. All right. See, outdoorsy, this is what happens. I get lost. And you just have to wait on me to come back around. No, keep several things. Yeah, they do got a top general. Right, we all want world peace. That's what we should all be sending out. Yes, we should be sending out love. I agree with you, Shannon. Shandon, if I'm hurting really bad, I'm more of a bitch. But I've learned to catch myself, though. I've learned to almost say something and bite my. I've learned to actually not say it sometimes. But if it's some kind of download or channel or God really wants me to say it, sometimes I try not to say it, and then I can't stop it. And that's how I know it's not me. If I can stop it, it's me. No, you don't listen to Ike. Well, I'm not sure about him at all either, but you know what? He's just following the trail. He's just following around the people that said that they were abducted and that this happened to them and that happened to them and they all look like reptilians. And I have looked at people and seen the reptile under their skin. I have always myself claimed to be a dragon. I believe dragon was my original soul form. Then I spent my whole life fighting myself because I got that demon of religious spirit, that spirit of religion. You know, there's a difference in religion and relationship. And here I am. Well, you know, in my mind, and when I lucid dream and when I astral project, I'm a dragon. Okay, Lucifer's a dragon. God don't like the dragons. It talks, you know, multiple books talks about, you know, how he take Lucy and his whole army of dragons out. You know, and I'm thinking, but I'm a good dragon. Well, no, I'm guilty by association just because I say that I'm a dragon. You see what I'm saying? That puts me on that negative side of the fence for that one. You know, if you're weighing out pros and cons, because God wasn't using dragons. God didn't use dragons. He used horses. And so you know, I mean, I feel like I can't win for losing, but I've always said that if I do end up in hell, I deserved it. And I know I did, because I mean, I done some wrong things. Even though I didn't go out breaking in people's houses, just some of the thoughts and some of the disrespect and just, I don't know, being stupid and immature and not thinking about any kind of long-term consequence. I never thought about my soul living forever back when I was drinking a bottle of whiskey every day and partying hard and don't even remember how I got home some nights. I'm talking about way back. I ain't drinking years and years, but you know, same thing with the drugs. You know, I wasn't thinking about my soul when I was doing drugs. I was thinking about my physical flesh not hurting. And I never once in my life ever thought that I could go cold turkey and stay off of the pain medicine. And everybody said, well, after a couple weeks when it gets out of your body, you won't hurt as bad. Bullshit, I hurt 10 times worse. But in my mind, I'm not a victim anymore. I'm not dying just because I don't have pain pill. I'm not puking just because I don't have pain pill. See what I'm saying? I can find another way. I can put a heating pad on. I might even have to do the ice, God forbid. I hate putting ice on, but sometimes it works, you know, when the heat don't. So, you know, I've come a long way. And I got almost 3 years. September will be 3 years. And this is the longest at all at the same time continual that I've ever been this clean. And after about a year or whenever, you know, I come out of that thick ass fog I'd been in, I realized I don't even know who I am. I know who the lifestyle says I am, but I don't know who the real me is. Not good. I mean, I'm learning, but you know what I'm saying. I still, to this day, have a hard time looking myself in the mirror, looking myself in the eyes. I can do it now, though. 2 years ago, I couldn't even do it. I wouldn't even look in the mirror. At least now I can look in my own eyes, but I can't stand there and look for any amount of time because I break down. But Yeah, all them years I'd been in denial because I was a functioning drug addict. I was functioning. I held down a job. I raised my kids. I done all the shit I was supposed to do while on drugs. I mean, not. It got worse as the kids got older and moved out and had their own kids. I did more and all that. But still, I mean, I went to college. I worked a full-time job. 2 jobs, actually. I worked at animal control and the vet because the vet I worked for was the county vet. So he got me a job there, too. So raised my kids, went to school, worked a full-time job, took care of my daddy because my mama died when I was 19. And did it all on drugs. So when these little young people tell me, well, I just can't clean my house up, it looks like this because I can't chase the baby. The baby's in here. I need somebody to watch the baby so I can clean up the living room. I don't know where the hell you're getting that shit from. I'd have 10 teenage boys in my living room, but it still got cleaned up. And would never know. I can't multitask like that because I had to. I didn't have a choice, Yeah, family issues are hard to deal with, especially when they come out of nowhere and you don't even know why. Yeah. And you know what's over, y'all? It's all over a damn stupid ass joint. Because she had a bag and I didn't, and I was hurting really bad. And Mikey was going out there, and I asked Mikey if he would ask her if she would smoke one with me. And she said no. And I started feeling some kind of way, and I'm still feeling some kind of way. Not as much as I was the other day when it actually happened, but I'm still feeling some kind of way. And I'm not going to get over it easily because this is one of them kind of things where I feel like I'm right and I can't be moved kind of thing. Because for the last 3 years, every time I went and got medicine, if I lit up, I invited her or asked her if she wanted some or whatever, wanted to smoke. I would have never told her no, especially with having that much, and all I wanted was one little one until I could get to the pharmacy, which is like an hour and a half away. It was that day that all the ice and stuff was on the ground, and I was in bad shape, and she knows that. She knows about my health problems. She knows they're legit. And I mean, and the thing is, I don't know where it come from. It just come out of nowhere. Her and Mikey been arguing, so I guess she's taking it out on me because I'm his mother. That's what the consensus seems to be between the one other person I talked to outside my house and me and Mikey. We seem to think, she's taking it out on me because she's mad at Mikey. But see, I ain't the one to do that to. Because you have no reason to do that to me, and I'm not gonna just look at something with the same eyes when you have no reason as I would if you had a reason. If she had a reason, I totally understand it. And I'd be like, okay, I deserve that. Or whatever. But, and I mean, she don't smoke like I do. She doesn't smoke as much as I do. And she can hit it like twice and she's good for the whole day. I mean, I do the whole thing and then another one 2 hours later. And I'm just like barely getting manageable. But, and it's not her place. She doesn't have to smoke with me, but I didn't realize that we were to a point that we couldn't even help each other out with something that small. It's like we're talking like a $3 thing, $3-4. If she did not even that much smoking it because she just smoked half of it. But if she'd have sold me one, and I was gonna pay her, to smoke one with me. And she jumped all over me because she said, I already told you I ain't smoking shit with her. And I mean, I could hear her from the building. She was out there in the building. I was in the house, and I could hear her hollering and shit. When you got that much of a problem and you're hollering at somebody like that, and my name's coming out of your mouth, you need to be talking to me. You need to come to me and tell me what the problem is. So me, who the problem is with, can fix it. Or negotiate it or whatever. You don't need to be out there cussing him over me because you're mad at him and taking it out on me. And I know nothing about it because I stay shut up in my one room in the back of the trailer all day. I mean, it's starting to get warm now and take dogs out. Well, by the time it's May or June, I had to come back in because the snakes are bigger than I am. And we're so far away from a hospital that Cottonmouth would kill me before I could even get to the next town, Miss Celeste Hospital, for an antivenom. Well, I've been lucky. I had like those little TIA, like what are they, like mini strokes, because I had a bunch of seizures. But my blood pressure and all that's really good. My blood pressure, my sugar, no cholesterol, all that's great. I just have bone and disc problems and in my brain. I have those cysts and fibrous growths in my brain. That's what causes the seizures. Shit, I've been on death clock twice. They give me 6 months to live twice, 2 different times. That was like 20 years ago. That's how good God is. And I mean, I know, and I know, and I know, I know it all in my head, but that's having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. If I was right like I should be, man, I can move mountains. But I'm not. I'm not. I'm just human. I'm fallible. Is that the word I'm looking for? Fallible. I'm flawed. But I was fascinated by it, and I just wanted to share it with y'all. I was just so excited. I was like a kid in a candy store. And I really did think, oh my God, what if somebody online sees it and says something and they come and get me and, flash me or something? And I was like, well, I won't remember it, so I guess it'll matter. But I mean, I asked them a lot of questions. That's why I wanted to transcribe it, because I did ask them about the Matrix. I asked them, was that AI? I asked him, was Elon Musk behind it? Because I love Elon Musk and I really want to support him. But every time I feel like I can just get in that boat, I start getting Antichrist vibes. Antichrist vibes. Like the one that's gonna lead us into the end. Not just any Antichrist, because there's been a bunch of them. Well, I mean, I didn't want to just post it because people be like, "What the hell? What are you talking about? You're crazy as shit." But and I am crazy. But Shannon said she heard it too, and wasn't you in here when I played it, Natasha? It was. I didn't get all my cousin and screaming at Pablo out. Everything fell apart here too when they I want to be like Outdoorsy was and say crash the saucer, but they said they emergency landed. They corrected me several times. Well, now see, I'm not scared of snakes, but when I go fishing and I have to walk across these cow pastures and stuff, there's been many times I either have stepped right on top of them or just about stepped right on top of them. I've been lucky and have never stepped on a poisonous one yet. But I'm wearing big boots up to my knees and stuff that they're not supposed to be able to bite through anyway, but they could. It only takes one little prickly drop of that cottonmouth and I would die, because it's an hour and a half to antivenom. And then if they didn't have any, it would be another 2 or 3 hours for them to fly some in. So yeah, I'd be dead. And I'm allergic to bees, and I have no EpiPen right now. And damn, I can't step out the door without bees buzzing me. I mean, I love the country, but I hate it. The bugs and the snake. I mean, I like snakes, but I don't like them when I can't see them. I like a pet snake. I had a ball python named Bin Laden for 13 years. He smoked with me, would give me sugar. He looked like a little tiny like red worm like you fish with when I first got him. I had to force little newborn baby mice down his throat to keep him alive. Like the first 6 months, and then after that he got big enough to eat his, but it had to be like freshly born. No hair or nothing, they were teeny tiny when they're first born. Oh, you didn't? Well, I got it. I'm going to, I should at least have one of them up by sometime tonight. There's like 4 or 5 of them. Some of the files was damaged, and I lost 42 minutes of spirit audio on the one where they admitted to being interdimensional galactic beings. My voice is on there, the dog barking is on there, the chickens is on there, but there are no spirit voices on the whole 42 minutes. So I really do think somebody's hand reached through and wiped that to keep me from sharing it. Yeah. By the time I get up at night, you might be in the bed, but yeah, tomorrow definitely they will. At least 1 or 2 of them will be up. They're one of them's 30 minutes, one of them's like 28, and then the other 2 are like 4 or 5 minutes apiece. Because one phone would be dying, I would switch to the other one, to the other microphone, and then it was messing up. And I mean, I had to chase the dog down. Lucy took him down the road and left him. And just, everything broke loose when they hit the ground here. Everything that could distract me did. But I feel bad because I felt like I distracted them. But how was I supposed to know they was out riding around they will not call it a flying saucer. They called it a craft or a spacecraft or a ship. They call it a ship. And they've been calling it a ship the whole time. I just never would thought about a spaceship. I'm thinking that, they're talking about a boat or something. That's really what I thought, because my first thought went to like Navy, a ship. My first thought was not spacecraft or spaceship. So, but yeah, I just wanted to share it because I was all excited. And to see, if I could get some volunteers to come in to let people reform. Well, right now it's Shandon and Crazy Girl, and then really Shandon, she said she's not really sure what she wants to do, so I might end up having to read somebody, or somebody else might come in. People that ain't in here now, they don't mean they won't be in here Tuesday. But I told everybody today, like Jamie K and all them, I thought they were coming, but I guess they were busy. But I mean, that's okay too. We get on here at 12 and it's saying 5 now. I guess we've been in here. Well, it says that we've been on 5 hours. That's crazy. But I mean, I really ain't doing nothing. I just kind of chatting with Shandon and you. And there's other people in here, but I don't know who they are. I think Crazy Girl might be one of them hanging in the back somewhere. She said she was working around her house or whatever. Okay. Well, I love you. Yeah, I'm about to call it anyway, so we can all get some dinner, and then I'm sure somebody will be live tonight. I hope. Okay, that's good. That's fine, Natasha. You know how it is. Just whenever is good for you, cause I don't really got a schedule. Now I'm gonna be on FaceTime. It's gonna be even more laid back because I'm gonna have to process this for a few days. Okay, Shandon. Back to what you said about the cards. You remember the other night when Lori said, I've been wanting to do it, but I just don't feel like I'm ready and all that. Well, yesterday when I was making them couple little videos like the Fool and the Magician, I did like the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, and the High Priest. I did like the first 5 cards, not counting the Fool, yesterday. Which, I wrote it all out by hand in this notebook. And I mean, these are like, I got it like formatted, like, see how that formatted, And every one of them, the top 5 hierarchy cards, say that the biggest excuse for not starting the journey is I don't think I'm ready, or I don't think I have enough skill or talent or whatever. This is what Lori was saying. It said you'll never have enough skill or talent, or it said there'll never be a right time. You know that anytime's the right time to start learning. Yes, Gabby, it is. I'm glad to see you. I really am. I've been so worried about you. And I've really been praying and sending you love and light. And I know I said in Pop Rocks, but I didn't send you any Pop Rocks. That's just one of my favorite sayings, love, light, and Pop Rocks. Because Pop Rocks are fun. I love them things. You can't really find them anymore. But I think if we done a meditation and done like a little healing session, that would be beneficial. I mean, it can't hurt. You know, it's not gonna make anybody any worse. But some of us might actually get some kind of relief or whatever, you know. When you got like that group, it's so powerful. When you got more than three or more people. But Natasha, I love you. Yeah, me and Natasha, we do our best to chat, but she's in a whole different time zone. We miss each other as much as we run into each other. We play tag a lot. And I don't mean to like go days and mail you, Gabby, but you know how I don't want to like over mail you either. You know, like how when the waitress comes and you got a pretty good server, you know, she didn't let you run out of tea or nothing. But then you got that other waitress that just aggravates you to death, man. I mean, you don't even get a bite till she's back over there asking if you need anything or any more tea or whatever, and you ain't even drunk none yet. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be that aggravating waitress. That's like, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? But already I think I put you on it last time. I'm gonna do a little once or twice a week, like little motivational or little like happy, daily dose type deal. Oh, I was gonna say you ain't never had them, but you got you some at Christmas. Oh man, Pop Rocks are the bomb. And I remember when we was young and we didn't know no better, we'd open whole packs and just pour them in our mouth and stuff. I can't really find them anywhere now. Have you had the red ones? The red ones are the bomb. I like the red ones. And there's some kind of blue raspberry looking ones too. They're pretty good. I still remember putting peanuts in our Coke in a glass bottle. Yeah. Shannon, I don't do it now like I used to, but back when my kids were younger and just starting to have kids, I did that. One of my son's friends, his wife got pregnant, and I told her she was pregnant. She said, "No, I'm not." Well, she was. The baby come and told me that his name was Isabella, that she was from Italy, that this was like her 4th lifetime, and that she wanted to be named Isabella. And I mean, she was adamant. There was no room for discussion. This is who she was, and this is what she wanted to be named. So I told Laura, and the day that she went into labor, I was standing there talking to Laura, and she was laying in her bed. She said she didn't feel good. I said, "You're going to go in labor today. You're going to have that baby today." She said, "No, I'm not. I'm not even due for 2 more weeks. Don't say that." She went into labor that day, and I was 2 minutes off from giving her the exact time that baby would be born. And that was because the doctor had to go. They had to wait on the nurse to get some forceps. He had to use forceps to get her out. And that's the only reason I was off 2 minutes on the time. And I mean, she was early and everything. And she come to me when she got out of the hospital and she brought the baby. And she's like, "I just can't believe it." She's like, I listened to everything you said, but I just wasn't sure I believed it. But, since her baby, I haven't been able to do that anymore. I think it was just maybe because, they were so close to us and, she stayed at my house all the time. Like if the boys would go out and run off or go out partying or whatever, she'd end up, staying at my house. She wouldn't stay by herself. Yeah, Pop Rocks and soda. But I remember putting the peanuts in the real Coke bottle. That's pretty good too. Little bitty packet of the peanuts. Pour them right into the bottle. And it fizz all up and stuff from that salt. It's pretty good. Kind of like a float. I remember the first time I ever had like a float that wasn't root beer. Put some ice cream and then pour some soda on it, bad boy. I love anything to do with food. I'm a fat girl. I love to eat. Who didn't like it? Who didn't like their name? I gotta go back. I missed something. Oh yeah. Changed his name because he didn't like it. Yeah. Well, that's the way Isabella was. Her name was Isabella Cassandra, whatever, Visconti or something. And I mean, she didn't get her last name, but she got the Isabella Cassandra, and it was spelled with a K. And there's a lot of kids nowadays that are remembering their past lives and stuff. I mean, the veil just ain't even hardly there no more, And that's what the apocalypse is going to be. All the apocalypse is, it's not the war or anything. All the apocalypse is the tearing of the veil, the wrenching of the veil. It's going to come down. And then Armageddon's going to hit after the apocalypse. But everybody talks about, the zombie apocalypse this and the apocalypse that. The apocalypse just means tearing of the curtain. That's all that means. So it's not the apocalypse, it's Armageddon. The apocalypse is going to tear the curtain, and then it's on. But people like me and probably you, Shannon, if you really embraced yourself and like raised your intuition and like worked with it, the more you work with it, it's just going to naturally get stronger. I denied mine so long, or I probably would have been actually credible by now had I not spent 40 years trying to kill it off. But now it's just like I started saying, like, I don't care if I'm credible or not. I'm pretty accurate. I mean, everything. I've not had anybody come like complaining. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm no 100% or nothing like that, but my cards are good. They usually are on point. My card readings are usually on point. But I don't have anything to do with that. That's the divine. That's whoever I'm reading for, spirit guides and stuff. That's what I was telling y'all the other day, and this other thing. The reader has no control over what card or what subject or nothing that reading goes into. I mean, that is totally connected to source and divine. That is totally from the other world to you, those messages and stuff. The reader, all I do is flip cards and maybe try to interpret it if you don't just automatically get it. Some things you can flip and whoever you're reading for, they just know already. They'll be like, you don't even got to read that card. You don't even got to go there. I know. But my cards be hot though. But it's because I don't read them all the time, every day, all day. I don't let nobody else touch them. Stuff like that. Yeah, cake and peanuts was too. And I like to mix my peanuts in with my ice cream, like how you have that little bit of Neapolitan ice cream or whatever with your little piece of cake and your peanuts. I'd like to mix it all together. I think the peanuts were good in ice cream. I was always, this is why I'm a fat girl, I was always disappointed at the little square of cake. You go to somebody's birthday party and you go through all the stuff that the adults got planned and you watch them open their presents and everything, and then
You know, it's this big old cake and you're blowing out the candles, and then all of a sudden they give you this like little half-inch square. You know what I mean? Like, give me a piece of cake. Yeah, they were, Shannon. That's where I'm from too. Yeah, they were. I'll tell you what was popular at my house in the 70s. Russian tea. It's like this cinnamon type instant. My mama would make it and put it in a mason jar. And all you had to do is like put a spoon in some hot water and it made it. It was like Lipton instant tea. You took a big jar of that and you mixed it with a bunch of cinnamon and stuff. And it had a jar of that Tang. Do y'all remember Tang? The orange juice stuff you can mix up. Tang. Tang. And man, when I was a little kid, I really believed that it was Russian tea. You know, that it came from Russia and like it was specialty and all this. See, that's another one of those disillusioned life scenarios I got shot down from because I believed in Santa Claus longer than most kids should have because I trusted my parents. I believed that the tea was really Russian because that's what they said it was. I didn't start getting smart enough to figure things out on my own until I got divorced the first time. Well, the only time my second husband died. And I left my girlfriend before I ended up in hell for impaling her. Oh, what made Russian tea? My mama used to make me my very own silly putty and like Play-Doh and stuff. We didn't get none in. I remember the first little thing of Play-Doh I ever got. I was so excited. She put food coloring in it and everything, just like the store Play-Doh. Actually better because you got more. I mean, her little batch was like more than you would get in one of those little plastic frosting cups or whatever. I'm not a big tea. I like a good sweet tea, like if I'm eating some fish or something like that. If we got a fish camp or something. But that's all. Or maybe with a plate of Chinese, but no, I'm not a big tea drinker. Although last week when I was sick, I drank 2 boxes of hot tea. But I mean, my throat was sore and everything. And coffee just wasn't doing it. I needed something I could put the honey and stuff in. Yeah, the silly putty, like you would take the comic section of the newspaper and stick it on it, and the little picture would be on the putty. It come in an little egg. Well, my mama made mine. Mine was homemade. And we had the money to go buy the little 15-cent egg. But, nah, that had to go towards saving up for that $100 pair of white patent leather shoes I had to get every year. See, y'all gonna see that there's certain themes throughout my life that I protested with all my might, and I lost. Like the clowns and stuff that were on the wall, the white patent leather shoes. I don't think I lost at this. I just failed at it. You know, be a little lady if it kills you. That's what she would tell me. My mom. You're gonna be a little lady if it kills you and me both. Had to wear them old white leotards with a little dress and little white shoes. Sometimes they even got lucky and got a pocketbook on Easter, you know, little white patent leather pocketbook. We had gloves and hats. 57. That's when my husband was born. I was born in 65. I always am a year older than I think I am because for years I was telling people my wrong age. I mean, I had the date right, but I couldn't like do the math in my head, and I was always a year off. And my brain doctor of all people was like, "So you're I think it was like about 38 or something." He's like, "So you're 38?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." He's like, "No, you're not." And I'm looking at him like he's crazy. I would have been like 36. I had done added 2 years. And I mean, it had been added on for like 20 years. And I didn't even realize it. You know, I would put down the right date of my birth, but then they would say, "Well, how old are you?" And I'd be like,
35, and I was really only 33. And now that I'm older, I want to go backwards instead. But my husband was born in 57. He was born in July the 9th. He was a Cancer, and I swear to God, he did not fit the profile. His personality was nothing like the profile that you get. And other Cancer, I'd never really known a Cancer before him, and other Cancers I've met since then have been like super sweet, and they fit the profile and stuff, but he didn't. He was more like a Scorp demon. He's the one that said he was gonna, when he died, he was gonna get down there and whoop Lucifer's ass and sit on his throne. And I thought Lucy was gonna reach through the wall and pull him through the brick. You know what I mean? For talking smack, but I guess he waited till he got there. If you listened to yesterday's Spirit Box, the first thing they said to me when I come in the door, they said, "Your husband was here. He said he loves you." And by that time, that old mean man started hollering, "Who's Jimmy? Who's Jimmy?" He knows who Jimmy is. He knows Jimmy is Jim, my ex-husband, or my dead husband. What do you call your widowed husband? Your dead, your late husband. My late husband. But mine and Jim's marriage was like, he only married me because I took care of him while he was dying. He said he wanted to take care of me. I married him, and 10 days later he left me. He flipped out and said I was trying to kill him because, you know, they put him in hospice and stuff, and it's called end-stage anxiety. It's like, it's kind of like Alzheimer's, but different. It hits you when they tell you you're dying. It's some kind of phenomenon. A lot of hospice people have it. You're what is still your husband. She dressed me in pink. My sister in blue. Mine is still my husband. Oh, yeah, you call him still your husband? Well, I call him my husband, but, you know, I can say the late out there, I guess. Because I don't like to answer a lot of questions. And people, when they find out that, or when they think he's still alive, they be asking me all kind of questions and stuff, and then when I tell them he's dead, they stop. And he really did die. See, we were gonna do a Halloween wedding. I had this awesome wedding dress, like $500,000 wedding dress, but I got it at a Goodwill for well, they have $40 on it. And I told the woman, I put it back 2 days in a row, and I went and I told her, I said, "I'd give you $20 for it." And she sold it to me. Well, let's get into Dye Black. We were going to do the Halloween thing, you know. We were going to do Leather and Lace because that was our favorite song, Stevie Nicks, Leather and Lace. And, you know, we're both bikers, and I was going to wear the black lace wedding dress, and he was just going to wear, you know, his regular everyday biker clothes. And we was going to throw like this big ass costume wedding where everybody wore their costume to the wedding. We had land, was going to throw up a couple bonfires, you know, cook a bunch of good food, you know, and party. It was all about, we were going to have a hell of a Halloween party. And we was going to get married while in the process. And his hospice doctor and his nurse called me in the living room one day after they had talked to him, and they just looked me in the eye and they said, "He's not going to make it to Halloween." They said he won't make it to Halloween. And he's like, "Yeah, maybe we want to reschedule the wedding." I said, "Well, maybe we ought not just even worry about the wedding, because I swore I'd never get married again." And we weren't in love or anything. And he kept saying he wanted to take care of me, but I didn't get a damn dime. You know, I wasn't after his money or nothing. I was going to be allowed to live in his house. Once he died, I was going to be allowed to live in his house as long as I could afford it, you know. But, so he flips out, he leaves, he comes back, he takes the thermostat off the wall, and it's like 100-something degrees outside. My sister was living with me. She's on oxygen, right? He comes back the next day, he takes the shower head. You know, just childish shit, right? So all of a sudden I get served, where he's filing for divorce. Well, he said he wanted an annulment, and I told him no, I wasn't giving him that damn annulment. I said I would lie and tell him we slept together, even though we never slept. I mean, we slept in the same bed, but we never had sex. And so I got served, and I read the affidavit, and man, everything in it was a lie. Everything. We had been living together for almost 5 years. He put that he had just met me a few months ago on the street, and he took me off the street because I had health problems, and that he had, I had improved underneath his care and all this shit. And that now he just wants to live out his final days and die, but he wants to do it in his own house. And I won't leave his house, and he can't stay at the house with me because my son lives there, and he doesn't like him. All this shit's in the affidavit, but it was just lie after lie after lie after lie. I mean, down to the point of how long we had known each other and everything. And it had never been like that between us. It didn't get like that until they said you're dying, it's gonna be soon, and we changed the wedding. And I'm talking about a matter of days after the wedding. It was just the crazy. And I didn't realize how brainwashed I was until I got away from him. So that was 2019. We got married in July instead of October. And what I did not realize until the man died, my kids' daddy, I was married 22 years to him. I had to hide for 2 with the kids because he tried to kill us. So I went through hell there. But I married him on July 18th. It never once crossed my mind. This is how blinded I was by this narcissistic man. We got married on July 19th, the next day after my first anniversary. That was planned. I don't care what he says. That was planned. Now that he's dead and gone, my gut tells me that that was not a coincidence. He was 3 hours late for the wedding. He was out with his daughter. He left that morning. Hospice threw us a wedding in our front yard. They threw it together and everything by the weekend. This was on like a Monday when they told us he wouldn't make it. And we got married Saturday. But here's the kicker. That was July 19th, 2019. He left me on August 3rd. I got served about September the 3rd. They gave me till October 30th to get all my shit and get out of his house, which I couldn't get it all. And by the time I got back down there the next morning to get it, he had a bonfire going in the yard. He was burning all my stuff, busted up all my plants. I mean, what a plant do to him? Come on. It was a nightmare. So I walked away and I never looked back. Never. Assuming since we were still married and waiting on, to go back to the divorce court and get divorced, I figured somebody called me when he died, right? He didn't die until August 25th of 2020. So he thought he was going to terrorize me and stalk me and all that for all those months that he didn't die. But I had news for him. I didn't live through one of them trying to kill me. He wasn't even a match. So, and I remember like the day he died, I got sick as hell. I just got sick. I just did not feel good. I had a headache. And I remember telling Vic we were supposed to go to like the little fair thing. Like up at the little tiny town that's right down the road. It was not a fair, but like a little carnival they were having. It's some kind of like apple festival carnival or something. And I remember I was there and I got really, really sick. And I told her, I said, it must be the heat because it was like 100 degrees. And I had a migraine, and that'll make you throw up if you get real hot with a migraine and all. And we ended up, we had to make the baby leave early and everything. I had to come home. I did not know the man died until July of 2021. He'd been dead almost a year, and nobody had even told me. And my oldest son knew. My ex-daughter-in-law, Mikey's ex-wife, knew. Nobody told me. So my dates for filing for this little $255 death benefit, just little shit like that would have helped me, you know, get back on my feet because he put me on the street. The motorcycle that messed me up, I tried to sue for that. It's supposed to be ongoing, but he's done died now. I done had a judge tell me that once he died, my lawsuit wouldn't be no good, but my lawyer still tried to bullshit me and tell me that, you know, we might still get some money out of it because it's coming from the insurance company, not him. But I don't believe that because I hadn't had a lawyer and a judge tell me that since he's dead, it's over. So I will never, ever, ever, and I know this is the most closed off part of my life. I will never open my heart back up romantically ever again. I mean, I love people. I love some people more than other people. I love my dogs. I prefer my dogs to people because we understand each other. I don't have to bullshit. I don't have to lie. I don't have to walk on eggshells. I can just be me. And I said, you know, when I come to YouTube, I was on Facebook for years. I run ads. I tried to run my shop. People that were my friends for 20 and 30 years, we went to school together. Oh, I'm going to get this, get that. Nobody ever bought anything, you know. I tried to do a live. It was disastrous. All this stuff, you know, going on Facebook, and I was sick of it. And somebody was like, man, you need to go to YouTube, you know, and the people are so different over there and everything. So, hell, I was over here at YouTube for almost like a year and a half, 2 years. Before I ever posted a video. Mr. P told me to go ahead. You know, he's like, I don't know, why are you waiting to start your channel? I was like, because I don't have no camera. I don't have no content. I don't have nothing. He's like, oh, you'll be all right. You just need to go ahead and start it. You know, it's near Christmas. Get them views or whatever. Started my channel, and like 2 days later, my dog died. I had to put my dog to sleep. So, I mean, it's just one thing after another. But I said, you know, when I was discussing with my son and them that, you know, I was probably going to be pretty open, you know, about my addictions and stuff. And they're like, well, you always have been. And I'm like, nah. Like a video on social media or a live stream or nothing. You know, people knew I was a recovering addict, but I didn't just like sit and talk to strangers or whatever about it. But, you know, God had really laid it on my heart that somebody, and, you know, that's me and Gabby, you know, Gabby had a question. She asked a question, and that's how we started talking, you know, about my addiction. She had a question. And so I said right then, you know, when I did decide to go ahead and start my channel, that I was going to be open, I was going to be honest, and I would, you know, I wasn't going to make no apologies for nothing I've done. So far, I haven't had to, except for the one live when I was really, really sick, and the one where I was doing this number and I about made myself dizzy. My husband died on August 25th of 2020. We got married in July 19th of 19. But we lived together for almost 5 years before that. He was a truck driver, and he was gone 6 days a week. He come home on Saturday. We went to the Huddle House or the Golden Corral, whichever one he wanted to go to, or maybe the Chinese place. But he would come home on Saturday, take him a good shower and all that, because he'd have to use those truck stop showers and stuff through the week. We'd go out to eat. Then we would go to Walmart, and I would spend about $300, you know, getting everything we needed for the house or whatever. He would buy whatever. And then Sunday afternoon, he was gone. And he stayed gone till Saturday. And it worked great. It was perfect. He would bring his clothes in and leave them, and I'd have a fresh bag ready for him to go back out on Sunday. And then while he was gone that week, I would do the ones he had left and have them, you know, we just rotated it all out. Can I, Shandon? Really? Well, I should, because nobody else can get it. Like his daughter couldn't get it. They say that in Social Security, but when my daddy died, my mama had been dead for like 30 years. My daddy was a widow. And I was the next again, his only daughter, and they would not give me my daddy's. They said you have to be their spouse. Yeah, you can't. You can't really. I didn't want the man to die, and I did care a lot for him. That's how I got so snowed in by the narcissism. He like love bombed me. I didn't want a relationship. I swore I wouldn't be in one. And one day he just got out of the truck, picked me up, and kissed me, and it was a wrap. It was on. Because I already kind of had them feelings, but I didn't think he did, and I wasn't going to act on them. And I had it made, nice house, 5 acres of land down in South Carolina, deers every morning. I'd sit on the back porch, watch a deer while I drank my coffee on the screen down, like heated back porch. I mean, it was great. But he slept with anything that moved. But he never slept with me. He was like, I was blood pressure medicine, and this medicine, and that medicine. And doctors like, don't have a heart attack and all this shit. But yeah, you can go out and pick somebody up off the street and sleep with them. It's just stuff like that I don't understand. I mean, I just because I don't understand infidelity, period. Because I've never been unfaithful to anybody I've ever been with. That's something I can't wrap my head around. It's just one of those things I don't understand. That's one of the real like moral virtues or whatever they are that I got. I mean, I broke most of them, but that one and the rat and thing are two I never wavered on. I never told on anybody for anything. I never woke up in the morning and thought, who can I start shit with today? And I swear people done that to me every day. People that I've never done nothing to, just like my daughter-in-law, never done anything to put us in the position we're in right now, not even speaking. But once you like burn out with me, once you've already came and attacked me for nothing, and I've had to defend myself, and you're still running that mouth behind my back, then don't come later on when you need something, because I'll tell you, cute rocks. When she does come and say, look, I was just going through a rough patch or whatever, well, you should have thought about that before you alienated me and let me overhear how you really felt. Because, see, that was the problem. It wasn't that she said no to the joint. It was the fact that I was standing at the back door of the trailer waiting on him to come back and tell me something, and I heard everything she said. So, and see, I wouldn't have done that. I would have went to her. I would have said it to her. If she'd have come to me and said that to me, then, I still don't agree with her. I don't think she's right. So I might not would have changed anything, but at least I wouldn't have felt blindsided or stabbed in the back or like she was two-faced like I feel now. So now I got this little something in me making me feel some kind of way. And the good part of me is like taking it over and saying, oh, man, you can't hold a grudge because it's not him. I'm only hurting myself. I'm not hurting her. She could care less. But, I moved out here and went cold turkey, and I felt like she was the only friend I had that was here in the physical. I mean, I'm friends with y'all, but she was it. I have not even tried to meet a friend or anybody since I moved down here. Because I don't want to get thrown in some kind of position that I'm compromised in, Like, because you just don't really know people. You think you know somebody, and you hang out with them for a couple of weeks, and you start getting really, really close, and then you find out they're like a closet drug user or something. They're hiding and doing it or whatever. Because they didn't want you to know or whatever. Because they didn't want to influence you. Well, hell, you're already influenced. You're influenced, just for the fact they hid it from you. And for most people, that's enough to relapse over. Had I been in the town I was in before I come out here to get clean, I probably would have relapsed over it. But out here, I don't know anybody, and I made it that way on purpose. Because it's me that I don't trust. But I'm not hurting her by holding this grudge. All I'm doing is hurting myself. With myself by holding all that bitterness in. And with God by not forgiving, because I'm going to be forgiven based on how I forgive. So, needless to say, it's not good. I was gonna buy a camera for my birthday. It's 21st. I've been looking at this camera at Amazon. It wasn't but like, well, first it started out $78. Then last week they didn't have that exact one, but they had one just like it. Only it was like a different color, and it was $88. It had the infrared and everything, where I could have done ghost hunts and all that. Good investigations, good videos without them shaking and all that. All right, Saturday, I checked the website because they only had so many of them, and they said that once they were gone, right? Saturday night after the live, I checked Amazon, and they still had like 13. I got paid Monday morning. My check hit about 10:30. I went straight to Amazon, and I didn't have a damn one of them left. So, I mean, I just can't win for losing. So now her solution has been, because Mikey's making him a wood shop, and we got two big, I mean big, with lofts. Brand new buildings. They're wired for electricity, plumbed, on concrete, foundations out here. So I was gonna move in the one and make it a tiny house for me and the dog. Perfect, because it's just me. And I mean, it's big. It's like about 4 times bigger than this bedroom I'm surviving in. I could have had like a little corner kitchen and everything. Well, Mikey's gonna make the other one into a wood shop, and his painting his floors. Well, they done all moved out there in the damn building. I went up there to get the power cut on because we've got that pay-as-you-go power. Well, out there it's a meter. So I was like, I knew I was gonna have to take like 2 months and save the deposit. If it was $400, I could save $200 one month, $200 next month, and then I could get it, right? I meant to deposit $878 per building just to turn it on. Because it's zoned for industrial. Because the people who lived here, they lived here in the trailer, the older couple, and they put them buildings and stuff out there for their daughter to go into the medical marijuana thing when Oklahoma legalized it, and she had what's called a grow, like a little pot grow. But she couldn't keep up with, the legalized. It's not like selling street pot. You can just sell what you got or whatever. When you legalize, you got to have it's got to go to the lab. It's got to not have a spider mite or an aphid or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It's got to go to the lab. It's got to be tested. It's and it's a lot of work. Well, she didn't have anybody to help her, and she worried about $500,000 in the hole. So we bought it, but the buildings were just been there last year. They were brand new. So I mean, it would have been perfect for me a tiny house. But they have literally trashed this house. I'm not talking about dropped a piece of trash in there. I'm talking about from the time you step in the living room all the way to the back door, you can't hardly walk. Shit is everywhere. Toys, bags of clothes that she was going through and getting rid of some of them. I mean, it's just trashed, and she's been out there in the building with him for weeks. And he says to me yesterday, because I called the power company and I was telling them, look, we can't afford that, and we're not a business. We're not going to be running a business in these buildings. It's going to be, I'm going to make me a tiny house. I'm going to live there. Another one's going to be a shop. Well, they wanted to give me some flags, so of course I asked for somebody higher than them. And I got disconnected while I was on hold. Well, he comes out there, and I'm already pissed off because I got disconnected. And he's like, we're thinking about just moving out here into the building and letting you just have the trailer. And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh no. Because one, I'd have to go from one end to the other and clean it. I mean, I'm talking about industrial clean, because, and I've said it since I moved in here, I don't mind picking up that baby anything she does, or these dogs. As much as they pooping, well, Lucy don't, but as much as that little dog poops, if he misses the puppy pad, I still clean it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem with none of that. But I'm not going to clean up after two grown ass people who just throw their trash in the middle of the floor because they're too lazy to walk to the damn trash can. I'm living in one room with two dogs. Right now, I got my whole closet tore out and everything because I'm going through all that stuff. I got to get all y'all's stuff mailed out. And it's still cleaner than anywhere in this house. And that's with two dogs, and one of them using puppy pads. And the puppy pads are kind of expensive, but every time I put a new one down, he'll run over there and pee on it like he's marking it. And it's driving me crazy. Because I can't leave it sitting there and pee on it. I just can't. And I mean, he just come in from outside a while ago, walked straight in here and peed on his brand new, because I put a fresh one down because I mopped while they were outside. And I put a new one down, and he comes straight in and peed on the corner of it, but he missed like half the corner, so it was on the floor and the puppy pad, so I had to mop again right there in that area. And I don't mind doing that, and I would do it all day long for that baby, but not for two grown-ass, lazy-ass people who, he's been working and stuff. I'm on Social Security. And when I signed on this place in January, he swore he paid his half, and oh, well, this is only March. This is going to be my third full mortgage payment, and I had nothing left out of my check. Nothing. Because my mortgage is $800 and I only get $806. $806. And I mean, I'm just like, I hate to even be pouring this out, y'all, but I'm just like at a point where I feel like I'm literally going to snap. It ain't going to be good when I do. I don't want to walk away and say, I better cut my ties now and walk away, or I'm going to end up getting, losing it. 2 payments behind, it goes back. It's part of the agreement because they financed it for us. And, 2 30-day payments, but you know what I'm saying. And, so when he lost his job the very first time, he couldn't make the car payment. Well, the car payment was the car's in my name. Because I had been working on my credit since I got clean. And so we finally managed to buy a car. And I was starting to build my credit. And I had 640. I had enough to get a mortgage. So I was going to go through Oklahoma down payment assistance and get some assistance on the down payment and buy this place. Huh. Then all of a sudden, the people, that we were renting it from, they're like, look, if you want it, we'll give it to you for this price. I'm like, that's a little bit too much. We spent about 2 more months coming down. When she got down to where I wanted it, I said, okay. And they charged us like a flat rate. It was like 4% on the total. And it's not, the interest won't go over or down. I mean, it's like a one-time interest payment, and that's it. It's done on the interest. And then everything else is going straight, to buying it. And so I told him when I signed it, if you're not going to help me, you need to tell me now. Because we're not going to, jump in there knowing I'm only going to have $6 a month left over. I can't live like that. So this month that he got his taxes, he didn't give me any of the money he owed me. He bought me a pack of cigarettes and told me I should be grateful. Because it was a couple of days before I got paid and I didn't have any money. So I was grateful, but that ain't, But back when he lost his job the very first time for COVID and my credit was good and he was getting behind on the car payment, I didn't want to do that, and I took a loan out. And the payment wasn't but $100. But I didn't just go spend the loan. I took that loan and paid off what he was in the hole. So he would be even, and he wouldn't have to be back in the hole. He could pay us half every month. Well, now I'm paying the loan, so now that's $900 a month I pay out. And that's not counting, I don't get a phone or nothing like that. Thank God my Wi-Fi dropped like way down because of the Indian land and all. I only pay like $22 for it. But nothing's coming into the animal rescue. They want to fuss about Lucy killing chickens and stuff when they let the chickens go 2 days. And I'm like, you have been doing this and that and that. And he's like, yeah, Vic done it. And Vic's like, nah, Mikey done it. And I'm like, oh my God. Really? So, I mean, I have to do it myself. This is one damn thing after another. And I knew not to move in. But, I mean, the baby was born premature. She was about to die. They airlifted her to Oklahoma City. I come out here and I just ended up staying. Mom, will you stay and help us? Of course I will. I'm a dumbass. But see, that's the thing about him. They won't tell me anything. They won't tell me nothing's behind or nothing until it's like way back or it's way too late for me to do anything. And then, by the end, it's affected me because, I get thrown out on Social Security. I cannot make it anywhere on Social Security on my check by myself. I would have to have somebody to roommate or split house with me or whatever. Because you can't get a 1-bedroom apartment for $806. You can't. Not anywhere I know of. 1-bedroom apartments was like $1,200 and stuff. And then you couldn't have a dog. So my deal was land was really cheap out here. And I was like, let's just find a little, maybe 2 acres of land. I'll put a building on it. I'll live in the building. Y'all can live in the house. But then, they come off with the right price on this 5 acres and the 2 buildings and the trailer. So, but there's those big old mounds of trash out there. We done hired somebody twice to come haul them out. They got one of them out of here. It took them 2 different weekends just to get one big mound of trash out of the pasture that people just put out there. I mean, where do they think the shit goes? Do they think it was going to move itself out of the pasture or ever throw itself away? Why would you do that? By the time you hauled all that crap there and put it in that pile, you could have went right across the street and put it in a dumpster. But, it done got wet and it had been there for God knows how many years by the time we moved there. So now we're the ones having to clean it all up. And every time I go out there, it seems like there's more trash. From the wind and stuff. So, I mean, I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle and I feel like I'm getting old and I'm tired. And so I just refuse to do it anymore. And that's going to cause more problems. But I'd be damned if I'm going to go in there and buzz my ass and clean up after grown-ass people when you can't even do me the courtesy of smoking with me when I'm in pain and need you to. And the thing was, I was going to the pharmacy later that day. I would have gave it back to her and paid her. You know what I'm saying? And one day she was like, I'm the only one that takes care of this baby. I'm the only one that does this and that. And I said, hey, I don't have a baby. Who's got a baby? Who had a baby? Not me. Not me. Which I don't mind, and usually I'm not like that, but I was proving my point. Yeah, I am. Thanks for listening, man. Really, I mean, sometimes that's all I need is just get it all out like that. Like, I really do feel better just saying it out loud because I've been holding that shit in for 2 weeks. It started 2 weeks ago, but it got real bad a couple days ago. So, yeah, I've been holding that shit in. I don't have anybody to talk to. That's why we always end up going 5 and 6 hours because I end up sitting here talking because I don't want to tell anybody, hey, I got to go and shut it down and people are still talking and stuff. Because I know how that is, man. You just be happy to be chilling and chatting and stuff. Yeah, I know you are. And that's what I'm talking. I mean, I'm talking to you, but that's what I'm saying. I'll stay too. I felt bad. I guess it was yesterday or day before when I had to go pay those bills. But I already had that planned, and I had to go pay the bill. But yeah, I mean, I'm a talker, but it's because I don't have any kind of socialization or anybody to talk to. And my spirits told me one day on Spirit Box, they said, "You're lonely." I said, "No, I'm not lonely. Let me tell you something. Just because I don't got nobody to talk to don't mean I'm lonely. I'm alone, but I ain't lonely." You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you get it because I can't even chat. I'm gonna smoke, Shannon, if you don't care. There ain't nobody else in here but me and you, I think. I don't know. It says two. There might be somebody else in there. Oh, that bot. Yeah, the bot. But I mean, this is the things we go through as mothers, you know, because you don't want. There's that like fine line, and I guess I've just never been able to find it. Like I knew I shouldn't have enabled him. I knew I shouldn't have dug him out of the hole. But I also knew that if I didn't help him, the hole would just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So I mean, what do you do in that situation? Yeah, but you're not on camera. It used to didn't bother me, but one night, crazy girl, she said, "I just don't smoke on camera. It's a personal choice. I think it looks trashy." And that's been stuck in my head ever since then. So now every time I light a cigarette on camera, I think, "Damn, I look trashy." And she wasn't saying that we look trashy. She was saying she that was just her personal thing. And I didn't feel like that until she put it in my head. And now I'm like, oh, I might offend somebody. See, I'm worried about that now. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have cared if I offended you or not. And I still don't care if I offend you or not. As long as I'm coming in truth and love and doing it for the right reasons and not trying to hurt you or be mean. You know? But now I do stop and think about things like that. You know, am I going to offend somebody? Like the God thing, you know, I want to just say God. I want to say Yeshua and Jesus. But I know there's people out there that are not doing that. They're doing the divine or the source. And it's not for me to tell somebody what to do. You know, I mean, I went down all my different paths throughout my lifetime searching, and everybody's got to go on that same journey. Nobody else can do it for you, you know? So it's not so much that I want to be politically correct. I just don't want to be like, people to feel like I'm preaching at them. Because I know there's some places I go and I feel preached at. And I don't ever want to preach at anybody. If I do go like there and maybe get a little preachy, I'm trying to like convey a message or like, you know, I'm not trying, there's no condemnation. Getting condemned from the pulpit's what I can't. I just, you know, I got a problem with that. Fear. Don't use fear to try to control me. You know, if you don't act right, you're going to hell. And see, I've been under that religious curse, like I said, that fear my whole life. I mean, there are like the tarot card thing. I kept saying, well, what if my gift's not from God? You know, what if demons are giving me this gift? What if demons are behind it? What if God's right and it really is? I'm getting all sucked into this witchcraft because, you know, I've always kind of been a witch. I mean, I'm pretty much a witch. But I don't cast spells. I don't cast against nobody. I'll bind, protect, and pray. I'll bind you up my heartbeat if you're coming against me, but I'm not going to just wake up in the morning and say, oh, I think I'm going to just put a curse on this person or I'm going to cast many problems against this person or whatever. And that's the way hell works. If you ever watch that guy, John Ramirez, he's on YouTube, but he was Lucifer's personal high sorcerer. How about that? He had they were from the Dominican Republic, so they were into the voodoo and the Haitian, the other one, I can't think of the name of it right now, but they were in all that. And his daddy dedicated him when he was like 2 years old, and he would spend like 12 hours a day in what they call devil church. you give everything you had, to serving Lucifer and to learning magic and carrying out contracts on people. But hell sends contracts against you, legal binding contracts. That's why I said, you got to break those generational curses and those contracts off of you to get free. And somebody asked me about that day. They said, what do you mean by legal right? What do you mean he had a legal right to be there? I couldn't go into it that day. It's too involved. But that is something I do want to go over in here eventually, because I want, even though we went down the tarot path, because that's what Crazy Girl asked for, I'm still going down that spiritual warfare path. And I do feel like somebody might get offended, because the spiritual warfare path is very Christ based, God based, battle plan. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, it's war. And if I'm going in war, my sword's gonna be short. I'm not gonna take a little dagger in there when I know I'm gonna be fighting full-grown soldiers with swords. Yeah, he does work on your mind, and when the kind of life I've had, my mind was already worked over. And I probably had these demons in me since before I was born, but I never would have looked you in the eye and said, I think I have a demon in me. I started watching Isaiah Salvador, and they manifest. Sometimes he'll be praying and they'll manifest. Start growling at me and stuff, and I can feel them like moving inside of me. I've seen pastors, preachers who you would have never thought, never said a bad word, never done a bad thing in their life, and they fall out with demons coming out of them. Some of them like turn and twist up, and this is just crazy. But it's all right there it's on YouTube. It's called the Supernatural Life. And there's 4 or 5 of these, and they interpret the Bible literally. I used to believe once saved, always saved. Since I have really been like studying with them, I do not believe that anymore, because they proved to me they pulled that verse and didn't pull it out of context either. They had it in context, just like Jesus said it. And it's like I was reading it for the first time, and I went to Bible college. But all these years, I'd never been caught by that verse and it meaning that, you know what I'm saying? And it was an eye opener. It was a big eye opener. But I feel like whether you believe in God or not, anybody that's meant to be on the positive side or is on the positive side or is using their gifts for a positive, God's taking the scales off of our eyes. We're fixing to get our full spiritual eyes. The veil ain't going to matter to us, because we're going to be able to see anyway. And he's calling us to arms. He's going to use people. And everybody say, he wouldn't use a drug addict like you. Hell yeah, he would too. He'd use me before he used that preacher. Because I'm already familiar with the enemy. So, I mean, he can use anybody in any situation. And if people hate me for it, then I guess that's just how it's got to be, because, hell, I can't control how people feel anyway. And I used to say, oh, I don't care if people like me or not. And really, in general, I don't. But I have had people say shit that hurt my feelings or whatever. And I just like come to tears, and I'd be like, why do I even care? I don't care. But I think as humans, we do care. We want to be accepted. We want to be not wrong or whatever, or feel like we're not always wrong, or always like the black sheep. Everybody's standing over here on the left while you're over there on the right, and they're just staring at you, and you're over there like by yourself, because you're a different color. Yeah. Like my mom and dad, they, my adoptive parents, they were great. They were, I mean, I was so lucky to get adopted where I was loved. And, they lied to me about Santa Claus and all kind of stuff. But I think I just really took it too personally, but not really. Not when you try to come from a place of truth and there. It seems like the very people who you're supposed to trust the most have lied to you for 12 straight years. I mean, I just didn't know. I don't know how to process all that like intense emotion. I have borderline personality disorder. And then as a child, I was sexually abused. When my mom and dad, I remember them social workers asking me if my dad ever touched me. And I remember at that really young age getting really mad and saying, no, my daddy would never do that. And he would not. He never did. He never done, as far as I know, an inappropriate thing ever. And but his uncle got me a couple of times, got me separated off from mama where he could get me off by myself and rape me. And then when I was about 13, my stepbrother, who I'm just now like mending the relationship with, actually I invited him to the live the other day, but he didn't come. Saturday night, I invited him Saturday night, but he didn't come. He's in a nursing home. He has Parkinson's and he's bedridden, and he was paralyzed. And I ended up having to go and live with him and take care of him, like bathe him, clean him, take care of him after he sexually abused me. So I learned a lot of spiritual lessons with that by humbling myself and forgiving him. And I'll never forget. I guess his wife didn't tell him that I was coming or whatever to live there, and that she was gonna hire me to help take care of him. I guess she didn't tell him. And the very first time she left the house and I walked in that room, I could see the fear in his face. I mean, all over him, because here he is letting her paralyzed, and I'm not this time. Because when he started messing with me, I was the paralyzed one. You know what I mean? I couldn't, because it had already happened when I was younger, and it was kind of brutal when I was younger. And then when I was about 35, I got caught up in the wrong part of town and got brutally anally raped. So, I never asked for none of all that shit. But rape ain't even about sex. It's about control and power. Domination. It's not even about sex. And that's what's crazy. So I think all that kind of stuff made it to where I really trusted my mom and dad. And then when I found out they lied to me about Santa Claus, it was like the end of the world. It was like, oh my God, you've been lying to me my whole life. I can't even trust you. Who can I trust? And I told my own son one time he had meth psychosis. He done some bad dope. He thought I was going to kill him and take his organs and sell them on the black market. I said, Shane, I'm your mama. I love you more than anybody on this planet. If you can't trust me, you can't trust anybody. And then I realized what I said, because that just made it worse, because he already didn't trust me. But that's kind of how it was with my mom and dad. It was just Santa Claus, but it was Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and let's see, what else was it? I don't know, just stuff that throughout life, all these little lines just add up. They just add up. And so when my kids was born, I was aware I was never going to do the Santa Claus lie, but of course I did. I didn't break their heart and say, oh, there is no Santa Claus. I didn't do that. But the minute they come and said, hey, there ain't no real Santa Claus, I said, no, there ain't. I didn't let it go on for, extra time to where they would be hurt even more. I was 12 years old. 12, and didn't have a clue that there was no Santa Claus. Never had even had that thought. Because they hooked the Santa Claus up every year. Except that year. Because they bought me a bedroom suit and brand new shag carpet and painted my room. Well, they got it on sale, I guess, at the end of November or something, So I had this new bedroom suit. I have no idea that was Santa. Nobody said, okay, once you get, they could even said something like, once you get so old, Santa don't come no more or something, They didn't even have to bust the bubble. They could have said that. And so we're giving you this bedroom suit. This is your Santa Claus present. That was never said to me. So I wake up on Christmas morning. I got one wrap present under the tree. And it was clothes, socks and underwear and stuff like that. And I'm like, I didn't say what the hell, but I'm like, where's my Santa Claus? And they're like, We already told you it's your bedroom suit. There is no Santa Claus. What? No, they never told me that. I guess they imagined in their mind that they had told me that. She did set me down and explain to me that, I was going from being a little kid into like the tween, the 12-year-old, and then I was going to be a teen. She explained all that, but never once did anybody say that bedroom suit and that garbage is your Santa Claus present, because we've been Santa Claus the whole time and he's not real. And man, that just like shattered my whole world. It did. I was so heartbroken over this. 50 years later, I'm still heartbroken over the Santa thing. and you'd think I'd just get over it already. But I can't, because I feel like that was like a betrayal of trust. Because I already didn't trust anybody except my mom and daddy. They're the only people in this whole entire world that I trusted, besides my dog. And that's why now, nobody occupy that spot. My dogs are the only thing that I really, truly, 100% trust. Yeah, they made me happy, but they would have made me just as happy to know that was my Santa, because they had been doing it all those years because they loved me or whatever. It just didn't go down that way. It was about how it went down, I guess. It went down with well, we've already told you. Well, y'all must have forgot that part because nobody told me. And then my Aunt Betty, my mama's sister, I was crying and she whooped me for crying. I mean, she beat my ass. She whooped me hard. Whooped me for crying. Where am I? Again, I'm lost chat or some shit. I got a start and a live something and comments. There it is. Alright, there it come back. I couldn't figure out what I'd done. So, I guess it was just me. I guess I just took it too personally, just like I did with that joint the other day when she told me no. After everyone I've rolled for the last 3 years, I've asked you, did you want part of it? Even if she said no, I made sure to ask her. I'm offering to pay you and everything. You got plenty and cannot, that's like in the Bible when the kid says, I'm hungry, and he says, if that's your kid, would you give, you wouldn't give him, you'd give him a fish, you wouldn't give him a snake, I just felt like, I felt like that was the only actual human connection I had out here in Oklahoma, and now I don't have it because I just can't move past the fact that if I don't know what I've done, and I'm not willing to accept that I've done anything wrong when I don't feel like I've done anything. Now, if I've done something, she needs to tell me so I can, deal with it and fix it. But as far as I can tell, it was just Mikey done wrong, and she's like punishing us both, taking it out on both of us, which ain't got nothing to do with our relationship. I stay as far out of that as I can. Trust me, Shannon, I stay shut in this bedroom. I stay shut in this bedroom. No, it's because it's winter. On warm days, I get out there with the dogs or whatever if I don't do nothing but sit there and watch them run around. But, and I'm going to be getting out a lot more now it's getting warm. But I've been in this room, like, for months, and I feel like, a prisoner. I feel like, And then, on top of that, one day I walked to Yonder, and she said something about, it was before we got public. Mikey said, Mama, are you wanting another puppy or whatever? I guess he knew about the puppies. I didn't know about them. And she said, you better not bring another puppy here. I'll kill it if you do. She said, this is my house and you're not bringing a puppy in. And I said, hold up a minute. I said, this ain't your house. This is our house. Because she doesn't work. She doesn't clean it. She doesn't do anything. And even if I'm only paying my half, Mikey said, yeah, but what I pay pays her way. Okay, but I'm not going to clean her mess up. And then don't get mad at me because I don't clean up avenue. My room stays clean. This is where I live. This is where I dwell. If my dogs mess something up, I clean it up. if I see the baby mess something up, I will clean it up. But other than that, I'm sorry. And I hate to be that way. And it's killing me because my stupid soft heart wants to just let it all go. Just let it go. She's having a bad day. But you know what? I have bad days all the time, and I don't go take it out on other people or other things. You know, I've had a bad day and took it all out on that dog. Think that dog was gonna love me down the road after I took everything in me out on him? Nah. You know, so I don't know. Sometimes my pride and stubborn, hard-headed horns of the Aries get in my way because it's like I did with Don and Candace. God told me to go tell Don to quit going to the Seventh-day Adventist Church and to go to a church that does deliverance and get the demons cast out of him so that he could be clear-headed so God could deal with him with his summer thing. Yes. My brain or heart or whatever didn't feel like it was the right time to deliver that message because he had been drinking and all this kind of stuff, and I didn't do what I was told to do. Well, that shit ate me up for weeks. I ended up having to make a whole video, and even in the video, I was so stubborn that by the time I did do what God wanted me to do, I still wouldn't admit that I had like just outright judged Candace. Because I don't feel like I outright judged her. I feel like I judged her by what I knew, the facts I knew. Not just because she's a drug addict. I never once said, oh, I think she killed Summer because she was on drugs or anything like that. I mean, it was the neglect. It was a lot of things that, but day one, soon as Summer disappeared, my money was on Candace. I mean, as soon as it hit YouTube, the first person I talked to was Ziggy. And I told Ziggy, I said, that baby has been abused sexually and physically. I said, this case is going to bust wide open. I said, all kinds of shit's going to come out. And it wasn't but a matter of days. Days. Till all that started coming out. And then Mary and them come out and all that. So I feel like, you know, that poor child had a horrible, horrible 5 years. And even if Candace or Don or Grandma or any of them had nothing to do with her disappearance, they're guilty. One, because it was their job to protect that child, to feed that child, to nourish that child, to develop that child. That was their responsibility. If you didn't want the responsibility, you should have either gave her up for adoption like you did the rest of your kids or kept your damn legs closed. I mean, she wasn't your first baby. You know, if it'd been her first baby, I could see you saying, oh, well, I made a mistake. You know, we're talking number 4 or 5 or whatever. You know what you're doing. You know how not to have a baby. So I feel like they're guilty. And also, in addition to that, I feel like since it was Candace was the parent in charge that day. Even if Dom didn't go to work or whatever, you know, because now nobody's sure if he went to work or whatever. But Summer was with Candace. She was with Candace in whatever vehicle they was in, whatever, it don't matter. She was with Candace. She was Candace's responsibility. How you gonna say you took guys off of her for 2 minutes and she disappeared into thin air? Bullshit. She knows what she done, and that's why I say Candace is so cold that I don't think she will ever tell the truth and admit what she's done. Don, on the other hand, and I told him this in the video, Don, every day, I pray that the Holy Spirit will burn those demons out of you with fire. That, you know, the Holy Spirit just get all over you. I said, I'm praying for you little boys that the Holy Spirit get all over them and that they feel safe in the foster home they're in, and they'll start telling people what really happened. You know, because when child, see, a lot of that one little boy, he's loyal as hell to Don, but you know why he's loyal to Don? Fear. He's afraid of Don. Fear. Well, he's in foster care now. That fear is subsiding every day. And when it goes away enough that he feels safe enough to tell it, that little boy will tell it. The only thing stopping him is fear. And I told Dawn, I said, look, man, I'm praying that on the kids. I'm praying it on you. I'm praying on Candace. I'm praying on Grandis. I'm praying on all of y'all that y'all do the right thing. Do the right thing. But I told him, I said, look, God told me that I was wrong. And I'm here to tell you I failed you. I failed you because I didn't show you the love of God. I did judge you and Candace. I judged you. And I shouldn't have. Me of all people, coming from the background I come from, should have known better. I mean, but I felt like what I did judge them was justified because I didn't say, oh, they killed Summer. I judged them for killing Summer. It was like, look at what Summer was sleeping on. Look at the mattress. Look at her hair. Look at her face. Look at her clothes. Jody Sue talking about they have one little tiny can of chicken noodle soup with one fork. All 4 kids sitting there trying to eat it. That's what I judged her on. All that. I judged her as being a shitty parent. And my son that I live with right now, his 4 oldest kids, was took by CPS because they were on drugs. Now, he still got his rights, but his ex-wife, their mama, lost her rights because she never got clean. I mean, he's been clean for about 4 years. But he still hasn't got them back because we live out here now. And we went through all the stuff this last year. Went and bought new beds, all kinds of stuff, spent all his tax money on new beds and fixing that place. Yes, they could have a room each and all that. Like the loan says, the woman come out here and she told us, she said, you'll get a letter. She said, but I'm telling you right now, you're approved, The damn social worker who we've been fighting for years in North Carolina told the judge that we didn't get our background checks, we didn't do our fingerprints, we didn't do anything. That we hadn't tried to do anything to get the kids back. And we were supposed to bring them home with us that day. She had been telling us that we were going to get them that day. That, she was going to recommend reunification and all that. Straight up lied to Mikey, man. I mean, I've never seen nobody so broken as he was that day. But then his youngest one, which really had grown up in the thick of the addiction. The other 3 were kind of older, and the real heavy addiction didn't hit until like after the last baby was born. He wanted to be adopted by his foster parent. And Mikey was like, hell no, he can't make that decision. I said, Mikey, he's 12 years old. If you try to tell him no, he can't make that decision, you're never going to have a relationship with him. I said, I think you're, tell him you better really think about this, Christian, because it's the rest of your life, And I told Mikey, I said, don't sign your rights over and don't tell him you won't be in his life. Tell him, yeah, I'll let you be adopted, but I'm going to be in your life, And, but that about killed him too. And that one really got me when they went down there to sign the adoption papers and all that was just like about more than I could take. But I understand why Chris has done that because he's seen the worst of it because he was the youngest. He was right in the middle of it. And he don't want to feel vulnerable like that again, like not knowing where your next meal's coming from, not knowing if you're going to be on the street because they didn't pay the rent or you're up in some hotel and they want to come and put you out at 8:30 in the morning because you can't afford another day, I totally understand where he's coming from. Now, the other ones was a little bit older. And even though they was really mad at their daddy, they spent like 2 years in foster care. And they were like, hey, we see things for how they really were now. Because for 2 years, they watched him get clean and try to get them back. And watch her just go the other way, more and more downhill. Do more and more drugs. And she said, yeah, I went and got my classes done and this and that and that. And they'd asked her for paperwork and she wouldn't have any. I mean, but, his first wife is a chronic liar. And schizophrenic, she was very dependent. She would follow him to the bathroom. That dependent. I mean, screw around on her right, he messed with girls and stuff like right in front of her. And she'd always take him back because she was so, like, dependent on him. And this one here, she's an Indian. She's a recovering alcoholic, which is firewater in an Indian. And she's one of them that you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that ultimatum people. He's not good with that, and neither am I. If you say I would like for you to do this, or when you do this, or I think you should do this, there's one thing, but you're going to do this, or you're gonna do this. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do it just because you told me I was going to. And see, that's just pride, and that's the kind of pride that I'm supposed to be clearing out. That's that blackness on my soul that I'm not supposed to put there. But sometimes I just can't help it. Sometimes I'm just like a rock, and I'm not gonna be moved. Like on that little smacking thing, man. I just think it was wrong, and until I get a really heartfelt, deep apology that I feel like she really meant, shit is never gonna be the same. Never. Like I got out of the car yesterday. I came back from a little Dollar General or whatever. Well, she went to the grocery store, and there was she piled up in the driveway. Well, just come on in the house, come back to my room, shut the door. Might come back here. He said, "Why didn't you help her to carry them groceries in?" Because I didn't. No, because I'm not. No. Yeah. And that's just stubbornness and pride. That's just me being hard headed and not wanting to compromise. Because I feel like sometimes you got to take a stand to be right too. When you're about an open heart and love and forgiveness and stuff, just about every time you're in the right, but yet you're the one that's got to swallow it or whatever, and compromise to make this other person feel complete or feel whole. And I'm sorry, I just can't do it in this situation. And God will make me pay for that somehow. I mean, He teaches me these things like the Don and Candace thing. I have no problem saying my opinion about Don and Candace. And it's just out of the blue, it was like, "You wrong." Well, that's what I heard. You wrong. You judging Candace. And I'm like, and I guess I thought I was talking to myself because I'm like, no, I'm not. I mean, look at what she done. Look at that mattress. That mattress was my focal point of my argument. I didn't even realize it was God I was arguing with. That was my own voices in my own head saying, "God, how could you judge Candace like that?" I'm like, "What do you mean I didn't judge Candace? I called it like it was." But then I heard, "And you didn't even tell him what I told you to tell him." Well, I knew them wasn't my words because them was not words I would have said. I would have not went to Don no matter what and said, "Leave the church that you think you're happy in and go over here and get these demons cast out of you." Because you see how I am, I'm scared I might offend somebody by saying Jesus. I'm sure not going to go tell him to leave the church that he's been going to because I had a vision and God told me to tell him that. And he's going to think I'm batshit crazy. But then God, really worked on me and told me, "Hey, you got to quit worrying about if people think you're crazy or not." Because I took the foolish things to confound. The wicked are confounded by the foolish things that God blesses us with, And I don't know, I can't quote it exactly right now, but you may know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, to the unsaved man, the cross and the preaching of the cross is foolishness. But to the man that is identifying with that cross and all, it's salvation. So even trying to do right in the video was hard for me. I mean, I was choking my words out, trying not to say exactly what I was supposed to say. And then finally I was like, "Well, okay, here goes. God told me to say this. Here we go." And I just blurted it out. And then I never heard from anybody over there again. So, here I was worrying about this scenario I had in my head, and God already had it all worked out. I got to learn to trust. I don't have that kind of trust. I have faith, but I don't have trust. And I think that, goes all the way back to the my mother giving me up for adoption thing. Being rejected and not wanted. The number one way that people get a demon. Now, I'm not talking about demon possession where you're crawling up the walls. I'm talking about just, being influenced heavily throughout your lifetime by different demons. And everybody's got them, whether you go to church, whether you're religious, whether you're saved, it doesn't matter. Everybody has them. Everybody. Because their specialty is hiding and not letting us know that we've got them. Hey, glad you come back. See, me and Shannon, we just keep it going. We'll be here when y'all come for round 2. I was just talking about being really, really hard-headed. And Shannon said, yes, she was too. Hey, Charlie. Good day, mate. Oh, hell, that's Australia, ain't it? What do they say over there in England? Buggers or something? I'm not real sure what they say. There's my Gabby. She's still here. She done went and took a nap and everything, didn't you, Gab? I know you were still here. I'm so glad. You've been listening to me, bitch. But I'm not going to bitch anymore. I can't say I'm going to completely let go of that balloon string. But I'm not going to try to hide it anymore. I'm just going to like go with the flow. So I don't know if all of y'all were in here when I said that I got a bunch of videos I'm doing on that tarot, but I'm also doing a little side hustle thing on candles and colors and how they relate to your cards, and not even your cards, but just like burning the right ones at the right times. You know, not really even witchcraft, but like some protection, and this one for peace, and this one for that. So candles and their colors and their uses. So I was going to kind of do that on the side because it kind of goes with the tarot. And then Shannon's got oracle cards. And the other day I was like, well, tarot, not oracle. But then I said it in my very next sentence is the oracle cards complement the tarot cards and people pull them together. Even if they only pull one oracle card to set the energy. Oh, really? That's what I want, some goat's milk soap. I want some soap. I want some cheese. I used to live near the farmer's market, and I'll go up there and get that goat cheese, and it was like a spread, like almost like a hummus or something, but it was goat cheese. It wasn't like feta, but it was just like a spread that you put on like pita or something like that. Oh my God, it was so good. Yeah, and I got this lady. She comes from Facebook. I don't know if y'all go to Facebook or not, but I spent years on Facebook trying to sell one thing and was never successful. I never sold not one thing on Facebook. Not an earring, not nothing. Now WhatsApp, I done good. Etsy, I done good. I done okay over here, but Facebook, I don't know. It's just not my platform, and I hate all the drama and the fact that. You know, the government spies on you. I mean, they can see everything you put. The YouTube at least has a little bit of privacy compared to Facebook. So, but it's called Boggy Bottom Gypsy. And she makes candles. But now they're pretty much all scented. And I mean, they smell so good. And, you know, they're very reasonably priced for the size that they are. And they're real long burning, like the Yankee candles, and they're cheaper than the Yankee candles. I think Yankee candles are extremely expensive, and I don't buy them. Although every time I regret buying the cheap candle because it burns up or burns down one side and not the other side, or you know what I'm saying, cheap candles versus good candles. These candles are good, and they burn slow, and God, they smell good. But she's really good. So, you know, if y'all do, maybe just check her out if you decide you're going to buy some candles or something. She also makes this, like, carpet fresh stuff for your carpet. And she got about 3 different fragrances. Vic likes that really strong one, which makes me sneeze and takes my breath. But there's a really, like, a more lighter one. Oh, my God, you can still smell it, like, when you walk in from the outside, like, 2 weeks later. And, I mean... I'm talking about we got kids, dogs, grown people running through here, and you know it just smells fresh. Like when you walk, I don't know how she gets that smell to stay like that, you know? Yeah, yeah, so it might not work for you, Shannon, because they are smell good. She said, that's her specialty, like trying to make her house smell good. Yeah, she's one of those people that, boil cinnamon and stuff on the stove. You know how people are to make their house smell homey. But I mean, she got, really nice candles at a decent price, which for me was the big thing because a Yankee candle I thought was too expensive, even though they burn slow. And then the cheap candles are just too cheap because they burn right up, So I figured there had to be some kind of middle ground somewhere, and I haven't found it yet. When I found it with her, she got like the mason jars, she got like the smaller ones and the bigger ones. Candles in a mason jars and things last forever. And she makes soap too, like but it's more like it's got pieces of fruit and stuff in it. Like it's kind of like clear, like a yellow, goldish kind of amber looking, and then it's got like yeah, they're really expensive over here too. I mean, a candle that's $4 at Dollar General is like $24 at Yankee Candles. But you can get one of those big old candles for like $7, $8. The big mason jar one. And it smells just as good as the Yankee Candle. Yeah, it was also an apple butter. Man, I ain't had no real apple butter in years since my mama died. My mama used to make crab apple jelly. We had a crab apple tree. And I remember one year I ate a bunch of them and I got sick. And the doctor was like, "You're not supposed to eat crab apples." Well, then one day she made a big run of jelly, and I'm like, "We're not supposed to eat them crab." It's different than jelly than eating them raw. But man, that stuff was so good. But she would make the apple butter. Yeah, and the apple butter or the applesauce is good with pork chops and cabbage and stuff. Yeah. Mm. I like I don't even know what it's called now. It's a vegetable, but it tastes like a fruit when you make jelly out of it. It's good, but I can't think of the name of it. Yeah, so some pork. I used to make salsa every year until one year I got aggravated with the gloves and took them off, the little plastic gloves. My hands like swelled all up and busted open and stuff from them peppers. I've never made salsa again, but I used to make it every year. Man, it was good. Homemade salsa. And put a bunch of it up, can it. And what you call that stuff is like salsa, but it's the thicker it's like a chutney or I know you don't know what I'm talking about, Shannon. Chow chow. Chow chow. I used to make that chow chow stuff. Yeah, I might have to get some of that, Natasha, because I got that. Well, I don't have sensitive skin. It's just really, really dry because of my thyroid. It don't matter how much lotion I use, I'm ashy and dry. If I don't use a whole bunch of conditioner in my hair, it's like straw. Sometimes I have to wash my hair just to condition it because I don't even put shampoo on it because it'll be so dry. But I'll wash it just like I would with shampoo, but I'll just put conditioner. It's doing a little better since I cut. I cut about 3 or 4 inches off of it about a week ago. You did? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I haven't seen that since I've been in here. Hang on just a second. I'll check it out. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I just have to go right here for a second. Where is my messenger? I'm not seeing it. Let's go. I got it on here. Shit. I forgot I don't even have it on here. Oh, do you? Oh, man. See, I might have to have you on the show one night to promote your products. That's what I was telling Crazy Girl. Just about all of us got some kind of little side hustle we do, and we should, like push each other. And WhatsApp will give you a free catalog to put the picture and the description and how much, and you don't. I mean, you have to have WhatsApp to do the catalog, but you don't have to have WhatsApp to order from it. And it's the best catalog I've found so far for free. But I haven't even touched mine since Christmas. My catalog. And I'm not in a hurry because COVID hit right when I tried to open the Curiosity Shop. And that just killed it right there. That killed it before it ever got started. And I just don't have the kind of money to compete online because I can't pay for ads and stuff. You're cutting it. You ain't cutting it all off, are you? Is it long? Like the bottom 3 inches of mine was just it was split, something horrible. I just like cut the the ends off. I didn't like try to style it or nothing. Look at you, a hairstylist too. Well, I was an English major. I can write a thesis or a big report or a dissertation. I wrote poetry. I've got a short story in the works right now. I wrote some back in college. I've got published poetry. And I'm writing the farmland story right now. All the chickens there, they live over on that side of the tracks. And you got the cats who are running the community center, which is the porch. I made all the animals characters. So, that's gonna be pretty good when I get it, but I can't figure out how to write on these videos, like how to the little text box is so little that I can't put a poem like into a video. I tried it one time and it just don't look right. The one that I have on my page, the Gypsy's Fate. I got one right now that I've been wanting to share with y'all. It's called The Mask, and it's good. And I almost had the video done, and then when I went back and ran it through, like actually moving in real time, it was all distorted and stuff, so I just trashed it. And see, nobody ever, now if somebody's in the chat or something, they help me when I'm live, but I pretty much got me a InShot video editor out of the Play Store on my $10 phone and went to town with the pictures I already had. At first, I was scared to post anybody else's picture or content or anything, because I didn't want to get struck, because they're both striking everybody about 2 years ago, just like they're doing now. It's just like the second round, but it wasn't really true crime. It was just everybody. But I'm not really a true crime channel. I'm more like a paranormal channel or a spiritual channel. I'm more like a spiritual channel. But I want to go do some ghost hunting and some randomiting and some woods exploring. Now I got a lot I want to do for the channel, But Crazy Girl giving me the idea to do the tarot series was pretty good, because as long as I've been reading tarot, I really forgot a lot that I didn't even realize I had forgotten until I started doing research. And when I research, I handwrite. I take what I read and then I put it into my own words, and that helps me to get it and keep it. And so just in the last 2 days making those little videos, I've only made 5 different cards, and I've learned a lot just by being able to make the video. So I just hope y'all enjoy it like that too. Shannon said she had a pretty good time the other day. I think it was just like me and her and baby girl. Listen to me. That's what I call the baby. Me and her and Crazy Girl, and I know Gabby wasn't here that day. It was just me and her and Crazy Girl, I think. And you might have come in for a few minutes. I can't remember. But so and they working for you. You said you connected right off. Now see, Shannon, you might like that rods, the dowsing rods. So how'd it go, Natasha? Were they pretty accurate? You know, like when you're doing that, you can test them with questions that you absolutely know the answer to. It's not gonna change. You know, and just test them from time to time. You know, and tell them, look, I trust you, but you know, I gotta trust the cop. I gotta test the copper. I gotta make you know. I just want to test you out to make sure I'm not getting a false positive because sometimes, depending on the energy in the room, like sometimes on me and Crazy Girl, MSP, all three try to read at the same time. Two of us will get the same answer, and one of us will get a different answer. And it just kind of does that to throw you off. They kind of do that to throw you off because you're supposed to trust them and you're supposed to trust your intuition. You're really not supposed to ask the same question 19 different ways because they get like tired of, you know, a lot of times they'll just quit answering because they're like, man, you done asked me that 20 different ways. And people will do that in readings too. Like sometimes I read for people, especially if it's like anything to do with their love life or romantic anything. Am I supposed to be with this guy? Okay, it says yeah. Will I move into this guy's house? Will me and this guy make it? You know, I mean, it's like the same questions over and over, just in different sentences. And sometimes the cards will show out and they'll be like, I don't answer that. Especially like your pendulum and your rod. They don't have to move. Now on the card, I'm going to flip it anyway, but sometimes, you know, I can tell when they're like, even though they don't actually speak to me with cards, I can tell when they're being smartass. And that's the best way I know to put it. And people give me a hard time about the way I talk to my spirits and deal with my spirits. I keep it real with my spirits, and they keep it real with me. And people said, you're talking down to them. You're condescending like they're little kids. Sometimes you have to do that because sometimes they don't want to listen. Like if there's evil there and I tell her to leave and he wants to give me some lip, I have to be the authoritarian and say, look, you got to go. I don't care. You can cry. You can stomp your feet and pitch a fit over there in that corner, but you're leaving. You know? So, I mean, sometimes they'll be talking over me and I'll say, spirits, now listen to me. And they'll stop because they know what they're doing. They know that they're pushing my buttons just like that baby will push me when her mama ain't here. She'll push and push and push, see how far I'll go before I say something to her. And I swear the ghosts, dimensional beings, whatever we're calling them now, are the same way. You wasn't directly asking about the future. What do you mean? Sometimes they won't answer because they don't know the answer. Sometimes the answer's not predetermined. You know, fate or the path or whatever doesn't know how you're going to go with that. See, anything in tarot, pendulum, rods, runes, all that could change at any moment. Those are answers, those are fate answers that are not already predetermined destiny or whatever. I worked on them cards so much yesterday that when I finished the Emperor and the Hierophant, I thought I had accidentally wrote the Emperor stuff on the Hierophant's page because it was basically the same thing reversed. But it was different. One was spiritual intuition and one was material intuition. But I had to look at it like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, man, I wrote it on the wrong paper. I got to start all over. And I'm a perfectionist like that. If I mess up in the middle of the paper, I'll start the whole paper over. My arm was literally like I had carpal tunnel or something. I wrote so much yesterday. Yeah, see the if it's a more like a fake question and can change, sometimes they just won't answer. Sometimes they take a guess. That's why sometimes you'll have an answer, and then when it actually comes to pass, you'll be like, the odds were wrong. And it wasn't really wrong. It's just that your positioning and all that changed, and they just weren't. So they don't really mind you asking like that when you're updating, but when I got to do a reading for somebody and the whole 20 questions is basically the same as the very first question, just worded different, they get an attitude. They really do. And that's not even my spirits. That's not even the spirits. That's rods. Your cards, rods, and pendulums are your intuition and the divines, your higher powers. Now, sometimes, and I'm gonna cover this. You got your guardian angels and you've got your spirit guides, and they can manipulate them too, just like the divine. If your spirit guides have a message for you, then that'll be your spirit guides turning those cards. If the divine has a message, it'll be the divine turning it. If it's one of your ancestors that is kind of like your spirit guide or whatever, then it'll be them. Because they're giving you the cards to get the message across to you. Yes, Gabby, the candles are, and I'm going to do the little the side step and take like one of the lives and do the candles and their colors and uses thing, because you'd be surprised that just what burning the right color candle can accomplish at the right, if you've had a really rough day and you're all depressed and you just is that better? I must have hit that button and didn't know. My phone does stuff on its own. I couldn't get my camera. I was just telling them when I got there, when I got my check and I went to, they had 13 the night before. And I went to get the camera and they didn't have any more. For that, like, incredible, less than $100 price. When it was like a $500 camera. And I knew that wasn't going to last till payday. And if he could just done what he told me he was going to do and give me the $100 he was going to give me out of his taxes, I wouldn't have had that problem, but he didn't give me anything. He brought me a pack of off-brand cigarettes. He said, that's all I can do. We have an Amish store probably 30 miles from me. It's no further than going to the regular store. I love it. Yeah, I didn't get to do anything because he didn't get to go back to work, and of course I had to pay the mortgage again. So it's just, I was telling Shannon, it's just one thing after another. Me and Vic got into it. And I'm not gonna go back into it again. I done sounded Shannon and let herself be a sounding board so I could get all that vent out, and I feel better now. But I don't like talking about people like that anyway. But it ain't nothing I wouldn't say to her. And if you got a problem with me or you got something to say to me, then come to me. Don't go to somebody else and then let me overhear it. If I hadn't overheard it, it wouldn't have been so bad, but I overheard it. I heard it come out raw and real, and I'm feeling some kind of way. And I was telling Shannon I'm so damn hard headed because I'm a Aries, I'm a ram, it's one of them that I ain't gonna be easily moved on. Because I don't feel like I did anything wrong and I don't know where it even come from. It blindsided me. And I don't like that at all. And y'all are my friends. But as far as in person, like right here, a human connection I can make, Vic was my only friend. Now I have none. So, I mean, Bob always said that I prefer my dogs over people anyway. Yeah, and he always hooks me up too. Like, if I'm going there and buy like, they have the Angus beef hamburger, the big old things of it, or they have the patties. Sometimes you can get whole briskets and, whole like rumps of a cow or whatever, big chunks of meat, cut them up and make like 5-6 meals out of a big roast. You got 5 or 6 roasts. But and he always hooks me up. Like if I say, "Oh shoot, I forgot this," and I go back to like get it, even though he ain't through ringing me up, he'll just put it in my bag. He'll like give me little stuff like fly swatters and just little things that you always forgetting to buy. You know what I mean? He's pretty cool. He's funny because he never takes the hat off. He looks like he's in the same clothes every day, but they're not. They're just made the same, and they be clean every day. But they're just like they don't change. They don't change, and they be out there on the highway, the 75-mile-an-hour highway, in their horse and buggy. Oh yeah, and they make fried pies. I don't know if y'all ever had any fried pies, especially real Amish fried pies. It's kind of like their blankets. Nobody else makes them like that. Oh my God, they're so good. His wife makes them. She makes cherry and peach, and they got all the trees right there on the farm. They grow it all themselves. I can't even get all the trash picked up out here, so I could even think about where to plant my fruit trees. I want to cut all these. Well, we ain't got that many, but we got a couple really big, like hundreds of year old trees, but they're already like, half rotten on this side or been struck by lightning on that side or whatever. So I want to cut them down and plant fruit trees. Fried pies is like a little cherry pie, like a little Danish. Like you can buy them at like the places that sell donuts and stuff that sell the bread. Not like a Starbucks, but it's just like it's crust, and sometimes it's got the white icing on it. And it's just got fruit pie filling in the middle of it. But they fry them, they deep fry them, and oh my God, they're so good. Especially when they're fresh. She has like blueberry and peach and strawberry and just apricot, just all kinds of stuff, chocolate. I love them. They're just like little fruit-filled pies, but they're not round. They're just kind of made like a little pocketbook like sandwich or something. But you pinch the dough together and all the fillings on the inside, and then you deep fry it. Man, it's good. Yeah, now I made some homemade salsa, but I about killed myself because I took the gloves out, and I'd done it for years, and I knew better than taking gloves off, but I just wasn't thinking. And I took them off for something, and then when I started back chopping, I didn't put them back on, and it didn't take. But one good chopping board full of them peppers to set me on fire. It took weeks for that stuff to clear up. They swelled up real thick and wrinkled up, and was just burnt from all that juice. Now, Vic loves avocado. She makes the guacamole, but I just can't do the guacamole. And if I do it, I put like extra sour cream in it. I think it's just the look and the texture. I mean, it's not the taste. Yeah, I know what a Mars bar is, but I ain't had one in like 30 years or something. I like the chow chow. It's kind of like the pico de gallo, except smaller. It's got cabbage in it, and it's like kind of pickled, and you put it in the refrigerator. and then you just eat it with your food, like you would pico de gallo or something like that. But it's more for like any kind of food instead of just Mexican. And it's kind of like salsa, but just more like finer chopped. You can make it mild or as hot as you want it or whatever. I can't eat a lot of hot stuff. I used to could, but my stomach just won't let me do that. What, the Mars bars? Oh my god. But I tell you what, I went to the first time I ever went to eat sushi with my friend girl. And stupid me thought that the wasabi was like the guacamole, and we'd been drinking, and I just needed to get some food in my stomach. And when I sit down at the table, they set down a big bowl in front of me, and I grabbed a spoon and took like a big old tablespoon bite full of wasabi. I thought I was gonna die. And I'm like, oh my god, give me a beer. And the little Chinese guy that was our sushi chef, he said, no, you don't need a beer, you need water. That beer's gonna make it hotter. I said, no, that water's gonna make it hotter. I said, I don't care, just give me something. I thought I was gonna die. And now I barely put a little speck of wasabi. Because I just can't do it. I about killed myself. I'm taking that big old bite, thinking it was like guacamole. I thought, well, I'm just gonna taste this and see if I like it, so I'll know if I want to eat it with my food. And my friend Heather, she said, "Don't," and that's all she got out of her mouth. It was too late. I was on fire, and like screaming, like, well, not screaming, but like, oh my god, give me something. I'm like making a scene because I didn't think it was gonna stop. I didn't realize that there was anything that hot in the world because I've never been that stupid. Now, tomatoes, I don't have a gallbladder, so I'm gonna tell you, my grandma taught me this, and y'all probably already know it. I know Shannon probably does. You just put a little tiny little bit of sugar in like your tomato sauce or your lasagna sauce or tomato soup. Just, not a lot. You don't gotta make it sweet, but just like, yeah, it will. It'll clear more than your sinuses. Clear your gut, too. That's the thing about sushi. Is you get full really fast, and then it's gone. Like 2 hours later, you're starving again. After you done eat $40 worth of sushi, and was so full you couldn't eat another bite. But 2 hours later, it's gone because it's pure protein, unless you eat all that rice with it, which I don't. Oh, I love the hand rolls, but I can actually eat the bluefin tuna. I mean, the yellowfin tuna. And the salmon. Those are the two that I can actually eat all the way raw. I cannot eat regular tuna, and I can't. Everybody said, "Oh, try the whitefish because it's so white and buttery." No, it tastes like fish, and if it tastes like fish, I can't eat it. All those like big bass we go out and catch and stuff. We don't kill them and eat them. We catch and release. But now my daughter-in-law, she eats catfish. I don't eat catfish. Because the Bible says don't eat nothing that ain't got scales and fins. Catfish don't have scales. They're like a dolphin or a shark. So I don't eat them. People eat dolphin. People eat shark. I'd be one of those people that would starve to death before I would eat like bugs and stuff. I would probably eat grass or bark before I eat a bug. I'm for serious. I just can't eat the chocolate covered grasshoppers and all that. I've tried. I really do try. My daddy loved liver and onions. And my mama, no matter how sick she got, there would be days she couldn't even get out of bed. She'd be like bedridden. But she had that man breakfast, lunch, and dinner cooked, even if she had to get somebody else to cook it and have it on that table. but she could cook. And she taught me young how to cook and clean, you know. But after she died, it probably been about 5 years. And Daddy was like, "Man, I really want some liver and onions." He's like, you know, you had nothing since your mama passed away. You know, hers was the best. So I made them, and he said mine was as good as hers. And he's like, "You're not gonna eat it?" And I'm like, "No, cannot eat that, Daddy. I just can't. I mean, it even stinks when it's cooking. I'll be glad to like cook it for you anytime you want it, but I cannot eat it." So what happened the day I go to prison? I've already been like in solitary like Don is for 68 days in jail because I was on chemotherapy. I get to the prison, it's been a long day, I'm starving. I can smell it. It's smelling pretty good. They hand me that little tray and I open up that styrofoam box and it was liver and onions. So the girl said beside me, she said, "If we just pretend that it's cube steak," because she didn't like it either. But I mean, we were hungry. We had been on the prison bus all day, and yeah, we were hungry. And prison food is way better. Prison food's like home cooking. You get to prison, they got people who work in the kitchen full time, you know, like a job, and it's like good food. Jail food, you get green bologna, you know. I'm scared of jail food. I usually starve to death in jail, so I was hungry by the time I got to prison. That was my first time going. I didn't know the food was going to be that good. It was my only time going. But the girl, and this is how dumb I am. I fell for it. She's like, "Let's just pretend it's cube steak and gravy. We won't know the difference. Just try to chew it up real quick and swallow it, right?" We both was in the they take you straight to the hospital when you get there to get your physical and stuff. We both was in there in the lobby puking. I just get into it. I couldn't. It was the texture and the taste and the smell. And I just I couldn't. And I tried. I really honest to God tried to pretend it was cube steak. Now I can make some of the best cube steak in the world. It makes its own gravy. It cooks till it about falls apart. I mean, I make good cube steak gravy. And you make the liver and onions the exact same way. But it's a different meat. It's a total different meat. Won't be having a good time when. Don't won't be having a good time when. Man, let me catch up here. I'm a little behind. I was back at the wasabi. Love catfish. Yeah, I mean, everybody else does too. I just can't eat it. Tastes like fish. That's why I can't eat it. Even if you cook it right now, I don't know. It's just something about it. If it's got any kind of fish taste. Like, I might can eat Captain D's fish or something, but I can't do the fish count. And you know, I've been fishing my whole life. I might can eat a crappie or something if we was cooking it on the fire, but even in big old bass, I put them back because there's no use to waste it. I'm not going to eat it. Yeah, they do eat a lot of shark. They eat a lot of that shark fin or whatever it is, some kind of aphrodisiac. I don't know. It's a certain kind of shark that's almost extinct now, and they're still killing them for that little piece of fin. Dumb won't be having a good time yet. In jail, I mean, if the food's up. Yeah, now I don't know about like in Hawkins County. It's probably a little bitty jail. It's probably not like Gaston County was. They had like multiple floors and multiple quads for men and women. The women were in a whole separate building in the annex. I don't know what Tennessee's got going on, but I even said that in one of my videos. Everybody, well, that Crime Stories Obsessed or whatever. Not Emma, but the guy who talks real slow like this, and his whole shows like this. And sometimes I don't make it to the point because it's like this. I mean, he's good, and I enjoy his content. He always has a good show. He always wants to know where everybody's from. You know, he's real friendly and everything, but I'm like, hurry up already. You know, I'm going to die waiting on you to get past the intro. And I'm the same way, but I say a lot of words. I do a lot of talking. He's just really slow and really paced and cadenced. monotone, very monotone. But I forgot what the whole point of even telling y'all that was. Oh yeah, he kept saying, and Don's in prison, Don's in prison, Don's in prison. So like the first 3 days after Don was gone, that one particular guy like done like 15 videos, and in every video he said multiple times Don was in prison. So I wrote him a really nice email, and I put it in my video. Don's not in prison, he's in jail, and there's a big difference. And I think that he thought I was gonna say, you know, he needs to stay in jail because prison is like Redford. No, prison is way easier than jail. Jail's the punishment, not prison. In prison, you can get out and walk around. You might not can smoke or whatever, but you can walk around the campus. You can decide if you want this meat or that meat at dinner. If they cook 2 meats, you know what I'm saying. You can it's way different than in jail. In jail, you're pretty much locked down the whole time. Even if you're not in a single cell and you're out in the quad, you're still locked in there. You don't get to go outside. You don't get to see the sunshine or smell the rain or nothing. You know, I mean, you're just in that cell or in a bigger cell with more people until at nighttime when you go to your littler cell with less people. But the food's no good. You know, if you was dying, you might get a Tylenol like 3 minutes right before you die. Yeah. And they charge you a fortune. You know, Tylenol's like $10 for one Tylenol. So it's just, and every time they come down there and have to even look at you, the nurse or something, it's $25. And if you don't got money, when somebody sends you money, they take it. But see, they don't do that in prison. They give you a chance to pay it. Like if you get $25 a week from somebody and you owe $25, then that's $5 a week you give them until you pay off that $25. Oh, yes. I love you so much, Natasha. I'm so glad you come back. And I will check that message. My other phone is dead right now where I played the Necrophonic in here. So it's on the charger, and I will check it. I don't have message. This is my video phone. All I do on this phone is make videos and go on live stream because it's got a better camera. But I will check that message out, and we will make it happen, Captain, whatever it is you got in there. It's just so weird that it's not even like, it's just now 6 o'clock here and it's like midnight there. Okay, I love you, girl. Have fun. Sleep good. Get some good sleep. That's one reason I was asking Natasha about oh, I hear you saying, ain't that nice that you can just have whatever you want because you're grown and nobody tells you what to do? That's the best part I think about being alone, is they ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. If I don't want to get up in the morning, I don't have to get up. If I want to get up and then go back to bed, I can. If I want to take a bath at 3 o'clock in the morning, I can. I love it. The other day, I went to the store, and I had money too, but I bought a beef stick. This has got the cheese with it. You know, it's got the little beef stick, and then it's got the cheese. And a little pack of that popcorn, puffy corn stuff. The little tiny bag. I bought a bag of that and a cheese stick. That was my dinner. But that's what I was, like, kind of craving. But then, like the other night, she went to the grocery store and come back and made cabbage and sausages. God, that was so good. Because I hadn't had cabbage in months. We hadn't had a home cooked meal in months. And it was delicious. And last night she made like chicken breast. But it was all she made. There wasn't any sides or anything. It was just chicken breast. So I threw it on some bread. And I tried to come back here to eat it. And of course I got attacked by the dogs. Bella never begged for food. She knew that when I got down to the end, the last 2 or 3 bites was hers, no matter what it was. If we had one Pop-Tart when we was living on the street, me and her split it. And she knew she was going to get it. She didn't stare at me. Drool didn't come out of her mouth. None of that. These dogs act like they're starving to death. You know, I come in here with like a carrot or something, and they're about ready to fight over it. Who am I going to throw it to? And I ain't throwing it to neither one of them. I'm going to have to actually train these dogs, and I have not trained a dog in like 9 years. What? Pablo's already falling into line. He's trainable. This is the other dog. I don't know how to train a herd dog. She's just like, she don't listen to nothing I say. And he's already knows the difference. If I say no, he usually stops. He knows what no means. You can tell her no all day long. She look at you like you're stupid. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean you're going to open the door and let me out? No. But she's still over there like jumping up and down at the door. Yeah, because she just don't grasp no. I didn't even hardly have to speak to Bella. We just kind of like understood each other, you know? If she got up and went towards the door, I knew she had to go to the bathroom. But she would sit down and wait till I got up and got there. She wouldn't run back over here 15 times and jump up in my lap and jump back down. And that dog's a pretty big dog. I mean, I can't hardly handle that anymore. Bella didn't do all that. She knew. But, you know, I used Bella as a service dog too, but she never had any formal, like, professional service dog training. She had to go pass a class to get her certification, and she passed with flying colors because she just understood. No, Shane's not going to give you away that. Then you know what? She wouldn't even stay in the living room. She would just walk out. If I would tell her he's not going to give you any, she knew there was no use to sit there and stare at him while he eat because he wasn't going to give her none. So she was wasting her time. She got that. I'll never have another dog like her. And it's really showing now that I've got a 8-month-old puppy and an 8-week-old puppy. And sometimes it sounds like I'm having dog fights in here in my room. But they're just playing. They're not even hurting each other. But he does not know how to play without making all that noise. Bella didn't make all that noise. She didn't bark. If Bella barked, you could bet something was there. Like another animal or somebody. If she actually come off and barked, there was no doubt that something was there. He barks at the wind. He barks at stuff. He be looking at the wild, bark at it. Okay, maybe he sees a spirit because, you know, maybe it's one I don't see. Maybe he sees it. But still, you can't just sit there and bark, 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 bark. You got, yeah. So it's just, I'm just out of practice, way out of practice. From salt, salt. Yeah, my ankles are really, really swollen today. I don't know if you can see them, but they're really swollen. But now, see, a lot of that's got to do with day before yesterday, it was less than 30 degrees. And then yesterday and today, it was up in the 80s. And so I feel like I'm getting a whole nother head cold. And I'm just now getting better from the other day when my whole side of my face was swollen up. And my eye was swollen shut now with the sinus. My sinus orbital floor right here under my eye, that right there, that goes right across here. They were, when I had to read it, like busted it, and it's called a collapsed orbital wall or my sinus floor or something. But my whole side of my head was swelled up. You would have thought somebody beat me. And then the next day it went back down and it went away. But I called the doctor the next morning and got a Z-Pack too. So soon as I finished the no, that was for something else. It was the day after I finished the Z-Pack when it swallowed out. And then the next morning I called the doctor and got another one and it was gone by the next day. It was back down. I thought it was my teeth, and I was getting it because I busted out 2 teeth when I was in the wreck. That's what busted that orbital, whatever it is, plate. But I was gonna go to the dentist, and they're like, "We're not even open, unless it's like an emergency where we have to put you to sleep or something." They're like, because of COVID. So a couple hours later, I realized it wasn't my teeth; it was that orbital, whatever it is, the sinus floor. Because I realized that it had went from like what I thought was my jaw, like up on top of my head and everything when it swelled up. Oh my God, we don't have a Popeye's chicken. We have a chicken
King, I think it is. And God, their chicken's good, but we don't have a Popeyes. I wish we had a Popeyes. And I love Kentucky Fried Chicken. I grew up on the Colonel. But I don't eat extra salt anyway. But if I do, it bothers me bad. I can't. The only thing that I eat it on is like tomato sandwiches in the summertime. I have to put salt and pepper on them. But I love to take me a big old meaty like beef steak or something, cut me a big old slab of tomato and you can't use anything else but Duke's mayonnaise. Duke's mayonnaise on some soft butty bread. Oh my God, it's the best sandwich in the world. Throw a piece of cheese on it. I could be a vegetarian, except for chicken and occasional fish here or there. Like a salmon or something, I can, broil a piece of salmon and eat it. But I love vegetables and stuff. I'm not a big meat eater. Oh yeah, and they ain't cooked dinner in like months or nothing. We've been living off oodles and noodles and stuff like that because nobody wants to cook. And the night that my whole face was swelled up, they went and got steaks. They got top rounds or sirloins or whatever, and that thing was like leather. The dog couldn't even hardly chew it. Just because of the cut that it was. That's another thing I miss about North Carolina. All these cows out here, and I ain't had a decent steak yet. And this is cow country. That's what they're raising them for, Black Angus and stuff, and Herefords for meat. But I haven't had a good steak since I've been out here. If you get a good steak, man, that thing cuts like butter, like a ribeye or something. You don't have to do all that horrendous to it. I mean, this thing the other night, I couldn't even. It took me like an hour to try to chew up one bite, and I still ended up like putting it back on the plate and not finishing that bite because I was just so tired of chewing. My whole face hurt. And I'm like, one day y'all gotta get a steak. My whole side of my head swole up. I wasn't complaining about it, but it was the timing was just wrong. So how are you doing with eating, Gabby? Is your eating being affected? For Easter, yeah. I like a ham on Easter. And then I like a turkey breast and a ham on Christmas. I used to do like a duck on one of them or a goose or something, but one year I was just like, I don't know why I cook this greasy ass bird every year. Nobody really likes it but me. It was just like a tradition. And then nobody didn't want to eat it. They're like, hey, no, I eat that because, duck's all dark meat. I don't even eat dark meat, but if I cook a duck, I'll eat it. But they are really greasy and stuff. And I was finally like, I don't know why I'm going through all this. Nobody hardly even comes anymore. Lucky to get the grandkids and the kids all in the same house for Christmas or Easter or whatever. On the 11th, I thought they've been putting you off, then haven't they? Or are you putting it off? Because I thought it was the 23rd, and then it was like March the 1st, and now it's the 11th. Or maybe I was just wrong. Maybe I read it wrong. Maybe it was the 11th, and I thought it said March 1st. Yeah, I've been worried about you. I've been praying for you and all kinds of stuff, thinking you went the other day. Yeah, you might. You might. Well, I don't know though. I'll be honest with you. I didn't gain no weight. I lost a bunch. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know if your doctor's gonna tell you, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you now before it's too late and you have to like do it out of necessity. Don't eat any black pepper. Don't eat any pepper. Like black pepper, it's all imported and it can have bacteria on it. And when you start, that stuff is gonna like strip your what they call neutrophil cells, and your neutrophil cells determines your immunity. And when they're really, really low, it only takes one little teeny tiny microscopic bacteria to get an infection. And the number one cause of that in America for people on chemo is pepper. Because we don't grow pepper in the United States. It's all imported. Black pepper. Like you put on regular food, like regular pepper. And I was like, but I don't eat salt. All I eat on my food is pepper. And the doctor's like, I don't care. You are not eating any pepper until you get out of my prison because you're not dying on me. That's what he said. He said it only takes one little germ to kill you when you're on. I already was in a private hospital room for the first 5 months because I had no immunity. I was on It's called being neutropenic, which means you don't have your neutrophil cells are low, and your neutrophil cells are directly responsible for your immunity. They're like your white blood cells or whatever that does your immunity. So I mean, I don't know if they told you that or not, but you can ask him about it. He'll tell you, I guess. I found it out from the prison doctor, but the prison doctor was great. He put me in a private room when I got there, and he kept me there. They caught me smoking in my room. You can smoke outside, but I couldn't go outside because I was in quarantine. This little old guard busted in my room, and she handcuffed me to the chair outside in the hallway, and he come down the hall, and he had a fit. And she said, well, that's nothing. I'm taking her to the hole. She just got 10 days in the hole for, getting caught smoking in there. He said, you're not taking her nowhere. And I guess they went to the warden's office, and he come back, and I was still in my room. I didn't have to go to the hole. But they come like the next day, and I signed a paper and pled guilty, smoking in the bathroom. I was supposed to get 10 days, but they never once asked me again, hey, we're going to come get you and let you do your jail time. It's like going to jail in prison. It's just like Don's in now. He's in jail within the jail. If he's in segregation, because that's the hole, what they call the hole. But the hole in prison is a lot different than the hole in jail. I was in like a private hospital room. Only thing I didn't have was a TV. But I had a bed that moved up and down. I had one of them wedgie things. I had a private shower, a private bathroom. They brought me my food 3 times a day and stuff, just like being in a hospital. It was a hospital. It was the prison hospital. And they ship me out every week to have my chemo at UNC Carolina, because that's where the prison doctors come from. They serve all the prisons down there because the college is right there. That's part of how they do their residency. But I mean, they sent me to specialists and everything, and I'm like, man, I ain't even got but 13 months. If y'all just do the chemo, I can do all this when I got out. But they didn't. They sent me anything that was wrong with me. They had a specialist look at me and evaluate me and put my medications like they were supposed to be. They even give me my Percocet in prison, and that's the only way you get that is if you're on chemo or got cancer or about to die, just got shanked. You're not getting that just because you got Crohn's or you got a brain tumor and your head hurts. It don't matter. They'll watch you die. But I mean, I just was lucky. The jailhouse doctor told me, I took my chemo medicine with me when they took me to jail. I knew I wasn't gonna get out because I was supposed to turn myself in on Monday anyway to go to prison. And my son, the one I'm fighting with now, had me locked up on a Friday because he's just trying to go on and get rid of me. Well, when I got there, that doctor said, "Look, I can't take you into my jail with this medication. I'm not prepared." And he went to the magistrate, and they let me sign my own bond. I pulled one of them Dawn things. But now this was different. He was not prepared to medically keep me. Don walked out just because he knew somebody or because he was ratting. I mean, I got put in on Friday night, and before 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, he had me released. He said, promise me you'll be back Monday to turn yourself in. And by the time I got back on Monday to turn myself in, he had already arranged with the prison hospital to ship me out as soon as possible. I shipped out on Wednesday. went straight to prison. Most people sit there a couple months before they get shipped out. But he said he was not prepared to give me my chemo. And once you start it, you can't miss like sessions, you know. You just can't quit taking it until I got all the way to prison months later or whatever. Or till I got out and come back home. So yeah, the smokers, well, I don't know how much booze Don drank. I mean, I've seen Don drink a many times on YouTube, but I think Candace was more the alcoholic because anybody that talked about Candace's drinking would tell you she started every day at 5:30 and she didn't quit till she passed out. And everybody I've heard talk about Don, except for the night he got pulled over, talk about how, you know, he comes home to a drunk Candace every night and he has to have a drink just to like you know, maintain. But smoking them cigarettes is probably killing him worse than the booze. Because I've walked away from a lot of drugs and I could walk away from any drug on this planet except for my cigarettes. I start panicking, I will be in tears when I get down to like 1 or 2 and I ain't got no way to the store and I know it's gonna be hours. And even before I smoke the last one, I'm already panicking from the withdrawal. Because, you know, I know that if I run all the way out, it could be like 2 days before I get one. So now I got where I keep a bag of tobacco and a pack of papers. So if y'all see me smoking them, they're not joints, they're cigarettes. I've been rolling my own. Which I hate because I feel like all I'm doing is sucking on a cigarette because I'm not getting satisfied. Because I never get the whole cigarette smoke because it's a handheld one. And it just don't smoke the same. It's not the same. It's not. You would think that it is, but it's not. It's kind of like vaping. I just never get satisfied. And if I buy a really cheap, I mean, I buy cheaper cigarettes anyway. But if I buy a really cheap pack of cigarettes, I smoke more. I don't know why. I guess because I'm not getting satisfied. So I smoke more. If I get a pack of L&M's or Marlboros or whatever I'm used to smoking, they'll last me twice as long as a pack of, you know, some kind of off the wall brand that I've never heard of before. And when Mikey goes to get me cigarettes, he gives me the worst ones. They taste like floor sweepings or something. Stand out. Now, see, I used to have a machine, but I don't have one anymore. And I tried to buy the filters and take like a straw or something, you know, and hand pack them. And it just don't work. I got so aggravated that I'd come out better just rolling it up like a joint. I need to quit smoking. I mean, I know it's killing me. I can't walk from here out to the building, which is not even half a block. You know, it's a crap. It's a good little, you know, it's a little bitty ways because it's offset from the trailer, but you know, it's not even like the one sidewalk on a square of a block. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I went around the whole block. It's like I went down the one sidewalk on the one, you know, on the square, and I'd be huffing and puffing for air. If I have to throw that frisbee for her, man, I need oxygen when I come back in. And I'm not on oxygen. They say that I don't need it because my oxygen level's fine. Yeah, until I ain't got none. But you know, your O2 stays at a certain percentage, and mine just never drops low enough for them to put me on oxygen. I could buy it myself out my own pocket, but it's very, very expensive for a concentrator. Especially, you know, when they're not going to pay none of it because the doctor won't sign off on it. But yeah, they will sign off on me a hover round or whatever, electric wheelchair. But you know, I'm not doing that because I know the minute I get in there and get used to riding, I won't walk no more. And right now, I can still walk. You know what I mean? It might hurt and I might be slow and limping, but I'm still moving. If I ever get set down in that wheelchair and ride somewhere, I won't get up and walk again. I just know. I know me. I know. I'll take the easy route. So I told him no, I was going to have to wait on that. And he's like, well, you want oxygen, but you don't want the wheelchair. And the wheelchair will do the same thing. It'll keep you from getting winded. I can't really take the wheelchair out and throw the frisbee every day for the dog, you know? But I can sling that little tiny concentrator on my shoulder and do just fine. But they told me years ago, you know, if you don't quit smoking now, you're going to be on oxygen. And I'll be honest with you, quite frankly, I don't want to quit. I've quit everything else in my life except that and the medical. I don't want to quit. When I'm stressed or I just really want a cigarette, I mean, I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? And so no, it's not nothing that I'm dying to quit. But I've always told my grandkids, and now I'd rather see you smoke pot any day than to smoke a cigarette. Because once you smoke that first cigarette, if you like it, it's a wrap. You're never gonna quit, not successfully. Some people quit; they go 4 or 5. I've seen people go 20 years and then one day have a bad day and light a damn cigarette. And you know, once you go back, you know you're gonna smoke. So I just feel like that the nicotine is the strongest drug out there as far as addiction goes because it's the hardest to break the addiction to. For me and a lot of other people. I've heard a lot of drug addicts say, man, I quit drugs, but I can't quit cigarettes. And that's true. I can't quit cigarettes. I think a lot of it has to do with I don't want to quit it. I don't want to quit them. But even if I did, I don't think I could. Unless you lock me up. Now, when you're locked up in jail, you ain't got no choice. There ain't no use for you to sit there and fiend because you can't go out and bum a cigarette or go out and find a piece of a duck or whatever. You can't because you're locked up. That's the only way I can do it. Well, before I went to prison, I had been locked in the hole for 68 days without a cigarette. And as soon as I hit the prison yard, Don Deader handed me a cigarette, a full flavor Newport, like a menthol one. I don't smoke menthols. And I smoked it, and before I made it to the hospital, I was staggering. I was like I was drunk. It made me so dizzy. And when I went into jail before prison, I was smoking Marlboro Lights. When I came out, I was smoking Marlboro Reds. And I've been smoking the Reds ever since. Because the light just wasn't strong enough no more. But see, they didn't have the lights in prison. I didn't have a choice. Once I got used to them Reds, it was a wrap. Every time I pick up my Mountain Dew, it's empty, damn it. The baby used to laugh at me because I'd say, every time I pick up that can, it's empty. And she'd say, because you drank it. Well, let me some Mountain Dew. I buy cases of Mountain Dew and put them in my room because that's all I really drink. That and water and coffee. I don't do all that other crazy vitamin water and stuff that she does. If I could afford vitamin water, I could afford cigarettes. My priorities are kind of funny. Yeah, my daddy put them down one day. They went up to like 45 cents a pack or something, like back in the 70s. And he's like, I'm not paying that. He used to smoke Winston's in the gold pack. I said, what do you mean? It's only like 45 cents. That's nothing. But 45 cents was like $4.50. You know, nowadays, it was a lot of money back then. My very first bag of pot cost me, it was a whole ounce too, all the way to the top of the bag. You know, now you get it weighed at 28 grams, but this was what they called a 4-finger lid. The pot man's hand was like way wider than mine, and it was as wide as his hand when he put in the bag. $7.50, and it took me 2 months to save up to buy it. But that $7.50 was like $1.50. Now, you know what I'm saying? Saving up to $3.75 each week was like saving $75 would be now. And $7.50 and it lasted me like a long, long time. Now I can go through an ounce in 2 days by myself. And that's the good medical, but that's cause that's all I use for pound. the supplement or the little low dose narcotic that goes with it, like they do with everybody else. That's all I use that, and I might take a Tylenol here and there, or a leave if I get really bad. If it snows, I take a leave, but I'm not supposed to take the naproxen or the ibuprofen because of my liver and my stomach. Because all them years of taking Celebrex and stuff like that, it usually kills your liver. With me, it almost killed my right kidney. I've only got like 16% or something like that function in my right kidney. And NSAIDs. They said NSAIDs was what done it. Oh, I'm getting a drink. See, I got sidetracked just going 3 foot. It's crazy. But my daddy used to tell me life's a bitch and then grow up and marry one. Well, true that is, but something like that, It's not fair. Nobody ever said it was gonna be fair. Nobody ever said it would be easy. I know a lot of times when I be like back when I used to ponder all them really deep questions that now I realize that I'm not gonna die if I don't get the answer. But I'd be asking God why, or whatever. That's what I would always hear. I never said it'd be easy, and I never said that you just like slide through it. Closer you get to God, the rougher all the outside crap is. That's when stuff really starts coming at you because you're trying to get your stuff right. You're trying to get your heart and your mind right, and man, all of hell comes against you. And I had a preacher tell me one time, I never even know that the devil's messing with me, because he don't really bother me. He kind of leaves me alone. But you let me start going to church or start like some kind of prayer campaign or something going on, and man, he's coming with full force, and I don't understand that, because what I was doing last week was maybe a little worse, and he should have been trying to get me then. And that preacher said, no, he already had you then. He already had you. He didn't need to get you. He didn't need to smack you around because you was already there. You was already with him. But when the closer you get to God, he don't like it because he might lose you. And you've been a good soldier sinner. Is what that preacher told me. Soldier sinner. And I call myself a soldier all the time, so that really resonated with me, a soldier sinner. I don't you hardly ever hear me say I'm a recovering drug addict. I say I'm a recovering sinner. Because I did more wrong than just drugs. And I still do. Yeah, and a lot of people are like that. My daddy was like that. He died when he was 88, but he was 86 years old outside trying to catch a kitten. And he fell and broke his hip. And doctor called me out in the hallway and he said, Keelan, I'm gonna be honest with you. He said, Daddy's 86 years old. Now my daddy only went to the doctor like twice his whole life. He worked every day, never missed a day of work. He was healthy 2 days before he went to hospital. He got a urinary tract infection and put him in hospital, and he never recovered after that. It ended up being his little slapper thing in your windpipe that keeps you from aspirating. It failed on him, and he started aspirating. He went into his own self-induced coma. No drugs. They gave him some Ativan that night to get him sleepy. He hadn't slept in days when he seen the dead body and all that. But once we brought him home on hospice, he never took a drug. Never. Not an Ativan, not nothing. But he laid there for 2 weeks and never even woke up. He woke up, told me he loved me, pointed at the sky, said he seen my mama, and I told him it was okay to go, and he took his last breath. And hospice was like, we're amazed because, he never got any morphine, he never got any Ativan, nothing. They're like, we've never seen anybody put themselves into a coma and sleep for 2 weeks like that. And his vital signs and everything, like he was in a coma. Just like it was drug induced, like we was pumping him full of drugs. But when he fell and broke his hip, and we had to take him to the hospital, and they took him straight to hip surgery. The next morning, the doctor's like, "How bad is your pain?" And he said, "It ain't bad." And he was so pale from the pain, you could tell it was really hurting him. His face showed it. He was all pale and flushed, like you know how you look when you're about to pass out from pain. And the doctor said, "Vernon, you're lying." He said, "Look, I understand, that you don't want the narcotic." He said, "But you got to take it." He said, "You have to. This was a total hip replacement, and you're 86 years old." So they give him one hydrocodone 5. And we spent the next 3 days fighting the Nazis because they were coming up out of the floor. Coming up out of the floor in front of him and attacking us. Because I was right there with him the whole time. So I had to help him fight them off. One hydrocodone 5. And the doctor said, "Well, you need to come up here and ask for his medicine. We'll sneak it into him. We'll do something. He's got to have something for pain. He just can't be stubborn." But after we fought the Nazis, I didn't try to make him take nothing else. Because, I understood if it's going to do that to you, then hell, it ain't worth it. If I seen Nazis that I had to fight every time I took a pain pill, I'd have never took another one. I was telling them earlier, I talk about being a criminal and everything. Well, my biggest crime was buying pot and carrying it to the house. That was, felonies, taking it down the road and stuff. It's not illegal to smoke pot, but it's illegal to possess pot. Well, you got to possess it to smoke it. That's how they get you. I used that argument in court one time and beat a charge. I beat a simple possession charge because I was not in possession. It was just in my car, but it was not in my possession. If I'm not in possession, I'm not guilty. Just like you said, it's not illegal to smoke it, but you're possessing it, so I have to charge you for possession. Well, if it's not on me, it's not in my possession. And I argued that, and they dismissed my charges. But I learned it from them because they wanted to play on words when I'd get caught with, like, I have a joint or something. By the people I went to school with, the people that knew that I smoked pot, and they'd see my Volkswagen come down the road when they was little rookie cops, and they would pull me over every time. "Let me have you. I know you got some hot in your pocket. Let me have it." They probably took it and smoked it. They probably didn't even turn any other evidence. This was way back, like in the 70s and 80s. So, but with J.D. Costner, it seemed like every time I left my house with any kind of pot on me, he would pull me over and take it from me and write me a ticket for simple possession. No matter how much it was. It could be a pound, and I'd get a ticket and he'd take it. But that's why I think he was keeping it or selling it or something, because you get charged by weight, and the more you have, the bigger the charge. Well, mine was always just a paraphernalia ticket or simple possession. But we grew up together. We went to school together. He knew I smoked pot, so when he seen me on the road, he knew chances was good of me having one in my pocket. I never carried the whole bag, but I might take one with me or something, especially if I was gonna be gone for a while. He would give me every damn time. And I tell you how I broke him. I was coming home one night, and I was high. I had smoked a lot of pot, and it was back when the what do they call that, kind bud or whatever, it had just come out, and that was like the really good pot. And I smoked some, and I was pretty stoned. And I was driving my little Volkswagen. They pulled me over. It was on a hot Memorial Day weekend. And he said, "You been drinking?" And I said, "No, I don't drink." And he said, "You've been drinking." Because they had give them some kind of class on something that your eyes do during the little test you have to take with that pen, where they move the pen back and forth in front of your eyes. Well, your eyes, if you're under the influence, your eyes do this certain thing. And the only time they do it is when you're under the influence. So he's a DUI. Well, JD tried to tell me I was drunk and tried to make me take the test. Well, he tried to make me do that heel to toe thing. I can't even do that sober. Hold my leg up and say my ABCs and all that. I can't even do that sober.
So here I am out there like failing like hell. So the more I fail, they're convinced I'm drinking. I'm like, JD, you know me, I don't drink. I'm telling you, I'm not drinking. And that DUI guy, he said, well, I am a DUI or DWI. It's when they changed it from DUI to DWI, driving while impaired. I am a DWI expert. And I would put my life on that you've had at least one or two drinks because your eyes is doing this, whatever the word was. I looked at JD like, you really want to do this? He's like, he's the expert. I got to go with him. They had took like about 2 or 3 joints off of me out of my pocket. And they weren't even worried about that pot. They was convinced I was drinking. I told JD, I said, I go down there and I blow your breathalyzer and take your blood test. And I come up with a 0. You give my pot back and let me walk. And that DUI expert was like, oh my God, I can't even hear this. This is like a, what do they call that? Not really bribery because I wasn't giving them any money, but like, you know, trying to fix the charge. I went down there, I blowed a 0. They made me blow again, I blowed a 0. I blowed a 0 about 4 times. And then he went ahead, even though I was the one that had said it out there on the road, and took me down to the lab and dropped my blood. But he let me go off the 0s on the breathalyzer because they had to send the blood off. He come back, knocked on my door about 2 weeks later and said, Keeler, I'm sorry. You had not had a drink. You had not. There was nothing in your system but pot. But he had to give me my pot back and he let me go that night. He kept his word. But after that, he quit pulling me. He quit pulling me every time I left my driveway. I swear they had like a quota at certain times of the month, and he would pull me because he knew I was a guaranteed ticket. Because he knew I was going to have some pot on me. And, you know, we had started out pretty good friends throughout school and stuff, but when he started that shit, I'm like, look, man, just because you a cop don't mean you're going to, like, harass me. I'm like, this shit is harassment. No, you smoke pot, and that's illegal. I'm allowed to leave my house without getting searched. You know, just because I smoke pot doesn't give you the right to search me every time I leave my house. And, you know, they play that cop stuff. You have to do what we say because we're cops and you're not. They can't do that no more. People know their rights now, but back then, you know, you really didn't have any. Because where I grew up out in a county like that, he was the only country county boy that became a cop. Everybody else was from the city, and you just didn't see the cops out there unless somebody got killed. You never seen them like writing somebody a traffic ticket or nothing. You know, the only time we ever seen them, somebody got killed or your house got broke into or something like that. But no, not him. They made him a rookie, and he was Johnny on the spot. He come to his own neighborhood and started writing his own people tickets every day. I think at one point he had written his own mama ticket when he first started out. And, you know, years later, he'd sit back and laugh about it. But, I never found anything funny about it because I was the one getting tickets. I mean, he ruthlessly harassed me for a long time until I broke him on that DUI stop. And then a couple years after that, I started drinking, and I was one of them giants that couldn't just take a drink. I had to drink a fifth or a half gallon. I didn't know, you know, one was not enough, and I mean, 100 wasn't enough, and one was too many kind of drinkers. My stepsister broke me from that. On my birthday, we both rode motorcycles, so we went down to the biker bar, but I wasn't driving. She was driving. She don't drink at all. Nothing. And she's like, I'll DD so you can, you know, drink. We went to the biker bar, and everybody in there brought me a shot of tequila and, you know, a beer back to chase it with. Then we went next door to the fish camp, and that's when I learned to eat steamed oysters in a bucket because I was already about half drunk, and I eat like a whole bucket of oysters. And then we went to another bar down the road that one of the people from that bar worked at, and everybody in that bar bought me a shot of tequila. And I'm chasing it with beer. And I really don't remember anything. I come to at the car wash in my bra and a pair of panties, getting sprayed down with the pressure washed cold ass car wash sprayer thing. in March, on March 21st. I mean, it was still like freezing cold. Even though it's the spring equinox, it's usually not warm on my birthday. So, I didn't drink any more liquor after that. Now I might can drink a glass of wine. A wine cooler. If I drink one of those like Seagram's Fuzzy Navels or something like that, wine cooler, when I get through drinking it, I'm already kind of feeling, a little tipsy. I eat and go to sleep. It makes me hungry, so I get the munchies, then I eat, then I'm in the bed. And somebody told me one time, they said, I have never seen somebody that drinks like put themselves to bed like that. Because I know that if I don't go on and go to bed after I got my belly full and stuff, that I'm gonna drink more, and then I might start drinking something harder, and then I'm gonna end up drunk, not knowing what I've done, and I just like to be more in control than I like to wake up in the morning and not know how I got home, but yet my car's out there and I drove it. I don't know how the hell I got here or whatever. I don't even remember coming home. So it didn't take me any of those days to break me. And that was, with Xanax. It's Tuesday, no pills they would give me at the doctor. I was just always on too much. Had they kept me on low doses and tried to not turn me into a wide ass open addict, I might could have hanged. But at 10 years old, they would write me 1,000 Percodans at a time. Anytime I called up there and said I'm almost out of medicine, there wasn't no 30 days you had to wait like there is now, or none of that. And my mama's doctor, she was an addict, and I didn't even know it, until she died. And my psychiatrist, when I was going to therapy after mama died, she said, I want you to write your mama a letter. And I want you to really get in touch with your feelings, get all that anger out that you have against, towards her. And I looked at her like she was crazy. I said, I don't have any anger towards my mama. My mama suffered. She was very sick and bedridden, and she suffered. I don't have any anger. I didn't mind taking care of her. I didn't have no anger against her. She said, just go home and write the letter and bring it back next week. It was like 11 pages back and front. I did have a lot of anger. I felt like I didn't even have a childhood because I took care of my dying mother throughout my entire childhood. While everybody else was going skating and doing this and doing that, I was at home or sitting at the hospital with my mama. And, she was really mean to me. And I thought it was, she's really, really sick. No, she was really, really on a lot of drugs, and they make you that way. So I thought that I had no kind of even slightest bit of anger towards her, but I found out after I wrote that letter that I was very angry. Very angry. And so I had to get out to the graveyard. And every Sunday for my entire childhood, from the time I was like 3 years old until my mom died when I was 19. That's when I quit going. Every Sunday after church, all day long, we'd be at the graveyard. Cleaning my grandma's grave, my aunt's grave, the uncle 5 generations back grave, if he was in that same graveyard. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of felt like I grew up in the graveyard, running around throughout the mausoleums and stuff like that. I seen ghosts anyway. So here I am, spending every Sunday all afternoon from church, after church on, till it got dark, pretty much, in the graveyard with all these dead people and stuff. And my mom and them be like, just go over there and play. I'm trying to put this wreath on the grave or whatever. And it I remember standing at my mama's casket telling my daddy I'll never eat another egg. Them damn clowns, they were like little jester type clowns that I had to look at my whole life, and I begged her to please put them in another room because they freaked me out and all this. Now I could deal with the ghosts, but I couldn't deal with them damn little clowns. And I'm still this day got a clown phobia because of it. Well, not because of that, but whatever caused the phobia, they didn't help. They kept me in fear all the time because they were there watching me. You could see them in the dark, and everything. They were always watching me. And I remember standing there at her casket telling my dad, never eat another egg. When I get home, them clowns is coming off the wall. And whatever it was, I started this whole point on. See, I just get, must not be important because I've got the whole damn thing. So, I just, if I was starving to death, absolutely starving to death, and the only person left on earth, and there was like an egg, I could probably swallow it down. It would gag me, but I could probably get it down if it meant survival and there was no other choice. But other than that, I'm not gonna eat one by choice. I'm not gonna eat another turnip ever in my life. She used to make like scalloped turnips and try to tell us they were potatoes. Turnip don't taste nothing like a potato when you cook it. They're nasty. She would try to mash them and then put like bacon bits and cheese in them and tell us they were mashed potatoes with bacon bits and cheese. No, they weren't. They were turnips. Beets is the same way. I never eat another beet. Not gonna eat them. Just not gonna do it. Oh, and ironing my damn bed sheets. My mother, I don't know if it was the drugs or she was just raised like this and felt like this, but she would wash the bed sheets. And we had a dryer. She would, she'd be standing there when the dryer stopped because a wrinkle may get in the sheet if you didn't get them out while they were still hot. Then she would take them to the bedroom and put them on the ironing board and iron them before she put them on the bed. And as I was growing up, I was made to iron my sheets when I would change my bed every Saturday. Change it once a week every Saturday. I had to wash my own bed clothes. I had to iron them, put them back on and everything. She didn't do it for me. She taught me how to do it. I never forget it. Never. We was changing the bed the night that she died. We went home and was putting sheets on the bed. And my sister went over and plugged that iron up. I jerked the iron out of the wall and threw it out the damn door. I would never iron another bed sheet. You're just going to crawl in there and get them wrinkled. I never understood that. But you know what? My mama's stuff was sweet. Her sheets was like crisp. Had them hospital corners on her bed. I mean, she done everything right. But I just... And she was a homemaker. And I mean, that's what made her happy. But it didn't make me happy. Because I worked a full-time job. Went to college. Raising 2 kids. With a half-ass husband. I didn't have time to iron sheets. To put on the bed. To wrinkle. It just makes no sense to me. I mean, no sense whatsoever. Now, I can eat a turnip out of the field. I can dig it right out of the ground, throw some salt on it, and eat it. But not cooked. It changes the whole taste of it, I think. I don't eat the turnips or the beets. Now, I eat about everything else. I eat okra, I eat squash, I eat a lot of stuff. I don't eat avocados. I don't eat them. But that's a texture thing. That's along the lines of the egg and having to be made to swallow things with that texture. Because kids were starving in Africa, and they would give their right arm to have those little bit of turnips and cheese I threw away. And she threw that at us so much that, still this day she's been dead for 40-something years, and I'll holler, Emery will go to throw something away she don't want, and I'll be like, kids are starving in Africa, gotta eat that. But when, the late 60s, early 70s was a big save a child thing, and people would send like $20 a month to Africa or whatever, man, every time she made that checkout, she made us rue the day we ever wasted a French fry or anything. Because they would die to be in the position that we're in and be spoiled like us, spoiled little brats like us. And I didn't realize that everything my mama said, even though she was high most of my life, was true. She'd say, I'm telling you it's because I love you, not because I don't want you to go heaven, but be careful of this, and this. And everything she said, I've done the opposite. And I paid for it. And And sometimes I'll sit and I'll say, you know, my mom and dad, they were old school. They wasn't all that affectionate in front of us. I think in like their 40-year marriage, I only seen them kiss one time. And it was a chicken peck, like at Christmas under the mistletoe or something. They didn't argue. They didn't discuss money in front of us. You know, nothing like that. They never told us, oh, well, we don't have the money for that. They would say we have to check the budget and see if we can, you know, move something around or whatever. But they never said, hey, we're poor. And we was. But my mama made it seem like we wasn't, you know. I mean, they were really good parents. But there were just things when my mom died, you know, that I was like, as soon as she died, I was like, I never have to do that again. You know, and everybody's like, I can't believe you're thinking like that. No, she was a great mom, but when it came to certain things, she was like a dictator, and you was going to the guillotine if you didn't shape up and ship out or whatever it's called. Like the little lady thing, the little patent leather shoes and stuff, you know. She tried her damnedest to turn me into a proper little lady who sat right, acted right, kept my mouth shut, crossed my legs right, all that. Just didn't work because I was a tomboy. And it killed her. It broke her heart, you know. I just want to see you be a lady before I die. She seen me come out of college and go to work at a vet where I come home covered in blood every day and stuff. And, you know, picked up 100-pound dogs like a man or whatever. She was not happy. She wanted me in some secretary pool somewhere typing for somebody. You know, it was a whole new era and century and all that, you know, from when she went to home ec and all that. You know, she's like, what do you mean you're not taking home ec? I'm not taking home ec. I chose to take art instead. Oh my gosh, she cried for like 3 days. Yeah, that's what Mama would do. She'd put that bacon in there and then she'd try to throw some cheese on it or some ketchup. Now, I even taught my grandkids this because one of them told me one time they didn't like eggs. They said, I don't like eggs, but I'm hungry. I want to eat it, but I just don't like the way it tastes. I said, put some ketchup on it. She used to cover our stuff in ketchup, hot sauce, mustard, whatever to try to get us to eat it. And there are times I carried a whooping or I sit there till like 11 o'clock at night falling asleep with school the next day and still would not eat it. But I'd have to sit there. There wasn't no getting up and playing and stuff. I sit there. It was punishment. And I said that, you know, yeah, my daddy had a good job too, but it took it to like pay the mortgage and the car payment and keep us in them patent leather clothes. And then, you know, every Easter I had the whole Easter outfit, you know, from the hat to the gloves to the shoes. And Mama did too. You know, a lot of years we matched. We got a corsage every year, you know. A white flower means your parents are passed away, like on Mother's Day or whatever. I guess it was Mother's Day we got a corsage. I'd get a pink one because my mom was alive. She would wear a white one because her mom was dead. You know, stuff like that I remember. I did not know why you would not wear white after Labor Day until like about 2 years ago, and I looked it up, and it was really no reason, just because a fashion trend. Yeah, I really thought that like I was doing wrong if I carried a white pocketbook or wore white after Labor Day. You know, we grew up like that. But I've said many, many times that my parents were good, and I don't know how the hell I turned out as bad as I did. But I know how. Having to sit at that table for 8 and 10 hours and look at that cold ass egg I was not going to eat. And then them try to force it down my throat and stuff. Then them try to guilt me, telling me, you know, kids are dying in Africa from starvation. You got to eat it, you know, or a kid's going to die. You can't. And even back then I didn't realize it, but I'm an Aries. You can't give me those kind of ultimatums. Because if you tell me I'm going to do something, then by God, I'm going to do the opposite just to spite you. And it was, you know, worse when I was younger like that. Now I've actually got a little bit of maturity, and, you know, you might be right. I might have to do it your way. But back then, whatever you said do, I was doing the opposite. It didn't matter if it hurt me or not. It was, I guess, a rebellion thing. But a lot of that had to do with how I found out I was adopted. I didn't know. And I was about 3 to 4 years old, and my mom and Aunt Betty was arguing, and I asked my cousin, who was 1 year exactly older than me, why is your mama making my mama cry? She said, because that ain't your mama. Your mama threw you in the dumpster, and Aunt Sally rescued you. That's how I found out I was adopted. And that's when everything in my life changed at about 4 years old. Something in my head just like flipped, and I was never the same. I got those abandonment rejection issues. And if you talk to any deliverance minister, or you go back and read like Isaiah and Ezekiel in the Bible, the number one way a demon gets into you, is through an unwanted pregnancy. The number one way. That's a legal right to you. If you're bitching about you don't want that baby or whatever, if you got any animosity towards it or whatever, it gives that demon legal right to possess you. Because you shouldn't be carrying that baby if you didn't want a baby, because you're supposed to be mature and, not just having babies. If you don't want them, I'm talking about people that don't want them, like my mama didn't. And, my mama, she probably never thought about having another baby. She was married and had 4 special needs, like special children already. And she just had an affair with a truck driver. She was just getting her some. She probably never thought she'd be pregnant. But like the minute, I'm making excuses for her because I don't even know who she is. I hated her for years. I've only forgiven her probably in the last 5 years. And I still haven't really totally let it all go. I have about me, but she turned right around after she chose her kids, her special needs kids. And she went back to her husband and she gave me up for adoption. He told her to abort me, but abortion was illegal. So she gave me up for adoption. And the sad thing is that 18 months later, she done it again. I got a real sister out there somewhere with my same daddy that she had an affair with when she got pregnant with me. She continued to see him after she gave me up and went back to her husband. Her husband took her 4 special needs children and told her she'd never see him again if she didn't get rid of that baby, that he knew it wasn't his. And this was the 60s. So, I would have been a bastard anyway. So, and, if she had kept me, she would have always resented it. He would have resented me, and it probably would have been a worse life than I had. So, I don't hate her for giving me up for adoption. I just hate her for, I don't even hate her. I just still have some feelings towards her because she didn't learn the lesson and she turned right around and done it to another little girl, who probably found out in some crazy way like that those wasn't really her parents. And I guess maybe my Santa Claus thing goes all the way back to being 3 years old and believing that was my mom and dad, and then getting told by my little bitch cousin that my mom threw me in a dumpster and her Aunt Sally, which was my adopted mom, rescued me. That's a hell of a way to find out. You wouldn't think it would affect somebody that bad. Every psychiatrist or psychologist I've ever seen says that was my main number one reason for doing drugs, hard drugs, was because it was emotional pain and I was trying to escape it and not feel it for my whole life, even though it happened when I was 4. But that followed me throughout my whole life. I got married and the next day called my husband in bed with our drug dealer's wife. And I still stayed with him for 22 years like an idiot because I didn't want to fail. I didn't want my children to grow up without a daddy. After I got away from him and everything, they're like, you should have left him years ago. We went through hell by you staying. They never said that to me, or I would have left. I stayed for them. Them and my daddy told me I was stupid because my daddy had given my husband a job and he had insurance and a 401k, and I was stupid. And then when I did get divorced, my daddy's like way older than me. He's trying to pin me out to his old golfing buddies. They're like 78 and I'm like 40. And he's like, yeah, but he worked for the railroad. He's got a hell of a retirement. Damn, Daddy. But my dad was like that. He was all about that having life insurance, having insurance, having, retirement. That was what was important to my mom and daddy. That kind of stuff. And see, my daddy and them, they had plenty of money because he's a Petty. Richard Petty, the race car driver, is my daddy's cousin. My daddy's daddy and Richard's daddy are brothers. So, there's just the whole NASCAR moonshine thing. My daddy had plenty of money. But that day that my mom and my Aunt B got into it and my cousin told me that, my mama was bawling. My daddy said, "Get your purse." She said, "Why? We haven't eaten yet." He said, "Get your damn purse." We got in the car and we never went back. He never went back. He walked away from all of it. We went back when my grandpa died. We went to the house and then to the funeral, but he never went back. And my mama was like, "But we own like some land on the other side of the river down there at Spencer Mountain and all that kind of stuff." My daddy's like, "They can keep it. I don't even want it." He's like, "I'm not gonna go down there and say anything about my land because I'm never gonna move down there with the rest of my family to use it like was originally planned." He was gonna build a house there and everything. But man, he loved my mama, and when my mama died, that man wouldn't date. He never remarried, nothing. It was me and my daddy up till he died. And my kids raised my kids, and I worked, and he worked. He worked till about 2 years before he died. And when my husband was beating the hell out of me, my daddy would say, "Well, what the hell did you do to make him hit you?" That's the school you come from. If you let you got a line, smack around. I mean, he never smacked my mama, but it was accepted back then. And my daddy knew me, and he knew I wasn't gonna take no shit. But every time he would say, "What happened to you?" I'd say, "Oh, we got a fight." He'd say, "Well, what'd you do to make him hit you?" Like it was all my fault, automatically. He's got insurance. You better damn not blow this marriage because he's got insurance. He's got a good job and he's got insurance. I didn't give a shit about that good job and insurance. I had a good job. I had insurance. I was going to college. I didn't need no man. But my daddy seemed to think I couldn't function without one. So I stayed with an abusive husband that we did not love each other. We were like 15 when we got married. We didn't know no damn better. And I stayed, and that was 22 to probably. My life would have been a whole lot different had I not went through those first 22 years of hell. Then it took me 3 years to get divorced from him because he tried to kill me and the kids. I had to take them out of school and go into hiding. And then we didn't speak for almost like 8 years. And then one day he showed up on his brand new motorcycle he had went and bought and said, "You want to go for a ride?" Why not? I got on back of it and we went up to the old train trust where we used to go when we was teenagers. And we got out there and he's like, "Look, I just want to apologize for all the shit I ever done to you. I know better now." We just had to mature, and I mean, we get along fine now. "Hey, Mom." "Well, Mom, we have been here for like 8 hours already, but we don't care." It was 12 o'clock this afternoon live. But me and Shannon's just, chilling and talking. We don't care. I asked about you earlier. I was missing you. No, I started the tarot thing that Crazy Girl wanted me to do. And so we got that going pretty good on Tuesdays and Fridays at lunchtime. Today was like spur of the moment because my spirits got caught living on a spirit box and admitted to me that they were not just spirits. Some of them are spirits, but they're interdimensional galactic beings. Then emergency landed the damn flying saucer and it wouldn't crank back, and I got it all on damn audio. So right. I don't know. My daddy always took my hands inside, but shit. I told my husband, we might be living together. Don't even look at me. Yeah, I mean, we hated each other for years. We should have never been together to begin with, but we were teenagers and we didn't know no better. And we had sex and it was great, and so we just got married. Well, I got pregnant, we got married. We had a lot of sex, I got pregnant, we got married. And then 2 days later, I catch him in a bed with a damn pot dealer's girl. With his wife, actually. We split up for a little while, but he come back, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I took him back, but it was never the same, and he did do it again over and over and over and over. Every friend I ever had, he slept with. Everyone. Even my stepsister. So, yeah, I'm not real big on like the love thing and all that, because I wasn't looking for anybody when I ended up with Jim. Jim's the one that changed that. I lived there for a couple years. He was gone 6 days a week. He'd come home one night a week and switched out his clothes, went and got something to eat, bought me some groceries, and went back on the road. It was great. Worked out great. One day he just got out of the truck, come up on the porch and kissed me. And it was a wrap. I fell head over heels in love. And he gaslighted me. He love bombed me. He was an evil, twisted, sick-ass narcissist, Satanist. He was going to dethrone Satan when he died. Mean guy. And screwed everything that moved. Except me. We never had sex. But it wasn't like that. But, he was supposed to be so old and like on all this medicine and shit. So I never pushed that issue. But then when I found out it was going around on me, I'm like, what the hell is the deal? And he just like didn't have anything to say. He just like was mad at me for catching him. He took it out on me because he got caught. So, when he did die, I didn't want the man to die, but when he did, and I knew he wasn't stalking me anymore, it was kind of like a relief. Because he was one of them people you could look at him 1 minute, you look one way, you could look at him again, and like a whole different person. He was like one of those camouflage people that could change, a chameleon. Are you leaving, Gabby? Who's leaving? Who is leaving? I have to go back and watch the video. Oh, yeah, I haven't even got it posted yet because I was going to do it after a live, but I've never ended a live. I'm still here. 8 hours later. 8 hours and 21 minutes later. Who's leaving, though? I'm confused. All of a sudden, y'all went in. Oh, Shannon has to go. Okay, Shannon, thank you so much for coming and staying all day with me and stuff. So good. I really, really appreciate you. And you too, Gabby, because, you questioning me about Seth that day is what put me on that question of Seth and eventually onto the food thing, which eventually led me to the damn spacecraft today. I'm telling you, 8 hours later, I'm still sitting here like my head is spinning. I cannot believe that happened and that I was able at least to get it on audio. I tried to get it on video, but I couldn't. I mean, video of like the whole session, like the necrovonic session, but I couldn't because my phones kept doing crazy stuff and all. Yep, Mom. Coma spirits slipping today. They're interdimensional galactic beings. And they emergency landed their spaceship and it wouldn't crank for like 2 hours, and I had it all on the spirit box. And I'm not talking about they just said it wouldn't crank. You could hear the flywheel like spinning, 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 spinning. I mean, and they're like, it's not a flywheel. They had some kind of like high-tech space motor or whatever. And I'm like, well, that when you turn it over and it just and won't, catch or whatever. It sounded like them teeth was just like tearing each other up. I know you know what I'm talking about if you know anything about older cars. And it is loud as hell, and I got it all on the necrovonic. See, I've been giving them, I've been asking them these questions, and they kept getting mad at me. They wouldn't answer me. So then they go over there to Costas at Gold Rush Paranormal. One of my regular spirits did. And the first question, guys, I said, well, a lot of people are asking me, did you sit down and eat over there? I hear a lot of spirits talking about eating. No, I haven't even transcribed it, Mama. I've been sitting here just running my mouth because I was having like a really shitty day anyway, and then all that happened, and everything went on to hell here. And the first of the video where they admit that they're interdimensional galactic beings, he said some of them will still ghosts. Some of them's demons, some of them's imps. He said there's angels. I'm thinking like when I envision them when I turn on the necrophonic, I'm thinking like they're sitting on some kind of bench somewhere, like in a train station or a big like one of these like stations where there's like a lot of people and they're just kind of like hanging out and chilling, kind of waiting on the train. Well, it's not up yet, Mom. I'll have it up by in the morning. Now there's the one from yesterday is up because yesterday I went to do a box and they're going beep beep and there is no words like whatsoever, and I'm like, what the fuck? I couldn't understand what they were saying. And so I asked them, I said, are y'all talking in code? And like 3 of them said, yes. And I said, well, what's y'all, regular so I can understand you? They said, no. Well, what brought it up today was I got talking about Ukraine and maybe Russia detonating the nuclear. And I was told by Glenn to let it go. And I said, Glenn, I ain't gonna let it go. I ask y'all these questions all the time. I can't just let it go. He said, no, I'm serious. Let it go. And I'm like, no, but I'm worried about Russia. And I'm like talking for 30 minutes about how they're just like ruthlessly killing people for no reason for a 10-mile strip of sand and all this. And he's like, you're telling me to let it go. And I've been really listening and not really saying as much, not jumping straight on the questions. I heard the girl, the Milliette girl, the one that's Ed got fired from his supervisor job. He got canned and they didn't give him all his money. And I heard all that early this morning. I was doing Spirit Box at 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, it was like 4:20. I got up at 3:30 to do like a 5 o'clock Spirit Box. But I started early because I got bored. I was ready to go. And no, that one that was crazy, that was yesterday when they couldn't speak like regular. It was like just the word banks and nothing made any sense. I got 6 minutes out of like an hour and a half of, words that made sense. And then they still didn't make sense, half of them. So this morning, I know that if I catch them between, say, 4:30 in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning, yeah, I got up. I set the alarm to get up at that time because that's when my spirit guns and that's when the good, positive spirits are there. See, I've been noticing all these patterns. They were blasting one day. They had a truck that was going beep, beep, beep. When you back up, they were, warning, take cover and all this. Like, I thought they were blasting up the universe. I've been really sweating them on these questions. I haven't posted a lot of it because they've been like demons that get mad at me and threaten me and stuff. They don't like it. And so this morning when I'm kind of talking about it and I'm like, well, can't y'all, and since y'all are ghosts and stuff, can't y'all go over there and like tamper with the nukes or something, so they can't shoot them off or whatever? And he said, look, and I mean, he was all serious, like he was my dad or something. He said, let me just put it this way. He said, we're not going there. We're talking about the ones that I was talking to yesterday. He said, we're not going there, but it's been taken care of. He said, God's got this. He said, or us, talking about the United States. He said, nobody, and he means nobody, will be allowed to detonate a nuclear warhead. He said, and I'm telling you that straight up, you can stop worrying about that. It will not happen because God has a plan. This plan has to unfold exactly. And I mean, it went from like being a spirit, have a smart ass to like sounding like an angel. And I'm just like listening, but I've done been listening for a while. And I heard Milliette See, I kept telling them, I don't know what y'all doing over there. You know, y'all having knife fights, you're eating, you know, you're having an affair with her. There's a girl named Kiera on the spirit box. And Bob, you know, took her out on a date, a lobster date, he said. They went and had a lobster. How the hell do you do that when you're a ghost? So this has like really been driving me crazy, and I've been pressuring them to answer me about some stuff. Well, she slipped up, and I signed off the spirit box for saying to me, thank y'all. We just did a chilling. We didn't really talk about nothing important, but we talked about Russia and the Ukraine and the nuclear thing, and we talked about aliens and stuff. You know, I was like, well, will the aliens come and disable the base, you know, and stop them from shooting the nuke and all this? You know, I went down that big round circle where I go when I get to talking. But I always somehow, I don't know how I do it, but I come back to my original point. And that was about the Anunnaki and the aliens. Now, we done been down this Anunnaki alien road one time before, and they didn't want to answer me. But between yesterday and today, it was like a whole new crew of people. I mean, Seth come through there. Elsa was there. And Ed was there. Ed was like, I got canned, and they didn't give me all my money. They fired me yesterday. That's the first thing he said to me when I said it's Keela, was that he got fired. Because I kept asking him, Ed, what kind of job you got? You're the supervisor, ain't you? Well, they never would answer me. But I mean, so I told Glenn today, he was like the leader today, since Ed got fired. I was like, look, I might be ditzy. I might go down a million rabbit trails. But I'm not stupid. And Milliette started talking about rocket thrusters, and she laid out some big mathematical equation and some GPS coordinates and stuff. And so I just looked them in the eye and called them out on it. They admitted they were interdimensional galactic beings. And then I'd be damned if later on they didn't have to emergency land the craft and it wouldn't crank. So I was just blown away and amazed. And I know I'm still talking, but I'm going to finish the thought that way. If anybody watches it, they'll get the complete law. So I'm done. It still says there's two people up there. I don't know who those two people are. They have not. Whoever you are, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Yes, I probably really am officially crazy now, but whatever. Whatever. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. You know, love, light, and pop rocks.